On this day in the secret underground bunker he acquired a new name. Now his name is Zero. A secret military facility of the organization. The embryo gave him a new home, a new homeland, but in return asked him to forget about his past. Scientists have been programming Zero for a long time, making him an obedient slave who will do everything for the interests of the organization. Now he will not be able to hide anything from the organization. They know everything, because the essence of his existence is to carry out their orders and give his life for them. Zero sat chained to an iron mechanical chair. A brainwashing machine was connected to his head. One of the scientists stood and mocked him, saying that he would be even a scarecrow. He was obliged to carry out the instructions. A beautiful woman with a snake sign on her forehead, an employee of Embryo, asked Zero who he was. Zero bowed his head. He didn't know the answer to this question. After thinking a little, he asked himself who he was. Before he woke up, his name was Han Xiao. He was a booster hated by all players. He sat at home and pumped up characters for money. On the one hand, by playing computer games he could earn his living and not even leave the house. On the other hand, he loved to play and he had a very strong character. His name was Your Crazy Womanizer. When he was walking through the virtual world, everyone recognized him. One player ran up to him shouting, "Boss, wait." It was an insecure electric bus reporter and his operator who wanted to do a short interview with a womanizer. The womanizer liked attention to himself. He loved attention and he happily agreed. The reporter was surprised that a womanizer, such a mysterious fighter, agreed to give an interview so easily. The reporter thought that he would not be so open. The womanizer is a very busy man and he was annoyed by the reporter's uncertainty. He asked him, "What did you want?" The reporter was a little confused and said that the womanizer took 47th place in the tournament, which means he is among the 100 strongest and most qualified participants. The reporter asked if the womanizer wanted to join the military service. The womanizer calmly answered no. The reporter was surprised. The reporter could not understand what was the reason for such a strong player to refuse such an honorable job. It was his secret. The womanizer wanted to tell about another thing, and then maybe he would tell about his plans. The womanizer liked that he was famous, and he began to show off in front of the camera, choosing his best pose. He sighed a couple of times and confidently said hello people to the camera. This is a professional booster with 10 years of experience. He raises levels, will help you get into the top 10 in the arena and take revenge on your enemies. This was his advertisement. The reporter quickly interrupted his speech because boosters are prohibited by moderators. Such advertising cannot be shown on air. Now the reporter understood why there was no information about this player. The womanizer was upset by the refusal. He didn't understand what was wrong with boosting, because he was better than any professional player this year. He boosted more than 10 accounts, and even got into the top players. The game in which he was boosting was called Starry. It was played by more than 10 million players. To get into this game you had to use virtual reality devices with which you can completely immerse yourself in the world of adventure. He was one of the very first testers and has spent more than 10 years in this game. He likes spending time in the Starry Sea more than living in the real boring world. Again, 1,000 yuan was credited to his balance. Again he will have to pump up the next newcomer. This was easy for him. He put on his virtual reality headset and was ready to get to work. The dive is taking place. He was already making plans for what he would do in the main city of the Starry Sea. Everyone thinking that his life would continue to be boring. There was a flash of light that blinded his eyes. A certain Valkyrie serum was injected into him. Zero woke up again in an underground laboratory covered in electronic wires. He was awakened by an electric shock to the very heart. The sound of a siren sounded, and the combat alarm was raised. Zero smelled the smell of burning. It came from his body, and the wire was around. He got up from the table with a terrible headache. I don't even understand where he is. Electrical appliances were still connected to his head. The scientist who was in the room with him ran out of the room in horror, shouting that it was urgent to inform Madame Hell Zero that the sample had come to life. Zero thought it was about him. The scientist hastily called a security detachment on the radio in order to detain the awakened. A squad of armed men ran out of the open doors of the room and Zero couldn't figure out how the guards ended up in his game. He didn't understand what was happening around him. But there was no time to hesitate. He suddenly jumped from his seat and all the wires that were connected to him were cut off. One of the guards quickly approached Zero and hit him with his sword. Zero only managed to put his hands forward. Zero's hand stopped the guard's sword, but he felt that something was wrong. He felt terrible pain. But how could this be possible? Since the game has a restriction on this, he wanted to urgently disconnect from the game. Zero didn't have time to recover from the pain when another guard immediately crept up from behind and struck with a sword. Zero was captured and completely neutralized. The doors to the steel prison began to close. He sat on the cold floor holding his hand, which ached in pain, and still didn't understand what was happening. He was furious with what was happening because he paid 300 to the developers and the game broke again. He called up the game menu and decided to log out of his account. What he saw on the game menu panel shocked him and he froze for a few seconds. The panel displayed only information on the character's characteristics, and there was no exit button visible anywhere. He was horrified by this. Points the amount of mana and his zero level is all that he saw on the panel, and his characteristics it was written that he was an NPC. Incomprehensible words about game testing that will begin in 358 days, but that was 10 years ago. Zero was gripped by fear. He looked in the mirror and froze, because since he found himself in this laboratory, he had not yet seen what he looked like. He examined his white hair, his green eyes, drops of sweat appeared on his forehead from what he saw. The character's face was so similar to his real face from the real world, he couldn't believe it. The guy sat on the floor and wondered if he had personally moved to the Starry Sea himself. The door of his prison opened and he saw the silhouettes of some people. He didn't know what to expect next. That red-haired woman with the snake sign and several guards came in, and Zero again heard that he was being called a paragon. The woman introduced herself as the leader of Hell. She threatened Zero that if he escaped again he would be killed. Zero remembered her. It was the Scarlet Viper Hell, the boss killer of newcomers of the first version of the game. She was also called Sister Destroyer. The situation for Zero was getting worse and worse. Hell ordered the guards to send the prisoner for a blood test this very minute. Zero remembered that Hell is the lady of the aquamarine star. The guards took him by the arms and began to lead him away. Zero managed to examine the costumes of these people in detail, and judging by them they were NPCs, organization's embryo initial versions of the game. Now he at least understood where he was now, in the Valkyrie's secret laboratory where a plan for the development of super-strong warriors was created. This crazy organization carried out experiments, cleaned their brains and sent people to fight. Is this really the same fate awaiting Zero? He can't understand why he was transported to this place. This couldn't happen. He heard how the computer did not reveal any peculiarities in his blood. Some scientist with glasses leaned over Zero and noticed that Zero was already in a stable state and would not be aggressive. The results obtained were not enough for the distraught scientist. He suggested opening Zero's brain and getting more accurate analyses. Hell opposed the scientist's words because Zero is the first surviving specimen, and there is no point in killing him yet. The doctor was not happy about this. He was cruel and merciless. He suggested at least observing the object. For everyone's safety, Hell, I agreed, but first I'll have to send the test subject for brain cleaning. But how could he resist, because the guards surrounding him were at least level 5, and he himself was a weakling of the first. The worst thing was that the boss Hell here had no chance of victory or escape at all. The guards led him through a corridor in which there was a bookcase. Zero took a closer look and saw a possible chance for himself. Perhaps he was lucky. He saw a book on the shelf, a list of literature for laboratory assistants. There was a little hope for salvation. Zero managed to catch the right moment. He reached out to the shelf and grabbed the book. As soon as he did this, the guards put machine guns to the back of his head and ordered him not to move. They could shoot at any moment. The scientist stopped them out of curiosity. He wanted to know what the test subject would do next. Zero sighed with relief. He realized that the main thing was not to seem dangerous to others. Then maybe he would buy himself some time. The guards stood behind, alert and ready to grab the object at any moment. Zero opened the book and began to study it. Suddenly a new game panel appeared from the book, saying that Zero began to study the basic concepts of the mechanism. Zero realized that this was his chance for salvation. Perhaps the situation was not as hopeless as he initially thought. Although he is an NPC, he can raise levels like a real player. The scientist and Hell silently watched his actions. Zero flipped through page after page of the scientist. This surprised him. He decided that the serum enhanced learning abilities, but he did not know what was really happening. Hell was happy about such events. If Zero becomes a brilliant fighter, then her experimental soldiers will increase in value significantly. But for now it's time to clear their minds. The guard ordered him to follow him. Zero had too little time left. He greedily flipped through more and more pages. The security's patience ran out and they began to try to snatch the book from Zero's hands. He was so close to success, but he did not have the strength to resist. Guards from all sides grab Zero. One of them pulls the book towards himself with all his might and it begins to tear. The book was torn, but miraculously the player's level was increased. The tree of knowledge was opened and the profession of a novice mechanic was obtained. He grinned. He had hope of salvation. Now he is preparing to play with them and resist. Scientists and guards watched the monitor on which the patient's brain was displayed. They were ready to begin brain cleaning. Zero, again chained to an iron chair with a brainwashing device on his head, begs him to stop and let him go. The doctor just grinned and sarcastically said that he would be sorry if they spoiled the sample. Perhaps it would be better to immediately perform an autopsy of the brain. Zero was very scared. The pervert scientist really wanted to delve into his brain. The tension was growing. Hell was already impatient to start the procedure, and she ordered to turn on the device and start the experiment. The scientist started the machine. Again a powerful charge of current hit Zero, and he doubled over from unbearable pain. There was no way he could escape. Game panel appeared again, warning about the brain purge and Zero's characteristics. But he did not have enough free will points to avoid the purge. Zero adds 2 free attribute points to his intellect. His free will determination increases. He managed to avoid brain purge. The scientist and Hell crowded around the test subject, waiting for the result of the operation. Time to test Zero's acting skills. Hell leans over him and carefully examines Zero. He has never been in such a tense situation. He could be seen through at any moment. Hell whispers in his ear, "From today your name is Zero." The main thing now is not for the test subject to give himself away. Now the embryo organization is a new home for Zero, and he will do everything for her sake, and he should forget the past forever. Hell came so close that Zero could see all her beauty. But earlier in the game he had missed her so many times. Zero drives away all unnecessary thoughts about Hell. The main thing for him now is not to reveal himself. Hell again asks him who you are. Zero lowered his head and closed his eyes and is silent. Even it seems that he is not breathing. Drops of sweat are running down his face. The main thing is not to give himself away. The scientist was confused by the silence. Perhaps the experiment failed, although he did everything according to the instructions, but there was no reaction from the object. The scientist and Hell hear the word "I am a test subject" reacted to her words about the embryo organization. They froze in anticipation. The subject says with confidence to Zero that his acting skills are not as bad as he thought. But did they completely convince Hell and the scientist? Hell and the scientist argued about the success of the experiment. The scientist insisted that the test subject's emotional connection with others had worsened, and this was simply a success. Hell asked what's the point of cannon fodder. Zero's feelings, smiling, he thought, "I'm just not going to become cannon fodder." Hell ordered him to be taken to the recreation area. But the guard objected that the room for experimental samples was not yet ready. She ordered the test subject to be taken to her room because management had placed him under her care. Zero was confused by this. Why was he being taken to her room? Maybe she was planning some obscene things with him. He tried to drive these thoughts away from himself. The very idea of living with a girl in the same room seemed simply magnificent to Zero. He couldn't wait to get there soon. Hell contacted the head of the organization and reported that the brain cleansing was successful. Her new task would be to raise a warrior and train him. Hell timidly asked the head of Valkyrie to arrange a meeting for her with her little sister. Zero had already been there and forgot that she had a sister. The head refused her request over the phone and threatened not to repeat this again because she can only visit her sister once every 2 months. There were beeps on the phone. Valkyrie's head hung up. Zero even felt sorry for Hell. Hell, in a rage, hit the wall with all her strength. Having done their small crack, Zero shuddered from surprises. He remembered that she is not only beautiful, but also very strong. He should be careful with her. Hell walked up to the table and began to unfasten her belt. Zero stood motionless and watched her actions. And then Zero realized what she was doing. He opened his mouth and blushed a little and couldn't take his eyes off her. Hell began to completely undress. Zero stood in embarrassment and watched her. He could not believe that this was even possible. Hell glanced at him. Maybe she suspected something. Zero lowered his eyes downwards. The main thing for him was not to give himself away now. Hell, naked, came right next to Zero. Perhaps it was a test of him. He without moving looked into her eyes so as not to look at her other parts of the body. She came up to his face and pulled his jacket. Zero tried with all his might not to give himself away, even though it was very difficult. Realizing that Zero didn't react at all, he left the room. He was very lucky that he didn't get caught. He was silent and watched her leave, assessing her figure. He thought a little more and they would have seen through me. Hell, or as Zero Mistress now called her, with her hair down, lay under a blanket in her room. Zero, sitting on the floor, noticed that there was only one bed in the room. Perhaps they were playing with him. He realized that there were no other options and lay down on her bed. He pressed his back against her, hoping that they would fit together. Hell suddenly kicked him with all her might and he flew off the bed, something he clearly didn't expect. He sat pressed into the wall. His hopes were not justified. Unfortunately, he will have to sleep on the floor. Training Pavilion. Today's gladiator arena. He will learn hand-to-hand combat and shooting skills here. Hell threw him a box containing a bulletproof vest and ordered him to put it on. As soon as Zero put it on, Hell instantly approached him and kicked him in the chest. Such a blow made him bleed. Hell immediately grabbed his hand and pulled him towards herself. Hell gave him another powerful kick to his stomach that he was simply exhausted and could not resist in any way. He lay almost unconscious on the floor, catching his breath, and she already ordered him to get up and fight. He could not move. Hell kept hitting him and hitting him mercilessly. He couldn't block any of her blows. He felt like a punching bag. Hell left, and over Zero's defeated body a sign appeared teaching him hand-to-hand combat together with Hell. Zero realized that even though he has a system like an NPC, he can raise the level and soon he will become the most powerful character in this world. The doors opened and the figure of a man entered. He said to Zero, "Get up, that won't do." It was a shooting instructor and deputy head of this Balioto base, a man with a strong physique and a luxurious mustache. He threw 2 pistols inside each with 10 bullets and ordered Zero to aim at the targets' heads. Zero, holding a pistol in his hands, stood at the training shooting range and targets were moving towards him. It was a difficult task that only champions can cope with. He clumsily held the pistol and began to shoot at the targets, but all the bullets flew past. Zero looked at his score. He had 0 hits. He was still too weak and his stats were too low. Suddenly Balioto stabbed him in the arm from behind with a knife. Zero simply could not have expected this. Zero felt severe pain and, pressing the wound, thought that his teacher was simply crazy. Balioto stood licking the blood from the knife and warned until Zero completed the task he would punish him. Zero was very angry. He didn't have time to recover from the last training when there were new tests with the crazy mentor. Zero understood that NPCs do not regenerate, which means he only has 1 life and that it would be too dangerous to resist. For the sake of the future, he will have to endure these bullying. He took all his will into his fist and continued. Zero again shot at moving targets and again missed. Balioto, grinning, took out his blade. He was ready to punish. Zero was not affected by the ridicule. He was sure that he would soon punish the madman, when suddenly he was hit on the hand with a knife again. The scientist in Hell watched this. The scientist insisted that it would be better if the test subject were given to him, and not to Balioto, because he does not value him at all. But the scientist knew that when the organization sucked all the value out of Zero, they would give it to him because he created it. Completely exhausted, Zero returned to his room. He was tired and depressed. He could barely move his legs. His training had exhausted him. Hell was already sitting in the room, wrapped in 1 towel. She said that he showed himself poorly today. Zero didn't like being judged again. He froze in the hope that he wouldn't be stabbed again as punishment. Hell got up from the chair and ordered him to come to her. Zero didn't know what to expect and he was embarrassed that she was only wearing a towel. She pointed to a bathtub filled with water and told him to undress. Zero didn't understand what was happening. Would they really take a bath together? He stood there embarrassedly, not moving. He thought that this was too much and his mistress was going too far. Hell asked in irritation why you froze. You can't follow such simple orders. She took off his shirt. Zero hoped that she was not testing him. He may not be ready for such a test. She examined his naked body full of scars from the knife. He stood silently, motionless, waiting for what this would lead to. It was difficult for Zero to control himself because he was still a virgin. He thought that with such a mistress no one could resist. Hell examined his wounds, looked into his eyes, sighed and said, "You look like such a coward." Zero stood silently without showing any kind of interest. Suddenly, if his deception is discovered, the next blow with a knife will be in his throat. She took him by the hand and led him into the bath. He thought if all the tests were the same as this it would be wonderful. Hell warned that if you want to live, you need to try, otherwise the organization will perform an autopsy on your brain. Zero was not ready for this. He will try to avoid this by any means. He will show them all. Just as he began to dream about her, and how lucky he was that he did not share a room with Balota, when suddenly she pushed him with her hand. He fell into the bathtub with all his might, spilling water on the floor. All his dreams and hopes were destroyed. Hell, she said that this is a regenerating liquid. Lick here for an hour and all the wounds will heal by morning. Zero was so hoping that they would take a bath together. Hell said, "Make yourself at home." Zero was lying in the bathtub. I understand that even if the experiment with him was successful, this does not mean that he will be allowed to live long. After all, the embryo will make new samples and carry out experiments. The lake has little time left. You need to become stronger as soon as possible. Hell and scientist Lin Weixiang walked along the corridor. He said that tomorrow he would ask the management for permission to autopsy Zero. Hell objected because only last week the scientists received a refusal. Maybe he should wait a little. Lin thinks Zero is trash. Why should they value him so much? Or maybe Hell has developed feelings for him and is protecting him. Hell denies this. Then the scientist insistently asked not to interfere with him, and not flattery is not his business. He himself knows what to do. In Hell's room, the sound of a Zero pistol being repaired is heard. For several days now she has been trying to fix it, assembling and disassembling it over and over again. Hell was annoyed by this sound. She could not concentrate on eating. She asked him to stop doing this, and it was better to throw away the gun. Silently looked at her with sadness in his eyes, hugging the gun with both hands like his child. He did not want to say goodbye to it. Hell told him to stop treating the weapon like he was his child, because if it doesn't work, then it's trash and needs to be thrown away. She was quite annoyed and said, "If you can't grow up, then throw you out, that's what you want." But she didn't know that Zero is not as simple as it seems, and he learned how to repair weapons. Now the gun is fully operational. Zero needs more broken mechanisms to get more experience points and level up. Hell was very surprised how their test subject could learn to restore a broken pistol. The entrance to the secret laboratory was hidden far in the mountains. It was very difficult to find because trees hid it everywhere. Hell and Zero went outside. She couldn't wait to check the repaired pistol. She didn't believe that it could work, much less that Zero could fix it. They saw birds flying in the sky, free from everything and minding their own business. Suddenly a shot was heard in the sky. The birds quickly scattered in different directions, frightened by the noise. Except for one shot, Hell killed the bird with a fully functional pistol. She couldn't believe it. Now Zero has been given permission to enter the armory since he likes to collect broken things. Perhaps there will be a place for him. Zero was very pleased with this. Assembling and restoring the mechanisms would allow him to earn experience. He never even dreamed of getting into the weapons warehouse. Night came in the sky. The stars were shining. Only crickets were heard, and the only light that burned in the area was the lamp of the underground bunker. Hell and Zero went down into a huge underground structure. There was nothing there except weapons, ammunition and shells. It was the armory of the local base. Zero was delighted and examined every corner of this huge room. This is what he needed. There were so many weapons that he would be able to gain a huge amount of experience and raise many levels. He was very pleased. He could not leave here for hours. While Zero was thinking how much more work he had to do here, Hell prepared a surprise for him since he liked that book about mechanization so much. She prepared a few more of these books for him to read when he has time. The armory is at his disposal, and now she's leaving. Taking off her belt, tired Hell went into her room hoping to rest. She had a terrible headache and wanted to be alone in order to gain strength. As soon as she entered, she saw Zero sitting at the table. This made her very angry. "Why did you come back?" she asked. He silently pretended that he didn't understand what she was talking about, looked at her with his eyes wide open. Hell said that they had prepared a rest room for him in the armory, and that since he was a man, they wouldn't sleep together. There will be more. Zero was surprised why she only started talking about it now. Hell decisively kicked him out of the room. Their life together ended so quickly. She told him that from now on he would study in the mornings in the training pavilion. She would wait for him there. Just as he was about to leave, Hell stopped him and handed him his repaired pistol. She put the gun in his hands and said that since you fixed it, he is now your Zero. Considered it a sign of kindness. He was pleased. He silently walked further down the corridor, thinking about what awaits him now, regretting that they will no longer live together. When he heard her words of good luck from behind him, he stopped and decided that it was just his imagination. After all, she was all so strong and cruel. He turned around and saw that she was not leaving but standing in the doorway. She told him to survive. Does she really care about him? In any case, they will see each other soon and he will wait for their meeting. He sat in the armory, completely immersed in work. He was surrounded by machine guns, rockets. He still had a lot of work to do, but he was determined. He collected, disassembled and repaired broken mechanisms. Pumping up his mechanical restoration skills, he spent on this quite a lot of time. Each repaired weapon gave him new experience points, which he, without thinking twice, spent on the profession of a novice mechanic. His strength, intelligence and endurance became stronger in 2 days. He received the 3rd level, but it will take him 6 months to get out of here. This suited him. He was determined that by that time no one would be able to stop him here. Like all the previous times, in his body armor he could not resist her. He remained a punching bag for her. Months had already passed, and he practically did not improve his hand-to-hand combat in any way. Taking a deep breath, he grinned. He didn't want her to know what he had achieved. In fact, everything went according to his plan. She extended her hand to him and said that scientist Linnegan requested permission to study Zero. But so far the organization is in no hurry to grant permission. She was angry at his indifference because the organization would not allow them to endlessly spend money on him, given his worthless condition. He silently looked at her. Already calmly, she asked how long you think you can last here. Maybe she doesn't want him open the brain. Zero was ready for this. He knew that sooner or later to get rid of him. There wasn't much time left. He had to continue his work. Day and night he sat in the armory, still dismantling and assembling unusable mechanisms. He had drawings and formulas hanging on the wall. He sat under the light of a table lamp using a welding machine. All this increased his level. Then next to him he noticed something unusual. Apparently someone had already been here besides him. CCTV camera installed above his desk was turned off. Apparently the embryo no longer needs him. Now they won't be watching him around the clock. He was in serious danger. He reached his hand down under the table to his toolbox. Now it's time for him to try strengthening objects. He was sure that he had enough experience for such tricks. He had no choice. Although he could strengthen objects, he would need to return them to their previous form. Otherwise the organization might find out about his new skills, and this would lead to he's a threat. Before he could get to work, someone knocked on the door. He had no idea who could have come here so late. He quickly hid the weapon in a drawer and was wary if he is discovered, he will die. Luckily, he managed to hide everything before someone entered the armory, which really bothered him. Now it's time for him to try strengthening objects. He was sure that he had enough experience for such tricks. He had no choice. Although he could strengthen objects, he would need to return them to their previous form. Otherwise the organization might find out about his new skills, and this would lead to he's a threat. Before he could get to work, someone knocked on the door. He had no idea who could have come here so late. He quickly hid the weapon in a drawer and was wary if he is discovered, he will die. Luckily, he managed to hide everything before someone entered the armory, which really bothered him. These were the same experimental subjects. One of them said that the organization was disappointed in Zero. Now its funding had decreased by 80%. Zero did not answer anything, looked at the form of these people. The one who spoke to him had number 1. This was the second sample to survive after him. After all, the embryo continues its research. Zero was in danger. The first number put his hand on Zero's shoulder and said, "You are a sample created before me. The organization spent a lot of resources on you." Number 1 grabbed Zero by the shirt. He behaved very rudely. He thinks that Zero is a failed experiment, and that he is better than him in everything. Zero realized that in front of him was a specimen with a completely cleared brain, and he should not resist it, otherwise he might give himself away. The first number ordered the others to take out everything that was in the warehouse. The rest of the men began to take boxes and take them away. Zero silently watched this. While the rest of the experimental subjects were carrying out the boxes, 2 guards walked slowly past the doors. The guards found it amusing to watch the test subjects. They considered them useless insects. Those who have reason are better off dying than living like this. They experimented on experimental subjects, turned them into cannon fodder, and erased their brains, turning them into obedient, weak-willed slaves. One of the guards asked the other not to talk much in front of the test subjects. The other asked why it would matter even if they heard. Zero thought that each of these guards was no better than the test subjects themselves. The guards look at them like cattle even though they are slaves. Embryon organization. Number 1 ruffled Zero's hair. He was very impudent, and said it was a failed experiment so far. Zero continued to sit silently in place. He knew that these experimental subjects were just cannon fodder. They were weapons of the embryo. He continued to disassemble the mechanisms and wondered how the organization would react, guards and test subjects. When Zero, their own example, destroys them all these scientists will have this expression on their faces. But he only knew one thing for sure: he must become stronger than all of them. Lin Hel and Balaoda stood in front of the monitor with the head of the organization. On an audio call, the head's voice gave permission to autopsy Zero. The scientist was incredibly pleased. He bowed and thanked him. He had been waiting for this for a long time and now received official permission. Now Zero belongs to him because he, like all the experimental subjects, were his creations. Balaoda was sharpening his knife and was dissatisfied with the permission to open it because he still wanted to play with Zero so much. He considered him an interesting toy. Hel stood silently, absolutely upset. She clenched her fist tightly. She felt sorry for Zero. She warned him that this could happen. Back at the training arena in the morning, Zero and Hel trained as usual. But this time Zero felt that something was wrong and that something was happening to Hel. He understood that this was not good. Hel hit him in the stomach with all her might. This time it was too fast and hard. Today Hel was too aggressive and Zero didn't like it. Maybe something happened since she started acting like that. She shouted furiously, "Defend yourself, counterattack." She was clearly not in the mood and swung her fist again. She hit him in the face with all her might. He spat blood. He was unable to resist. As soon as he managed to move away from the last blow, she already ran up to him and swung her leg in a jump. She hit him again with all her strength. He felt terrible pain and did not understand what he could have done wrong and why he was being punished. He didn't have time to catch his breath and leaned his elbows on his knees when she screamed at him, "Attack him, or you haven't had breakfast yet, come on." Zero knew that everything usually goes much easier. She even allows him to rest a little. This time he doesn't even have time to get up after her blow. At first he stood up tremblingly, then, through the pain, he decided to counterattack and ran towards her. She stood still. He jumped up and, raising his hand, decided to strike her right in the head. She easily dodged his blow. This time she didn't give in to him at all. As soon as she dodged, she grabbed his hand. Zero knew that now he would be hurt. She pulled his hand and said, "How gentle your blows are. You're just a weakling." She threw him to the other end of the training arena. She couldn't understand if this was all his desire to survive. He flew to the end of the arena, hitting and hitting the floor. The pain became his usual state that morning. Before she could land, she immediately grabbed him by the bulletproof vest. He didn't know when all this would end, why he was being punished like that. She held him tightly and was ready to strike again in her thoughts. He begged her to stop. He silently watched her, preparing to take another blow, perhaps after which he would die. He did not even have enough strength to escape. But then she stopped and looked at him with pity. Maybe she wanted to teach him hand-to-hand combat, but she saw that now it was all useless. He was lying on the floor. She looked down at him. She found it funny and she expected something else from him. She was disappointed in him. Hel told him, "This is the end. Today you can rest and don't even come tomorrow." She looked at him with pity. Zero, exhausted and breathing heavily, was able to slightly open his eyes and ask her why. "Is it really all over?" She wanted to say it to his face, but she just couldn't do it. All she answered him was tomorrow. Zero lay exhausted, covered in blood. Hel, walking a couple of steps without turning around, took her strength into her fist and said, "Tomorrow they will open you up." She went to the door and stopped. She understood that nothing could be changed and the time would soon come when she would say goodbye to him. Zero understood what she meant. After all, he would be given to the scientist. As he expected, sooner or later this day would come. He lay looking at the sky, and now he understood why she was so hot-tempered. Today she won't be able to watch Lin conduct an experiment. He could barely get to his knees. He knew that the only one who considered him a living person and not a piece of meat was his mistress Hell. The rest of the organization saw him as a dummy slave. They mocked him, tortured him, beat him with a knife, and he endured all this. They knew that the prototype would not give them back. They believed that this was in the order of things, that bringing him pain was completely normal, and he deserved it. But they still didn't know who they were in contact with. Zero remembered every drop of blood he spilled, every inoffensive word said to him. But they still didn't understand with whom contacted. Zero was not ready to die so easily. He was determined to show who's boss here. He was sitting again in the warehouse, assembling and disassembling mechanisms. These 6 months flew by unnoticed for him. Although he didn't kill any mobs, he significantly improved his skill in the mechanic class. He gained a considerable amount of experience just by sitting in the same room. A character can have an unlimited number of professions, but every 20 levels you need to complete a special task to continue to level up. General restrictions on the maximum level change with the release of new patches in the same version. The maximum character level is 60. On Zero's screen it is said that his level is not limited. It turns out that he has strength exceeding any player. The next stage in the mechanic class will be the creation of weapons and mechanisms, as well as the most important ability to create drawings. Different types of knowledge can be used with each other to create a mechanism, but after combining knowledge, only one direction of creation can be studied at a time. Zero studied all these drawings for a long time to choose the only one that could help him in this situation. But when knowledge and experience are combined, the player will lose points in any case. Zero had to be careful. First he came across a drawing of a hang glider, cloud swallows. It was not like he quickly brushed it away with his hand. Next was the drawing. The killer's artificial hand was also a useless drawing for him. He needed another. Zero began to worry. He didn't have many experience points left. If the next drawing was unsuitable, he would have big problems. He pressed the confirm button. He didn't know what would be waiting for him next and what the next drawing would be. The experience points were enough to create one last drawing, and that was what he needed. His hands began to become covered with all sorts of mechanisms. The sound of the steel being created filled the entire room. It was a drawing of a light exoskeleton that completely covered his body. Zero was so close to failure, but he was lucky again. Now he has the strength to show the organization what it means when they have raised their own enemy. On a military base surrounded by high walls with barbed wire and filled with armored vehicles and soldiers, Carl and the rest of the test subjects watched his landing while awaiting high-ranking guests. This was the Third All Group and the captain of the Yin Dao team, nicknamed the Silver Blade Elite Combat Squad. Their task was to deliver the test subjects. Hell allowed them to be picked up and taken away in SUVs. She herself took the helicopter of the Sova Group. A helicopter rose into the night sky every 2 months. Hell leaves the base, but today she left too early. Zero was glad that she would not be there. If she had stayed, she could have provided him with worthy resistance, and he would have had a hard time. For too many days and nights Zero endured all the bullying. Now his time has come. He was determined today to leave the Valkyrie organization, which promised to become his home but became a prison. Lin Weixiang came for him. This is the last and only chance for Zero to escape, and he intends to take advantage of it. Zero was in Hell's room when suddenly his attention was drawn to an object that he did not expect to see. It was a photo of Hell and her sister Aurora. They are somewhat similar. Only Aurora has healing skills. She can prolong life and resurrect the dead. At the end of the first version of the game, the embryo created a huge amount of essences from Aurora's body. This angered Hell and she began to smash everything. Zero examined a new task which indicated some information about Hell, and Zero needs to continue the investigation in order to find out more about her. Zero wants to repay Hell with kindness because she was the only one who believed in him. He intends to help her, and he accepts the task. From the open doors, Zero heard Lin's voice, who ordered him to be taken to the laboratory for an experiment. Zero hid a photo of his sisters in his pocket. He intended to help Aurora too, but first he needed to get out of here. He looked out the door. Enemies could be everywhere. Surely a capture group had already been sent for him with the goal of bringing him to the scientist. The entire military base was equipped with security cameras, just like the one in the armory. The organization carefully monitored everything that was happening. Zero needed a plan to avoid getting caught too quickly, and that was quite difficult to do, and his first goal was the control room, from where he will begin his plan of revenge and escape. The control room, of course, was filled with guards on them. He would just be able to test his new lightweight exoskeleton. He was already heading there. In the control room, the screams of wounded soldiers could already be heard. Maybe they were superior in quantity to Zero but not in quality. He managed to easily deal with them. They were unable to provide decent resistance. Some of the guards had already died on the floor. Some were trying to escape. The first stage of Zero's plan was completed. Everything worked out. The all-seeing eye was eliminated. It wasn't difficult. The next step was to deal with the mad scientist Lin Weixiang. He was too eager to delve into Zero's brains. Lin's laboratory was already completely ready for the terrible experiment. He couldn't wait to start. He had waited too long for this. After 20 minutes, Zero was brought into the laboratory for the death penalty. The moment of truth had arrived. Lin Weixiang was already jubilant. His precious creation was obediently brought to his office. Lin wanted to dissect Zero to find out how he differs from other samples, and then make a stuffed animal out of his corpse, and keep it for himself. The scientist examined his table with tools. Memories came flooding back to him of how he shocked the unfortunate Zero. He really liked it. Lin had just chosen the instrument to start with when a guard fell dead behind him. Lin was terrified. He just chose where to start torturing his fellow, and then there were unforeseen problems. The guard was dead. Lin couldn't believe it because the image with his brains cleared couldn't do this. He couldn't kill Embryo's people. Zero put his hand to his head and said, "Yo, scientist." Zero's body armor was all stained with the guard's fresh blood. Lin frowned and realized that he had missed something during these 6 months. There were no problems with his creation. Why did it fail now? Zero took out a huge knife and swung at Lin. The scientist was not a fighter, and I can't resist. He knew how to torture others, but blood was spilled in the fight. Zero quickly thrust the knife right into Lin's chest. Perhaps his training helped him become faster. The organization itself made him this way. Lin didn't even have time to understand what happened. He felt a severe pain in his chest that he had never felt before. The scientist looked at the camera hanging on the wall. Someone from the control room would see this and come running to his aid. Unfortunately for Lin, Zero had already dealt with everyone in the control room. Everyone who could look into the surveillance cameras was already lying dead. Lin fell to his knees, gasping for breath. He was bleeding and had only seconds left before his death. Holding the wound on his chest, and began to understand that all these 6 months Zero had been deceiving them. The scientist gathered his last strength and asked, "Have you been pretending all this time? It can't be." Zero was glad that he could talk a little with his tormentor and answered him, "What do you think?" Lin couldn't believe it. It seemed impossible to him. At least someone should have noticed that the test subject was deceiving them all. Zero grinned back at him. He knew how hard he had to go through all this madness. He was close to death so many times that now he will enjoy revenge to the fullest. Zero had to deliver the decisive blow. He swung his knife and said, "Nothing is impossible in this world." The fate of the scientist was decided. He already felt how he would examine the brains of the test subject. But he was unlucky that Zero was not so weak in spirit. With Zero's last blow, he cut half of his back and the entire laboratory was splattered with blood. The scientist, bleeding to death, can no longer move. He realized that his end had come. There was no help or mercy for him. He fell to the floor. His favorite glasses flew off his head and broke. All he could do was whisper, "How could you do this?" Love for Zero. But he believed that Zero belonged completely to him. The last words Zero heard from Lin were, "How dare you? I am your creator." Lena's bloody body lay on the floor next to the naked guard. They were both dead. The key card that belonged to Weixiang now ended up with Zero. Throughout the entire base, only 3 people had access to all the doors. Zero was thinking about his next step. If he goes straight to the doors, he will quickly be declassified and killed. It will be a defeat in 10 seconds. Zero put on his security guard uniform. He was ready to outwit the entire organization once again. He was not ready to give up. His main plan was to cut off the connection after a couple of hours of freedom from communication. But Zero is in danger because there are several people at the base who can recognize him from those who stayed here. They were Balota and Number 1. The rest of the employees didn't even notice Zero. For them he was just another lab rat. The main thing for him now is not to meet Balota with him. Zero also wanted to figure it out, but not now, when suddenly someone's hand grabbed him from behind. The man behind asked why I hadn't seen you before. Zero couldn't understand who was addressing him. It was Balaota, Zero's tormentor, who, at every opportunity, poked him with a knife for every mistake in shooting. Zero was not very happy with him. Balaota has seen his face so many times that he can recognize him. Zero pulled his cap over his eyes to somehow hide from him and said, "I'm new from Group B." Balaota didn't hear that any new people were being sent to them, and there was another problem. He had already heard the voice of this new guy somewhere. Before Zero had time to disappear from sight, Balaota ordered him to show his face. Zero carefully took out the knife and said, "I don't want to resort to plan B, leave me alone." Balaota was confused, like someone the newcomer dares him to be insolent. He asked, "What you told me?" Zero took out and sharply approached Balaota. He had long dreamed of getting even with this psychopath, and Zero shouted to you to check with a psychiatrist a long time ago. He stabbed him with a knife, but Balaota was not so simple. He managed to protect his face with his hand, and the knife inflicted a slight wound on him. Balaota could not even guess that this newcomer was that silent loser who could not even hit the target. The guards also did not understand the situation. One of them was a traitor who attacked the commander. They nevertheless decided to start shooting at Zero. Zero quickly approached the crowd of guards, calculating further actions. In 2 seconds he can reach the room with the mechanisms. In order for Balaota to stand up, it takes 3.7 seconds. Making these calculations in his head, Zero struck the guard and knocked him to the ground. The defeated guard knocked down the other soldiers standing nearby, and the machine guns flew out of their hands. Complete confusion began. Zero began to run away from the battlefield because 3 guards could harm him in 4.2 seconds. He could not waste his precious time on them. The guards were still coming to their senses when Zero was already quickly running away from them. In his head he calculated that enemy help would arrive in 25 to 30 seconds. He was already running into the room with the mechanisms. This is the only chance for him to cope with his pursuers. The doors to the armory slammed shut. He would have a couple of seconds to prepare an ambush and meet with Balaota. Balaota, armed with a pistol, boldly followed him. He considered the worst solution for Zero to be to hide in a room. There was nowhere for him to run. He dug his own grave. The guards also managed to get up and catch up with their commander. They also couldn't wait to finish off Zero. Together they stood at the door of the room. But they still didn't know that Zero had planned his every step. The doors of the room began to tremble. They began to tremble even more. Balaota did not understand at all what was there in that room, but he treated it carelessly. When the doors began to break apart, a bright beam of light appeared from the hole. Balaota was very alarmed as to what could cause such a strong light. The doors of the room shattered into pieces. All the guards were pushed away by a strong flow of energy. This door was destroyed by Zero, fully wearing his exoskeleton. Now he is ready to fight them with all his new power. Balaota can't expect this. The weakling he bullied every day destroyed the metal armored doors, and he's still wearing some kind of iron suit. Zero was ready to finish off his shooting mentor, and shouted to him, "Now you will die." He delivered a powerful blow with his hand. His strength was enhanced by the power of the exoskeleton, so that even the experienced Balaota did not have time to run away or defend himself with his hand. Balaota in the chest was such a blow, even his eyes turned red. He felt like he was about to be torn in half. Zero was not going to stop there. He continued to push his hand deeper into his enemy's body. Balaota had never felt such a strong blow. All he managed to shout was, "How could this happen?" The hand in the exoskeleton continued to move further, and Balaota felt it pass through his body and grab his heart. Zero tore Balaota's heart out of his chest. That exoskeleton couldn't be stopped. Balaota was lying with a hole in his chest. He was defeated. Perhaps if he had not been so cruel to Zero, everything would have turned out differently. Zero looked at his former tormentor. Now he didn't seem so omnipotent to him. In a few seconds he destroyed him. Every day for 6 months Zero dreamed of taking revenge on him. Maybe before he missed a moving target, but now he hit the target. During all this time that Zero was here, he received 420 stabs from Balaota. Zero would really like to hear how his tormentor felt when such punishment overtook him, but unfortunately he won't be able to answer anything. The sounds of the siren sounded throughout the military base of the Embryon organization. It was a real combat alarm. All the soldiers were armed. A squad of security guards saw the bloody body of their leader Balaota. They could not believe that someone could kill him. One of the guards radioed the control room but received no response, so he asked another group to inform Lin Weixian about the incident. On the radio he heard that the scientist was already dead. The guard did not understand what was happening. Guards armed with machine guns ran along all the corridors. They were ordered to fire to kill and search every corner of this base. Before they had time to walk a couple of meters, an explosion was heard. Half of the guards were scattered along the corridor. The other part heard only loud sounds on the radio. Dust and smoke settled throughout the room. Everyone who was there was dead. Another group of guards tried to communicate by radio with the others. They were frightened by this powerful explosion, but there was no one to answer them. No one had a chance to survive such an explosion. Heard voices from the walkie-talkie. The only one who was alive there picked it up. It was Zero. He deceived the guards by saying that the test subject was wounded and everyone who could should come here to help. A voice on the radio said that he was already moving forward. Zero's plan worked. There was a trip wire stretched across the floor. It was just another trap for the soldiers. The guards sent to help kill Zero burst into the room suspecting nothing. They ran so fast that they did not have time to inspect anything and caught a rope stretched across the floor. The tripwire went off and the bomb was ready to go off and destroy everyone who had just entered. Zero managed to run out through another door when a powerful explosion was heard behind him. Another squad of guards was destroyed. Stones began to fall from the ceiling. Everyone who was still alive began to panic. One of the guards decided to take command because there was no one left to give orders. The new commander ordered a couple of people to follow him, the rest to stay in place and wait. Perhaps Zero will appear here. Something incomprehensible was going on. They ran straight to the main doors that led to freedom. The security guard commander opened the gate. The rest could not understand how he could do this. None of the ordinary soldiers had access to such doors. It was Zero. He outwitted them and now with 1 foot free, he shouted to the guards while the idiot guards realized that they had been deceived. Zero had a key card that opens all the doors on this base. He swiped it again through the electronic lock and the doors began to close. The guards even tried to open the gate, but no one had a key. All they could do was just bang on it with their fists and curse Zero. Zero stood with his arms outstretched to the sides for so long he was not free. He did not see the trees and mountains. He had already forgotten what they looked like. He was happy to breathe the clean air of freedom and feel the rays of the sun. It was like another world that was completely different from the armory warehouse. The helicopter in which Hell was flying received a signal about monstrous destruction at the base. Hell was ordered to return and eliminate the threat. Now her plans were disrupted. This flight was planned so that she could see her sister. But a voice on the radio ordered her to return anyway, otherwise it would be worse. Hell bowed her head and had nothing to answer. She turned off the radio and ordered the pilot to turn around and head for the base. Hell realized who was the culprit of the pogroms at the base and who disrupted her meeting with her sister. It was Zero. Now she knew that he was still pretending. The night road in the mountains was hidden from ordinary people and military vehicles were passing along this road. One of the armored personnel carriers stopped because the road ended and it couldn't go any further. The crew began to pursue Zero on foot. Zero may have escaped, but he was still in danger of being hunted. This was an elite SOV squad. Their commander was not happy that his guys were sent in search of a small sample. The commander ordered to find Zero and whoever finds him first will receive a reward of half a day of rest for the search. 30 minutes are given. Zero was helped by the time of day. At night it will be more difficult to find him. And even in the forest he can hide anywhere. 3 cars were sent after him, a serious threat to him. He watched his pursuers. Suddenly the silence was broken by the whistle of a large caliber bullet. It flew straight at Zero. The bullet grazed his shoulder pad and pierced the bark of the tree behind Zero. The armor was damaged. Apparently the elite squad has night vision devices. Zero needs to reduce the distance. He intended to approach them and spend the remaining experience points on strengthening his melee combat. The shot rang out again with the trained Zero warriors will be much more difficult to deal with. He ran quickly and made a powerful dash towards his opponents. Zero flew into the air hoping to catch the enemy by surprise. He had done this before when he fought with the guards at the military base. The sniper who shot Zero before saw Zero jumping on him. But the sniper was from an elite squad. In one of his hands he held a prepared pistol and managed to take it out and shoot at Zero. Zero managed to dodge the bullet and immediately raised his hand to knock out the enemy. With a powerful blow, he threw the soldier a huge distance. Even the soldiers from the Owl squad did not expect that he was so fast. The sniper flew into a tree. He will no longer be able to resist. He lay unconscious on the grass and the hand of Zara's exoskeleton was smoking from such a strong blow. Zero killed the SOV fighter and received 1500 experience points, and 3 hand grenades for this. This was what he needed. The rest of the Owl squad noticed how Zero dealt with one of them and began to fire to kill. Zero resolutely walked straight towards them and threw the grenade he had just received. It came in handy. The grenade hit the target, throwing the elite squad aside. The explosion was very powerful. Zero killed 2 more members of the squad and gained 3000 experience points. He grinned and they still wanted to shoot him. They won't be able to do it that easily. One of the soldiers ordered to throw a grenade at him and blow everything to hell here. There was another powerful explosion from the grenade. The soldiers hoped that it would kill Zero. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing except the grass that had burned from the explosion. They could not find Zero anywhere, but they hoped that he was dead. One of the soldiers heard a strange noise from behind. Zero's glove was making it. Powerful shots from the exoskeleton glove fired at the entire elite squad. Only the commander managed to jump for cover. Zero was hiding behind a tree. He put down 3 more fighters. He managed not only to escape from the laboratory but also to fight off the chase. The bloody bodies of the dead soldiers of the Owl squad were lying everywhere. There was complete silence. Suddenly there was a slight groan and one of the fighters began to get up. He had no strength left, but he was a strong guy. It was the squad leader. He couldn't believe how usually the experimental sample could kill all his fighters. He looked around the field covered with corpses. He was lucky that he was not lying next to them. The squad leader, although he was badly battered by explosions and shots, could still pose a threat to Zero. Armed with a knife, he intends to take revenge on the test subject for the death of his guys. Behind a tall tree you can hear the sounds of a heavy sigh after a hard fight. Zero's armor has almost no ammunition left, and his strength is almost running out. He needs to finish this battle as soon as possible. Zero barely had time to catch his breath when he heard a noise. He hoped that all the soldiers were either dead or seriously wounded. The squad leader was quickly approaching him, and the final battle between them began. The commander, holding a knife in his hands, jumped on Zero. He hoped to kill him with the first blow. The commander was simply furious. He did not expect that a simple experimental subject could be on an equal footing, or maybe better, with an elite squad. Zero managed to dodge the first attack by bending over, and the knife passed above him and Zero was able to push off the tree with his feet. He jumped like a harpoon straight at him. The push from the tree gave him even more force of the blow. Zero knocked the commander to the ground. Perhaps the end of the battle was already a foregone conclusion. The commander was at a disadvantage. But this was a fighter from the elite Sova squad. He was trained in hand-to-hand combat, and he managed to put his foot on Zero's stomach. With a powerful kick, the commander was able to push him away. He was not only a good shooter and tactician, but also showed himself excellently in the fight. Zero was pushed to a tree and he pressed himself against it. It was difficult to fight such an opponent. It seemed he had no weak points. The commander began to rise from the ground and clenched his fist tightly. He bought himself a little time, but he would need something more to defeat Zero. Due to the fact that the commander underestimated his rival, his guys were dead. He felt guilty about this, and now he will not be able to live in peace until he kills Zero. The commander pulled out his military knife again. He was ready to finish what he started with or without his team. He looked at Zero menacingly and shouted to him, "Now I will send you to hell with my own hands." He again jumped on Zero with a powerful jerk. They were like 2 gladiators in the Colosseum. Only one will return alive from the battle. The commander jumped at the enemy, swinging his knife. He was ready for the final decisive blow. The main thing was that Zero could not dodge. Zero managed to put out his mechanical arm and the blow of the knife landed right in the very center of the exoskeleton armor. From the crack in the armor that the knife created, and the knife slammed firmly into the middle of Zero's armor. The commander struck. Alas, he didn't kill Zero. You need to continue to hit. But the knife went too deep into the armor and now it's stuck there. There's no way to get it out. The commander realized that he had made a mistake. He had already lost his knife and lost too much time trying to pull it back. Zero took advantage of this fighter's hesitation and immediately swung his mechanical arm. Now it's his turn to hit. The commander did not have time to dodge the attack and the blow hit him right in the head. That was the end for him. The blow was so strong, but Zero's armor was already at zero, that his mechanical exoskeleton arm shattered into pieces. Zero was too exhausted. Lucky that he had enough armor until the end of the battle. He killed the captain of the special squad and earned 3,000 experience points. His exoskeleton completely collapsed. But the main thing is that he still has the drawing. When Zero has the right materials, he can create a new one. Zero's next step was to leave this huge forest. Soon the embryo will send new fighters after him. Now he needs to find a place where people live and rest there. The huge white hall of the embryon base. As Zero thought, they won't leave him alone so easily. The enemies were already gathering with new forces to capture him. The man in the chair was furious. He said one failed experiment was able to kill 30 armed guards, destroyed laboratory data, killed the owl squad. It was a man in a raincoat and laser glasses. He was scolding his charges on how Zero managed to escape unharmed. One of the soldiers said that the Valkyrie serum led to the fact that he received the talent of mechanization. Perhaps the brain cleaning did not work. The soldier continued his report. The Zero sample did not show any anomalies for the first 6 months. Perhaps he was pretending, and all this time he was preparing an escape plan. Hell also had her say. In her opinion, Zero could not have become so strong so quickly. Most likely he awakened special abilities. A man in a hood interrupted her. He was not interested in her theories. He ordered the experiments to be suspended and all remaining test subjects to undergo brain cleaning. The remaining test subjects were not happy about this. They were more upset not by the brain cleaning itself, but by the fact that their loyalty to the embryo was questioned. They were not at all like Zero. Number came forward. He was ready to prove himself and take full responsibility for the destruction of the rebellious Zero. The man with laser glasses lit a cigarette. He liked the initiative of the first number. He gave the order to deliver Zero alive or dead. Finally it dawned in the forest. It was very quiet. No more sounds of battle or pursuit could be heard. Only the noise of leaves in the trees. In the depths of the forest smoke could be seen. If someone had passed by he would have smelled something fried and very tasty. The chicken was hanging on a wooden spit. It was probably the most delicious lunch in this whole forest. Zero has been in the forest for 7 days already. His food and water have run out. He is lucky that his wounds have not become inflamed. Apparently his high stamina points help him. He tore off a large piece of chicken. He was very hungry, and had no idea when he would get out of this huge forest. He eagerly wanted to get to people and get himself in order. Zero was already tired of surviving in the forest. He wanted peace and a soft bed. Zero was calmly wandering further through the forest when suddenly his foot caught a tight rope. Apparently it was a trap. Zero did not expect that he would be caught up so quickly. Who this time could be pursued by another elite squad or Hell herself. Before he had time to pull the rope with his foot, a hunting net flew out of the sky at him. Before he could finish eating a juicy chicken leg, he found himself in a trap again. From behind a tree, a hunter armed with a rifle was already watching him. He knew this forest well. He managed to take Zero by surprise. Zero could not get out of the trap. The net seemed strong. The hunter ran up to him and aimed his rifle. The hunter ordered to quickly get everything valuable and give it to him. Otherwise it would be worse. Zero was lucky that he didn't shoot him right away. Zero thought that these were not the ones who were pursuing him. It was unlikely that this was some kind of soldier from the embryo. This guy needed money. Perhaps he was an ordinary thief. The hunter was losing patience. He shouted again, and he was staring at it. Or you didn't understand the first time. Get everything valuable. Zero was able to stick his hand through the net and grab the hunter by the throat. He managed to get his second hand through, and there was a chance for salvation. Holding the thief by the throat, Zero struck him directly in the chest with his other hand. The hunter had never offered such resistance before. It seemed to him that the robbery would be successful. The blow was so strong that the hunter fell to his knees, coughing up blood. His prey was faster and more agile. The thief fell to his knees, lowering his head to the ground, and began to beg to let him go. According to him, it was his own fault that he did not see such a strong fighter in Zero. Zero examined his rifle. It had a crooked barrel. Zero told the thief that if he shoots with such a weapon, he will most likely kill himself. The thief was shaking with fear on the ground, begging for mercy, and said it was my fault. Zero didn't immediately understand what he meant and asked what exactly you were to blame for. The thief didn't know what to expect. Suddenly Zero would shoot him, or hit him, or even rob him. The hunter answered, I should have taken the second gun, Zero. This made me laugh. If the thief's first gun is crooked, then what will the second one be like? The thief decided that he had a chance to escape and he began to crawl away on his haunches, asking not to be angry with him and just forgive. Zero was surprised by the impudence with which this thief spoke, who intended to escape, and he managed to grab him by the cloak. He pulled him towards him and said, he caught me in a net, and now you're trying to escape. Better answer, where is the nearest town? The thief began to beg to let him go and said that the nearest city was 1 kilometer to the east. All sorts of vagabonds gathered there. As soon as the thief finished explaining where the city is, Zero swung another blow at him and the hunter almost cried with fear. But he was lucky. Zero hit him on the forehead with 2 fingers. The hunter expected a very strong blow, that he even screamed. But when he opened his eyes, he saw that Zero was not going to beat him anymore. They spared him. Perhaps they would also release him. Zero was kind to him, let the thief go and asked him not to do such dirty things anymore. The camp of vagabonds that the thief spoke about was hidden deep in the forest. Not everyone could find it, so this place was considered safe. Zero managed to find him. The thief did not lie to him and showed him the right path. Our hero was lucky that the camp was nearby. Zero passed by a local merchant, and he did not miss the moment to offer him his services selling or exchanging items for money or barter. Zero needed 3 buckets of water, 5 kilograms of food, or rather dried meat or bread, but there was no money for all this. After rummaging through his backpack, he found something he could exchange for food. These were bullets obtained in battle and training camp as trophies. The merchant was surprised that some tramp only had bullets, but he would accept them too. Having counted how many 0 bullets the merchant handed him in his hand, he said that this would not be enough for anything. The merchant was a cunning and experienced person in the field of sales. He demanded a little bit of 150 cartridges. 0 considered this price too high, but the merchant knew that there were no other camps within a radius of 50 kilometers and 0 had no choice. The merchant had already begun to rub his hands from such a successful transaction and knew how to profit from poor travelers, when suddenly someone hit him from behind. It was Hu Hongjun, a local resident of this camp. He didn't like it when a merchant named Kilo deceived people. Kilo, stroking the place of impact, got a little angry. He almost managed to make a deal and deceive the unfortunate 0. Hunjun politely invited 0 to his home. He will feed him and provide him with lodging for the night, and in the evening he will give him everything he needs. 0 happily agreed. It seemed to him that Hunjun didn't look like a scoundrel, and even if he was, 0 wasn't afraid of him. Who cordially called him to his tent and warned him not to get involved with Kilo. He could still deceive. Hu and 0 were sitting in a cozy warm room. The food was already on the way. It was prepared by Hu's wife. 0 was glad to meet you. Hu's wife greeted the guest and offered him home-cooked food, hoping that it would be tasty and everyone would like it. On the table there was fresh bread, hot just cooked duck and drinks, just what a tired traveler wandering through the forest needed. 0, who had not eaten normal food for 3 days, was ready to eat anything, and he could not even dream of such home-cooked food. Before Hu had time to bite off the first piece of bread, 0 had already taken both the chicken and the kebab. He was very grateful for the hospitality of the owners. Even late in the evening, 0 stayed with his new friends for the night. Hu showed him his gun. 0 was surprised by the good condition of the gun. It turned out that Hu was a soldier in the past, and it saved his life more than once. Hu was already too old and no longer needed a gun. His homeland was absorbed by another country after the armistice. While the men were talking in another room in the kitchen, Hu's wife was washing a mountain of dishes after dinner. She was very economical. Hu said that he prefers a calm, peaceful life and doesn't want to fight again. And now it's time for everyone to go to bed. Early in the morning, 0's things were already packed and he was ready to leave. Hu didn't want to let him go so early. 0 on the street saw a thief sitting in a car with whom he had recently met. It turned out he was Hu's nephew. 0 did not hold a grudge against the thief and advised him to better keep an eye on him, otherwise he would become completely spoiled. 0 thanked his new friends. Hu was also glad to meet him. They hope that they will meet again and drink a bottle of alcohol. 0 went along the path to meet adventures. Residents of a small town sadly watched as he disappeared into the thick of the forest. After some time, Zero left for the camp. Embryo combat vehicles were approaching and he was being chased. The pursuers knew that this was the only camp that was in the next 50 kilometers. They were looking for Zero's trace. Who and the merchant unsuspectingly went about their business. They did not know that their guest Zero was being chased and was wanted. Number 1 called out to the locals. He showed them a photo of Zero and asked, "Have you seen him?" Near the peaceful camp it was becoming noisy. Many embryo soldiers got out of their combat vehicles. They were determined to find Zero's trace. Who could not give away his new friend and replied that he did not see the man in the photo and let the military go back. The soldiers were already upset that they found no trace of Zero. Apparently they went in the wrong direction and missed him. Number 1 was already ready to get into the car when he noticed the strange state of one of the camp residents. It was a thief. He lowered his eyes and mumbled. He recognized Zero in the photo and could not control himself. He did not want to give him away but was afraid. Number 1 felt something was wrong and ordered to seize the thief. Maybe he was hiding something. The thief was trembling with fear. The soldiers were ordered to search him. No one knew what they would do to him next. The thief was grabbed by the guards and Number 1 began to search him in search of some evidence of Zero. Number 1 found some hard object in one of the thief's pockets. It was a Zero pistol, which he stole from the Sova squad. Number 1 immediately recognized this pistol. He asked the thief if Zero was not here. Then where did this pistol come from? Number 1 pointed a gun at the thief's head. If he doesn't answer, he'll be in big trouble. If the thief does not give Zero away, not only he will die, but also all the inhabitants of the camp. Everyone will become very scared. The merchant was very frightened by the threats. He did not hide anyone, and he could be shot for covering up for Zero. The merchant said to Hu, "You hid it in your tent. Tell them and none of us will get hurt. We don't need problems." Number 1 was ready to kill them all to get an answer. He was waiting for Hu to confess and tell where Zero was. Hu understood that if he did not reveal Zero's location, they would kill not only him but also his family and other innocents. Hu really didn't want to, but still silently pointed his finger in the direction where Zero had gone, hoping that he was already far from here in safety. Number 1 got what he wanted, but he didn't like that he had to force information out of these people. He took out the gun again and said, "You almost succeeded in deceiving me. For this you will have to pay." The sound of a gunshot was heard in the camp. The birds scattered in different directions. Perhaps Number 1 committed a murder in the camp. An unsuspecting Zero sat far from the camp and examined his backpack. He did not hear a shot. Zero felt that something was wrong, as if someone was touching his backpack while he was sleeping in the camp. Something was missing from it. Zero examined all his items stolen from the embryo. If at least something remained in the camp, then its inhabitants would be in trouble. Zero was missing one pistol, but he put everything together correctly. Apparently the thief's nephew who managed to steal the pistol while Zero wasn't looking. The camp was drenched in blood. No more conversations or sounds of cars could be heard. There was dead silence. Zero ran as fast as he could to warn the people in the camp and pick up his gun. But it was too late. Mountains of corpses lay throughout the camp without signs of life. They were brutally shot. Zero could not say a word. He blamed himself for what happened. These people helped him feed him and his appearance brought them only death. He clenched his fist tightly. Who could commit such a cold-blooded murder of civilians in the camp? Zero was late and full of sadness was about to leave. But at the last moment someone's hand grabbed his leg. Zero stopped. Someone was still alive. Someone's voice asked him not to leave. Zero had hoped that someone was still alive. It was a merchant. He said that they did not give up Zero. But the embryo soldiers still shot everyone. The merchant was very seriously wounded and said that no one gave up Zero. He needs to take revenge on behalf of Hu Hongjun. Zero realized that his hospitable friends were dead. Last night they ate chicken together, and today they were killed for sheltering a guest. Here, among the bloody corpses, someone's weak voice was heard. He said, "Don't trust him, brother. It was a thief and Hu's nephew." He said that the merchant betrayed Uncle Hu, saying that he sheltered Zero. Until his last breath, Uncle Hu did not tell where Zero was going. He did not indicate his exact location, and for this he was shot. Zero's heart almost stopped. His new friend, until the very last moment, did not want to tell where his new friend had fled. After examining Zero's dead body, he realized that he was lying in the opposite direction to where Zero had fled. Hu pointed in the wrong direction and deceived the embryo Zero soldiers. took off his cloak and covered his dead friend. The merchant realized that his lies had been exposed, and Zero realized who had truly betrayed him and brought death to the peaceful camp. Zero loaded the gun, but the merchant begged to spare him. "It's not so simple as whose nephew said." The merchant considered him the culprit. It was very painful for Zero to feel that a person who knew him for a couple of hours decided to accept death rather than hand over his new comrade, who was a real man who died because of such a coward as Merchant. Zero could barely hold back his tears. Zero pointed the gun at the wounded merchant to make his death easier and shot him. Zero continued searching the destroyed camp. He knew that who indicated a direction that leads to nowhere, which means the soldiers will soon go in the opposite direction. Since Zero had little time left, he decided, without leaving the camp, to organize an ambush for the embryo fighters who would soon return here. Zero has opened a new task to destroy a squad of samples and avenge his dead friend. As a reward will receive 15,000 experience points. Zero really wanted to take revenge on these crazy experimental subjects. He began to prepare for a meeting with them, arming himself to the fullest. He began to reload the machine guns, adjust the sights on the rifles, check the operation of all mechanisms. There was a battle ahead. Thanks to his class skills as a mechanic, he managed to greatly improve the sniper rifle. Now even this weapon thirsted for the blood of his enemies. Zero intended to make number one and the others regret what they did. All the weapons were loaded. Having found nothing in the direction that who indicated, the detachment of soldiers returned back. It was late at night. They spent the whole day searching. Zero watched them from the slope, hiding behind the trees. Everything happened as he predicted. The soldiers returned back to camp. Number one calmly looked out of the window of the armored car. He knew that since Zero was not in that direction, it meant he had fled in the opposite direction. While the transport was moving along the road, a loud explosion was heard and one armored personnel carrier began to stagger along the entire highway. Number one, in a panic, asked the driver what happened. The driver replied that apparently the car tire had exploded. Number one immediately realized that the tire could not explode on its own. They were attacked, and it was well planned. Number one ordered everyone to move carefully behind the armored tanks, and when they get closer to Zero, everyone should transfer to jeeps. The rest of the crew approved of the strategy. Zero was already waiting for them, hiding behind a tree at night. It was difficult to detect. Zero understood the strategy his enemies adopted. Perhaps it was correct, but it could easily have been predicted. There was a loud explosion again. The armored vehicles flew up into the air. They stumbled upon mines and traps hidden in this dense and dark forest. One car completely turned over. It was on fire. Embryo soldiers tried to get out of there so as not to burn alive. Half of them were already dead from such a powerful explosion. Others tried to crawl out of there to continue pursuing Zero. They didn't have time to rejoice that they survived this scrape when shots rang out from a sniper rifle. Bullets pierced their bodies through. The bullets flew very quickly. Only number one was able to dodge them. He quickly jumped into the bushes hiding from the shots. He couldn't see who was firing at his squad and where Zero was hiding. He shouted, "Show yourself, you're a lousy coward." Number one did not expect that such a high-quality ambush would be prepared for him. Half of his fighters had already been killed. Zero appeared in front of him holding a rifle in his hands. Number one, I can't believe that Zero was able to carry out this ambush alone. Number one considered Zero a weakling who could not single-handedly kill a squad of other samples. He simply did not believe in what was happening. Zero had already heard phrases that no one believed in him and considered him a weakling. One of the main problems with Zero's enemy was that they underestimated him. Zero aimed his rifle at the number one. He was ready to bring justice to the murderer of his friend. Number one was already preparing for death when a voice came from the walkie-talkie that was lying next to him, ordering him to stop the fight. The head of the Embryon organization spoke on the radio. He invited Zero to lay down his arms and return to the base, where he would be pardoned and given a high rank. Zero refused. The head of the organization warned Zero that almost the entire world obeys them, and if Zero refuses the deal, then he will not have peace anywhere. He will be found everywhere. Zero smiled. He would rather live as an outcast and hide forever than work for these monsters who tortured people and carried out cruel experiments. He prepared only one answer for the organization, which she clearly did not like. He said, "I will destroy you all." Zero shot from a rifle at number one, and the bullet pierced him through. The revenge mission was completed and 15,000 experience points were received. Zero's current forces are not enough to fight with his huge embryo organization. He will have to find new allies and rely on his knowledge of the game. Zero put a sniper rifle and a wreath on the tree. This will be a memory of his lost friend who now he is heading to the Star Dragon Empire. A fast train rushed along the railway stretched over a hanging stone bridge. It transported goods and passengers. In one of the train cars there were hundreds of chickens. Some of them were transported to slaughter, others for hatching eggs and feeding people. Zero was also on this train. He investigated the weak points of the embryo. In addition to this huge organization, 6 more nations have advanced knowledge. Zero needed to find new allies to fight the embryo, but this organization became stronger every day and expanded its possessions. Zero needed to destroy 20% of the embryo to complete the task. He couldn't do it alone. The train carried Zero further towards adventure. He did not know what awaited him next, but the fact that it would not be easy was immediately clear. Zero accepted a new mission to destroy the embryo. He had no choice. This is his main mission. Zero needed to get to the city. His journey was illegal and he had to turn to smugglers for help. One of the smugglers was sitting calmly under a tree smoking a cigarette. Zero came for his help. Zero still had no money, but he had a lot of captured weapons that he picked up from soldiers and test subjects of the Embryon organization. The smuggler, without thinking twice, agreed to take our hero where he needed to go. They got into the truck together. It was obviously faster than moving on foot through dangerous forests full of wild animals and pursuers. The Star Dragon Empire was at enmity with the embryo. The organization carried out terrorist attacks on the cities of the Star Dragon, and now they are sworn enemies. Zero knew this city by heart. Further down the road he would come across a repair shop. He remembered it from the files of other players in his past life. Now Zero had no rivals and he would be able to get ahead of anyone. Before, he didn't have such a chance. Zero approached the table where 2 men were playing furiously. One of them was the one he was looking for. 2 men playing board games seemed to be fighting a battle for life and death. No one wanted to lose or give in. Zero looked at the game board. He knew this game. It was not just a game, but a fierce battle, a battle between 2 titans. Zero took a closer look at the game. Blacks fight against whites, but something confused him about it. Zero saw that only 5 figures stood in a row, and because of this the players started shouting throughout the city. Zero was so engrossed in the game of 2 old men that he did not notice how someone called him politely. It was a girl with an orange bow on her head and a wrench in her hand. She asked, "Do you need to fix something?" Zero had never noticed her before and didn't understand what she was doing here, but she seemed like a pretty nice girl to him. Zero asked loudly if students were accepted here. He wanted to study. 2 old men stopped the game and watched him. The girl repairman hesitated a little. She did not expect such a question and answered that of course they accept students. The girl suggested that they come in and not freeze. Zero thought that in the local dialect this means sunstroke. The girl handed him a broken device. It was a mobile terminal, very old in appearance. It needed to be repaired. If Zero could handle it, then he would become an apprentice to the mechanics of this city. Zero agreed. One of the old men who was silent the entire conversation abruptly stopped the girl. He had a couple of questions. He didn't trust Zero. He didn't know him at all and asked why he decided to become an apprentice with them. Zero thought that the old man knew who he was. He had to lie that he was just looking for a job for himself. The repairman girl asked her grandfather to calm down the old man and not to scare off the newcomer. Let him learn and help with his work. The old man thought about it and put all the chips in the basket. He had something to object to the girl and the newcomer. He barely got up from the table. His age was already affecting his slow movements. Another player was watching him. The old man said that he is the owner of the workshop and if someone wants to work for him, then he must pass a very difficult test. Zero was surprised. He didn't remember having to take some kind of test. Zero said to the old man, "Tell me what kind of test you prepared for me." The owner of the workshop grinned since Zero became interested. This means that he is no longer a coward. The old man began to describe his test. In 3 hours it was necessary to make a mechanical prosthesis for another friend of the old man, and if he liked it, then the test was passed. The second man was not happy that he was being dragged into this. Zero took a closer look and recognized his face. The girl warned the old man, considering that this test was impossible because just planning the drawing could take several hours. The old man asked the girl Lucia not to interfere. Zero needs to show something worthwhile if he wants to work for him. Zero realized that the old man was no mistake, but he had no choice, he would have to perform the test. Zero agreed. The girl Lu said, "You're crazy, it's impossible to do." Zero was in the workshop examining the boxes in which the tools lay. He had a lot of work to do, and he had to do it quickly. Lu was dealing with the drawings. She offered her help. Together they could make the drawing faster and save time. Zero replied that he didn't need help, he had already thought it all out in his head. The girl was amazed how in 2 minutes some beginner was able to come up with a drawing. It seemed unreal to her. The old man heard their conversation and he didn't like that the newcomer was bragging about his abilities, so let him show his strength in practice. The master said that it was impossible even for him to think through an entire drawing in 2 minutes. But he was a professional mechanic, and the old man didn't believe Zero. Now Zero was ready to demonstrate his skills. He really wanted to prove to the old man that he was wrong. Zero began to run around the workshop and collect all the necessary parts to create the mechanism. The old man was excited that such a talented newcomer had come to him. Let's see what he could come up with for a drawing in his head in 2 minutes. Zero gradually began to assemble the prosthesis by inserting and screwing the necessary parts. The mechanism gradually began to take the shape of a mechanical arm. The old man was surprised. He couldn't believe that there wasn't a single extra detail. It looked like the newbie had really thought everything out in his head. But how could he do it? The old man began to panic. He said, "My goodness, this can't be happening." The girl asked him not to interfere with her exclamations and objections. Zero first put his mechanical fingers into the prosthesis, then twisted his elbow joint. It was immediately clear that he understood what he was doing. Done. Zero was able to design a prosthesis. It looked great, and was made faster than necessary. The old men and the girl simply couldn't believe their eyes. He did it in just 2 hours and 30 minutes. No one could do this before. Zero put his prosthesis on the test subject. He did it carefully, showing respect for him, and so they began to be considered arrogant. Zero asked, "How do you like my prosthesis?" The old man began to move it. He sat on it very comfortably. He was very surprised. The prosthesis was very smooth and did not rub the skin. It was movable just like a real hand, an ideal mechanism. Since the old man liked the prosthesis, Zero gave it to him. The test subject thanked the newcomer. He gave him not only a new hand, but also a new life. Someday he will return the favor. The old man didn't like that the prosthesis was made so quickly. He said that the materials used belonged to him, and he needed to ask his permission. Zero asked, since he is so skilled and will complete the test ahead of schedule, can he stay and start training? The old man got angry but kept his word and allowed the newcomer to stay. He was ready to test him further. Let's see how long he will last here. Everything was according to Zero's plan. Now at least he has a place to live. Sooner or later he will receive the old man's mechanical drawings and strengthen himself. The man with the prosthesis was in a hurry. He thanked the old man for the game and the newcomer for his new prosthesis. He was very pleased. Zero has finally calmed down in his new home. He will be able to quickly become stronger and gain new experience, and, in the end, take a little break from fights and chases. A private car was waiting for a man with a prosthesis. His personal driver opened the door and greeted him. The man was handed a ringing phone. Apparently he was an important person and not the one he pretended to be in that workshop. He was hiding something. The man took the phone and answered in an important voice, not at all the one he used to thank Zero for the prosthesis. The man said into the phone, "Inform intelligence that the wanted Zero sample was spotted in the western capital." The elevator descended into the underground military base of the Star Dragon. 2 agents were already discussing that Zero had been spotted in the western capital and was seeking refuge there. They knew that Zero was a deserter, and the embryo was looking for him. Apparently he was either a genius or a threat. Since a huge sum was assigned for his capture, they needed to hide the location of Zero from the embryo. The agent gave the order to intercept all messages mentioning Zero's whereabouts. The embryo must not find out where he is. The monitoring team will take care of this. Zero continued on his journey to the 7th district. It was a very dangerous place. He arrived on a sunny hot day at the coal landfill. There he wanted to do one more of his tasks, but he needed to be extremely careful. He was met by Leopard, the head of the gray zone of the 7th district. He asked who you are and why you came to me. There were a lot of guards around. Zero said it doesn't matter who he is, but we can cooperate together, and took out a gun. One of the guards realized that it was his weapon. But how did Zero manage to steal it unnoticed? Zero began to disassemble the pistol in his hands. He said that he knows that the arms trade is now a profitable business. Zero offered to help Leopard cut costs, but in return he wanted a small reward. The head of the Gray Zone was very surprised. He even stopped smoking a cigar. If the boy knows how to make guns, that's what he needs. He was intrigued by Zero's words. He put down the cigar and asked what kind of cooperation they were offering him. Zero said that he will provide a list of requirements later. He will need materials and parts. He will produce and assemble everything. He will need to work here for 2 hours a day. Zero also asks for $230 for each pistol he makes, and can take any mechanical waste he wants. These were his demands. The Leopard thought about the conditions. He didn't like them. He replied that all the materials belonged to him, and he would pay $150 for each gun. Zero was not going to work like that. He confidently turned around without answering anything and began to head towards the exit from this place. Suddenly he heard behind him the word "Stop." "I agree." The Leopard agreed to the proposed terms of cooperation. He will prepare all the materials by tomorrow. Zero inspected the landfill. He calculated that the production of mechanisms would cost him money and his salary would also not be enough. The 13th Division can guess that he works for Leopard when they find out what a skilled mechanic he is. Sooner or later they will come for him. It was already getting dark. Zero managed to return to his new home with his old mentor before it got completely dark. The girl, his new neighbor, was worried about his long absence. Zero replied that he had been rummaging through the landfill all this time. Lu warned him that the landfill is a very dangerous place, and she shouldn't appear there too often. She began to worry about him. Dinner was already ready and she invited Zero to the table. But first he should wash his hands before eating. Zero thanked him for his concern. While Zero was washing his hands, he was already thinking that to increase level 20, you need to own 5 mechanical bases. But he still didn't have a base or books of basic materials. Old Man Lee has the whole collection. He needed to find a way to get them. Zero was already going down the stairs getting ready for a meal. Zero politely asked the old man for access to books on mechanics, which he really needed, to which he received a sharp refusal and did not even think about it. The old man, slowly eating dinner, said that he had no books for Zero, even if he didn't dream about it. Zero started eating and politely said that there is no need to be so greedy. Let the old man consider access to books as an investment in youth and training of a potential employee. The old man was outraged by such impudence of the newcomer. He flatly refused to give him books in any case. Lu calmed everyone down. She brought books and said that her grandfather was just joking. There was nothing special in these books and handed them to Zero. The old man slammed his fists on the table and asked, "What are you doing? Whose granddaughter are you, mine or his?" Zero politely thanked his savior. As soon as the book opened, a menu panel appeared in front of Zero's face, offering a choice of further training actions. He agreed and invested potential points into weapons-based training and basic materials books. Now he has studied the 5 mechanical bases of the armed branch, received a new blueprint for the Ranger robot, and acquired the skills of basic cleaning and reloading. This was what he needed. He received new abilities to fight the embryo, but he still had little time left. He was very worried about this and was in a hurry. At night, a mysterious man in a hat and cloak walked near Zero's new house. He said to himself the target had been discovered. Zero was right. They were watching him. Morning came in this quiet area. Local residents were already hurrying about their work. Everyone was in trouble. Lu was very hot. She hadn't slept yet, and said that things weren't going well for her today. She needed to sleep. Zero had already woken up a long time ago and was minding his own business. The girl asked what he was doing so hard. It turned out he was making a robot. The girl was amazed how hardworking her new neighbor is. No wonder why he is so good at his job. They didn't have time to finish the conversation when a man in a suit appeared on the threshold of the workshop. He asked if he had come correctly. He was looking for a workshop. Lu immediately ran up to him and said that he had come right to the address. It turned out that the man's car had broken down right at the intersection, and he urgently needed help. The man said that the problem with the car was that apparently the engine was clogged. Maybe the guy could take care of it, pointing at Zero. Zero pretended not to be distracted from his business, but at the same time listened to the conversation and carefully examined the visitor. Zero noticed that he had strong and stable feet. Apparently he was well trained. He must be from the 13th Division. Lu herself wanted to fix the car. She considered it some kind of stupid stereotype since a girl is not trusted with such work. Zero reassured her and suggested that she rest, he could handle it himself. The man and Zero left the workshop together. The broken car melted close to the building. The man examined Zero and asked a strange question. How old is such a young mechanic? Zero opened the hood of the car and began to examine it, answering that he was not so young, he was 30 years old. The man thought he was younger, and asked what your name was. Zero replied that first he should show respect before asking someone's name. The visitor was angry, but he didn't show it, he just calmly watched as Zero tightened the nuts of his car. The man replied that his name was Feng Jun. It was clear from his face that he was nervous and sweating. It was unlikely that it was because of the heat. Zero calmly continued to fix the car and said that Fen is a good name. Then Zero walked away from the car and said that the man misunderstood him. He would like to be treated to a cigarette. The man was gradually losing patience. He was irritated by the impudence of some guy from the workshop. They were clearly people from different classes. Zero received a cigarette and lit it. He thought that such respect was enough and said his name Han Xiao. The man was pleased. He received some new information. Scratching the back of his head, he asked Han Xiao, "You're not local. Where did you come from?" Zero didn't answer him. He was annoyed by such questions. This man was very suspicious. Zero closed the hood of the car and answered, "Everything is ready." Zero boldly stood in front of the man and said that the hydraulic pipe had broken and the cost to fix it was $10, ignoring the question asked earlier. The man began to panic again, answering, "Well, you did the repairs so quickly, you are apparently capable. Where did you learn all this?" Zero replied that he was self-taught. The visitor reached into his jacket pocket for money, asked new questions. "Where are you from?" "I liked your work, you completed it quickly." Zero replied that he came from the village and laughed it off. "Do you think that since I'm not from town, I'll give you a discount?" The man handed the money to Zero again, decided to joke, and said, "Your wallet is in the deepest pocket I have seen. I thought you would always take it out." Zero received the money and watched the repaired car drive away from the parking lot. He suspected something was wrong with this man. No sooner had the car driven away than a mobile phone rang in the cabin. The man answered the call and said that surveillance showed that the target is a mechanic. His name is Han Xiao. What danger he could pose has not yet been established, and that he is very rude. Again, new visitors were leaving the workshop. Lately there were more and more of them. Lu was polite to everyone, although she was very tired. The girl noticed that at this rate they will be able to expand their business. But for some reason visitors often ask about Zero. Zero reassured her. He just did his job well and wasn't trying to sell people a membership card. That's why everyone liked him. Lu thought because all the clients were men. How could they like him so much? Maybe she doesn't know something about the personal life of her new neighbor. The girl said that even if Zero likes men, there's nothing wrong with that. Zero quickly replied that she didn't understand him correctly. Zero was unpleasant that she considered him a guy lover. Girls nowadays are completely crazy. They come up with something in their heads and then believe in it. All the elements of the Ranger robot were ready. He was able to get them. Now all that remained was to put them together. Zero hooked and connected the robot's mechanisms to each other. He had received this drawing a long time ago, and he couldn't wait to assemble it. He carefully examined the details and tried to put everything together as needed. This Ranger would be useful to him in the future. The last part remained. He screwed the head to the mechanical body and secured it tightly. The robot was ready. It had good protection. It was not tall and light in weight, but it was slow and did not have the best armor. Zero received 5,000 experience for the assembly and named it Ranger 1.0. He was pleased with his new invention. The robot was assembled, but it was too early to rejoice. Zero felt that something was wrong. He received a new notification. The game panel showed him a new task. They were hunting people whom he might not notice. Zero didn't understand how he could be pursued if this city was carefully guarded. Most likely this was planned by the 13th Division to see how strong Zero is. He accepted a new task. He is ready to take on a new challenge. That evening Zero was safe. But how long he could continue like this, he didn't know. He was sitting in his new home again. But this day promised to be not as ordinary and calm as the previous ones. Zero hid the robot under the blanket and warned that he would not be there today. He needed a day off to visit one place. Lu gave the go-ahead for the day off, but the sight of Zero scared her in such a short time. he became not only a neighbor for her, but also a friend. She said if you were in any trouble, I could help. Even though she was a fragile girl, she had a brave heart. She didn't understand how dangerous getting close to Zero could be for her if his enemies didn't spare the whole village. They wouldn't spare her, and Zero refused to help her and the old man. He left the house and went about his business further, hoping that in his absence no one would visit Lu and her old man. He was constantly under surveillance. 2 men noticed him going out. They were surprised to learn that they could give a whole million for the head of such a brat. He didn't look like a killer. It was a squad of stinging bees. They set off further to pursue the target in their inconspicuous van. Zero left the halls of the city, thinking that if he were attacked in the city, this fight could harm innocent people. He did not want to allow this to happen anymore. After that incident in the camp, he did not want to allow history to repeat itself and did not want to lose another dear person. He also managed to become a little attached to Lu and his grumpy old man. He came to a landfill where weapons for the leopard were made. There wasn't a soul around. It's unlikely that the enemies set up an ambush right here. Zero entered the room and again asked for new materials. Leopard invited him to have dinner with him if he did not refuse. Zero agreed. He had never been offered this before. Maybe something was wrong. Leopard grinned slyly. The landfill was a hidden place, but as Lu said, it was a very dangerous place, and local residents avoided this place. During the conversation during dinner, Leopard said that he spent a lot of money to find out who Zero was and did not expect what they would tell him. Leopard said that Zero is an ordinary wanderer and vagabond who arrived in the western capital to earn a little extra money. Zero was not surprised. He decided to say if the head of this place thought that his sources could lie to him. The leopard poured them a glass of fresh, intoxicating beer and said that he didn't like it when they played with him. He demanded to tell him everything Zero knew about making weapons. Leopard hopes for cooperation in this matter, otherwise information will be knocked out of Zero by force. In any case, he will find out what he wants. Zero liked the impudence and calmness with which they told him this. He was ready to offer complete resistance. Leopard was not frightened by the sight of Zero. He considered him a loser wanderer who could not do anything and continued to drink his beer, not knowing that his source could give wrong information. Zero suggested opening the computer and seeing how much money was being offered for his head. Perhaps he was not who he seemed. The leopard was not afraid of the threats. He said that many people bluffed in front of him, and they are all now dead. The last one was not even given a funeral. Zero imperceptibly reached into his bag and said, "So you insist that I'm a simple wanderer? This conversation is over." Before he had time to take what he needed from the bag, a gun was immediately put to his head from behind. The situation was heating up. Zero was ready for this. He was waiting for the moment when the guards began to act harshly. Pulling his hand out of the bag, she was already in a mechanical exoskeleton. Zero threw his chair back and quickly walked towards the guard who was pointing a gun at him. His mechanical arm glowed with blue fire. The mechanisms in it had already begun to work, accumulating energy. The exoskeleton's hand began to shoot the standing guards. They fell to the ground. They had no way to resist. The leopard couldn't believe his eyes. Zero knocked a crowd of his armed men to the ground. He had never seen anything like it. Reinforcements were called. Everyone who was on the territory of the landfill came running to help their boss in order to defeat the guy. The guards didn't understand how one guy could scatter everyone who was inside the building. Apparently they were all drunk since they couldn't cope with him. Now they'll teach him a lesson. Before the guards had time to run inside the building, they were immediately hit by Zero's shots. They also fell to the ground. The leopard did not expect this from Zero. He had never seen such a thing. But in the meantime the car of the stinging bee squad arrived. They tracked down Zero. There was a powerful explosion and Zero decided the best option for him was not to stand still but to constantly move. Otherwise he might be shot. Zero jumped between buildings and containers. Fortunately there were enough of them at the landfill. Bullets were flying around and trying to hit him. The stinging bee began to penetrate inside this place. They decided to fire to hold back the enemy and get closer to him. The group commander ordered Group B to pin him down with fire from behind while they flanked him. Zero hid behind the container, thinking that he was still invisible to them. But he heard one of the soldiers let him know that he had noticed him. The landfill no longer resembled the quiet place it had been before. Explosions and shots were heard everywhere, as well as the screams of soldiers. Zero was hiding behind the wall of one of the buildings. Bullets were flying at him while he was in cover, but at this rate he could soon be destroyed. Zero put out his hand to shoot from the exoskeleton, but he was immediately covered by a wave of enemy bullets. There were too many, they were everywhere. He decided to urgently retreat. They didn't even allow him to lean out of there. He had never been in such a mess before. The soldiers began to shoot him in the back, but Zero was fast, and so far they could not wound him. The leopard did not understand where this crowd of soldiers came from. One of his guards suggested that they were watching Zero and came to kill him. Zero ran with all his might. He didn't want to die so quickly. He might have been caught by surprise, but he still had a secret plan. He managed to disappear from sight again, but for a short time he stuck his hand into his pocket, feeling for something. He pulled out a joystick from there to control it. It was his secret weapon, not in vain, because he took the day off today. This was a joystick to control his new Robot Ranger 1.0. Now the forces are equal and a great opportunity to test him in battle. Zero sat on the floor holding a joystick in his hands. He was ready for this and brought the Ranger with him, hiding from Lu. The robot has been activated, its eyes have lit up and it is ready to bring death to all enemies that stand in its way. The Ranger went out into the street shooting everyone who got in his way. The soldiers fled in horror from him. Those who did not have time to hide were handed over dead. Even the squad of the stinging bee was not ready for such an enemy. They said in fear with a trembling mouth, "The robot, this cannot be." The soldiers began to hastily fire at the Ranger in the hope of breaking through his armor. There was no other way out. They did not know how to resist this. But the Ranger had no use for these bullets. He confidently rode on, demolishing everything in his path. He was equipped with 2 powerful machine guns. The gain panel showed Zero that the robot would not last long. He had very little ammunition left, and it was necessary to check his condition. Zero had to finish off the enemies as quickly as possible. The soldiers felt that the robot was beginning to weaken and began to fire even more intensely at the Iron Baby. Leopard noticed that the robot had completely taken over the mercenaries' attention and ordered to take advantage of the confusion and grab Zero. Zero's plan worked. The enemies approached the robot too quickly. They intended to finish him off but did not know that it was a trap. Zero pressed the robot's self-destruct button and bent down in preparation for the explosion. But he didn't know how powerful the explosion would be and was afraid that he might be hit. The soldiers ran right up to the non-shooting and inactive Ranger. They were frightened by the fact that he suddenly stopped moving somehow. Were they really lured to him? The robot exploded into pieces and the explosion was so powerful that everyone nearby flew a couple of meters away. Everything in the area was lit up with a bright flame. Leopard had never seen such an explosion, especially in the city. He decided that Zero was just crazy for carrying out such a thing. The man who repaired Zero's car was a secret intelligence officer. He watched the carnage from afar from the window of his car. The operation was supposed to take place secretly, but after such an explosion all the city news would write about this incident. "You need to leave here urgently." The employees of the 13th Division arrived at such noise and ordered everyone to surrender, lay down their arms and come out with their hands up. The leopard bandits obeyed the order and put their hands behind their heads. They were grateful to fate that at least they were not killed. The leopard was scared when he saw people from the 13th Division. They were very serious guys and they didn't come just like that. He remembered the words of Zero, who said that his informant might not have told the truth about him and that there might be a bounty on his head. Leopard blamed himself for not listening to him then, and ordered to quickly give him a computer so that he could check information about Zero. On the laptop screen, he saw that a huge reward had been assigned for Zero. He needed to be captured alive or dead. He was a deserter of the embryo. The leopard threw the laptop on the ground. He became scared of the one who had been making weapons for him all this time, and Zero at first glance seemed like a simple fugitive. Everyone was handcuffed. The 13th Division captured all the criminals. Now they were awaiting trial. Leopard and all his people were taken away from the landfill. He lost not only his illegal business but also his freedom. At least he remained alive. The entire perimeter of the landfill was surrounded by soldiers of the 13th Division. Now this territory was under their control. The soldiers of the B Squad raised their wounded trying to escape under the cover of this commotion. The division soldiers noticed them and ordered them not to move. Zero understood that his plan did not work because of the mercenaries. Now they could steal his skills. He could not allow them to do this. The soldiers of the B Squad decided to fight back the 13th Division, but were shot at point-blank range. The situation became very dangerous. Zero realized that it would be impossible to resist them at this moment, and decided to surrender, raising his hands behind his head. Enough deaths for today. He completed a secret mission to kill all 6 attackers and receive a base skill increase for this until he decided that it was not the time to accept this reward. The 13th Division base was hidden and well guarded. Zero was taken there to an interrogation room. After Zero surrendered at the landfill, he was quickly taken to this place to get more information about who he is and what danger he poses. The man whose car he was repairing was now being interrogated. It was an intelligence officer from the Star Dragon Defense Division. He asked if Zero remembered him. Zero behaved calmly and confidently. He replied that he recognized the man and said, "You are the guy with a very deep wallet." The agent was not in the mood for jokes. They were very wary. They didn't want Zero to cause a pogrom at their base. One of the agents was angry and asked to explain why the embryo put a reward on Zero's head as much as $1 million, or let him tell everything he knows, otherwise it will be worse. Zero continued to joke and said that the agent is too scary. Let him first show respect and call someone more competent. The agents were furious with such impudence of the prisoner. He was right in their hands, sitting chained to a chair. But at the same time he dared to joke with them. Zero smiled and was clearly not afraid of the agents. He told them that they were completely incompetent. Call another. From the glass wall located in the interrogation room, Zero was watched, and he heard a voice that said that now he would conduct the interrogation. This was the intelligence chief of the 13th Division. He was competent enough for Zero, and now they will have a conversation together. The boss asked if Zero was a member of the Embryon organization, to which he received a positive answer. The boss continued and asked what position Zero held in the organization. Zero replied that he was a logistician studying mechanical weapons. The boss did not believe this. He believed that the organization would not put $1 million on the head of a simple logistician. Either Zero would tell the truth, or he would be forced to do it by force. Zero grinned. This was not the first time such words had been said to him. But no one had yet managed to truly intimidate him. Zero told him the message log location of the signal planet Aquaria 8th base. The contents of the message are top secret. The intelligence chief was shocked. Did Zero really know some secret information, and is he really who he says he is? The other agents also did not believe their own ears when they heard this. Perhaps Zero would bring great value to them. He needs to be interrogated further. They looked at him silently, and Zero calmly smiled at them in response. Everything went according to his plan. The intelligence chief, after thinking for a couple of minutes and comprehending the prisoner's words, collected his thoughts and moved the microphone closer to himself. An important conversation awaits. In a rude voice, he asked if Zero was sure of what he was saying. If he was lying, he would pay for it. He should think a couple of times before giving such accurate testimony. Zero realized that the boss and agents bought into his deception, and said if he had not seen the message with his own eyes, then how would he have known about it? According to the game settings, the interstellar forces of the planet Aquaria are still under great secrecy. The forces that came into contact with this planet and its inhabitants were called Vasans. If the embryo gets in touch with them, then things will be bad for the 6 nations. Zero will be able to quickly win the attention of the Star Dragon just by mentioning this magazine. The chief considered Zero's words. He might have stored very important information that endangered his division. He offered cooperation. Zero began to mark on the map the locations of the embryo's bases in the Star Dragon as a way of showing respect for cooperation. The agents carefully examined the map and asked if Zero knew about only 3 bases. He said that he would wait until they checked this information and then show others. The intelligence chief asked what Zero's conditions would be. He replied that he just wanted to work on the embryo case because they were now his sworn enemies. The boss left saying that Zero would have to wait a while they checked the information received. A meeting was taking place next door. Some believed that they could trust Zero, or as they called him Han Shao. Others were afraid that he had given false information. A discussion was going on. One of the council members said that the 13th Division does not need negotiations. They need to detain the suspect and force him to reveal all the information he has. Another employee said that this is nonsense, and Han Shao showed them his good and honest intentions. They should not refuse his help. It's better to cooperate. The council members shouted and accused each other. claiming that some of them were cowards because they were afraid of Zero and agreed to his conditions, others that they were behaving too aggressively and stupidly. The man sitting at the head of the table was the director. He said that they could cooperate with him and involve him in the business, and at the same time control him. Another board member said that if the director insists on this, it would be better to send Zero to the logistics department, where he will be useful and can be monitored. The director said that Han Shao has experience in combat, and it would be better to send him to the covert operations department. There they will let him fight against the embryo, and they will see his true intentions. In another room where the search took place, the objects were already dismantled and everything that Zero had with him was examined. One of the engineers, seeing Zero's exoskeleton, was surprised. The one who made this mechanical arm, in his opinion, was simply a genius. The exoskeleton had 4 levels of encryption. A council member asked whether it would be possible to break them or not. The engineer noted that only encryption was well done, and the creator of this is a simple hillbilly for whom any garbage has value, hinting at Zero. The council member laughed and asked what engineer's invention is better than this exoskeleton. It's clearly not a sticky bomb or a mechanical gun that can't hit the target. The council member continued to list the engineer's inventions. One of them was a fake breast that shoots needles. The agents who wore it are still in the hospital. One of the agents reported on a successful operation with Zero. Now, as they called him, Han Shao entered the covert operations department and was completely under control. The one with whom he spoke on the phone had already met Zero. Then he could not even think that he was being followed from the very beginning. It was an old man to whom he gave his mechanical prosthesis during the mechanic test. The old man was sure that Zero would play an important role in the fight against the embryo. At night, a dilapidated city engulfed in war, the most terrible misfortune that can only befall its inhabitants. The destroyed buildings have long stood empty. The streets of the city were completely destroyed. Children had not run along them for a long time. People had not walked. The glass of broken windows filled the ground. The Embryon organization established a base in the city, which caused protests and armed conflict. Now tanks and armored vehicles were driving everywhere, shells were flying everywhere, and death was being spread. The tank man ordered the others to fire to kill at the embryo base and show them who is the boss here. The others heard his order and moved into position. The embryo fired back with everything they could, using machine guns and grenades. They could not understand how the Star Dragon found out about their location. This was the secret base 45 of the Embryon organization. It was filled with soldiers and heavy military equipment. The Star Dragon's special agent squad was supposed to be resting while their commander recovered from his injuries. But they were called to an urgent battle and sent to fight on the front lines. The hacker of this team tried to hack the computer, but his actions were detected and the system started the format initialization procedure. An alarm siren rang throughout the room and an order was given to all units to immediately go to the main room. The soldiers heard the order and immediately moved into position, armed to the teeth. They ran as fast as they could. They had been training for such cases for a long time. One of the special agent girls knew that a mess would soon begin and asked the hacker Ling Yao to hurry up. They had too little time. Soon there would be a whole enemy combat squad here. Lin managed to enter the enemy's system but warned that he would need about 3 minutes and the enemies would be here in 1 minute, or even less. He needed cover. One of the agents took out a huge and heavy bag, saying that the commander had given them new equipment before this mission. Lin warned that this thing would not explode right in their hands. The girl agent put on an exoskeleton. She knew that they had no choice. The most important thing was that the data they were trying to obtain was not damaged, otherwise the mission would be failed. The girl put on the exoskeleton. It was unusual for her, but it was light and well made. She sighed heavily and ran ahead. She hit the wall with a flourish. The exoskeleton was precisely designed for such tasks. It enhanced her capabilities tenfold, and the blow turned out to be very powerful. The girl made a hole. She didn't expect such an effect from the new device and even said, "Wow, it's so powerful." Hacker Lin is almost finished. He asked to cover his back while he hacks the enemy's database. He needs a little time. The main thing is that he doesn't get shot. The rest of the team also armed themselves with light exoskeletons and began to fight with the embryo soldiers. The new armor turned out to be very suitable for close combat. While the agents dealt with the soldiers in heavy battles, the hacker continued his work and almost managed to complete the task. The formatting was completed and the task of starting the self-destruction of the system was given. The hacker did his job. He slammed his laptop shut. He did everything he could, even though it was not just an embryo security system that was very hackable and only the most experienced people could do it. The agents began to leave the building. The girl asked if everything worked out, to which the hacker confidently replied that he had completed his task. Now he needed to get out of here alive. A powerful explosion occurred and the building shattered into pieces. Apparently this was provoked by Lin's actions. One of the embryo's secret bases was found in the distance. It was completely classified and hidden from enemy countries and organizations. There was a meeting on the agenda. It was established that the 45 embryo base was destroyed by a star dragon. They did not expect such a blow. The head of the organization who had previously pursued Zero could not believe that this secret base could be discovered because all information about it was carefully hidden. He was informed that perhaps this base was declassified by their experimental sample Zero. But how did he manage to find out about the location of the base during the time that he was under their control? The head of the organization was furious and ordered to check everyone who had access to information about the location of the base, and immediately inform him if anyone was found suspicious. The person who contacted the head accepted the order. The head intended to cleanse the organization of traitors and those who do not know how to keep their mouths shut. The fighters returned from the battle to the Star Dragon's base. They were tired and battle-weary, but they had done their job. The hacker praised the girl and other fighters. They obtained a large amount of information and the authorities were completely satisfied with them. Now they can rest peacefully. One of the dragon agents asked if the fighters liked the new exoskeletons, and it was time to return them back to headquarters. The girl agent was simply delighted with this mechanical arm. She helped them evacuate easily, but she was wondering who designed it. This information was classified and who produced these mechanical exoskeletons could not be disclosed. The agents asked whether they would still be given such powerful devices. The answer already depended on the leadership of the Star Dragon. But it was clear that the exoskeletons showed themselves well on the battlefield and saved the lives of their fighters and obtained the necessary information. In a quiet city where there were no wars or destruction, there was a workshop in which Zero once studied and worked for an old man and lived next door to his granddaughter. A conversation was held over delicious food. The girl was very worried about Han Xiao. He had been gone for 3 days, he had disappeared and it was not good. Her old man asked her to be more optimistic. Perhaps he died a peaceful death a long time ago. The girl had tears in her eyes and asked her old man to find someone who could help find Khan. But the old man was not interested. He said he shouldn't even dream about it. He remembered when Zero asked him for books and he refused him. Then his granddaughter happily provided the newcomer with all his books. She stole them. The granddaughter was no slouch and threatened to sell all the wine that her grandfather was hiding under the floor in the bedroom. She knew all his secrets. The old man didn't know that she even knew about his stash and asked her to calm down. He would find her missing friend. The metal hand lay on the table next to her. The phone rang. Apparently it was a very important call. It was that old man with the prosthesis. He was talking with the old man Lu. His grandfather was very interested in where his new worker had gone because his granddaughter was threatening to destroy his entire wine collection. The men agreed that Zero would return back to the workshop and the man with the prosthesis would return the favor he had lost at the board game. Late in the evening, an elite car drove up to the old man's workshop. It was a calm, quiet evening, 3 days after Zero left there and disappeared. Zero got out of it and calmly went to his house where the girl lived with the old man. He thought that they had long forgotten about him here. The girl immediately met him with complaints, saying, "You know how much time has passed, we were very worried about you, and you didn't even send us a single letter about us." The girl, in tears, began to talk about her experiences. In her opinion, Zero could have been robbed or killed. He was not from this country. She and the old man already wanted to call the police to look for him. The girl asked where her new neighbor had gone. Zero didn't know what to think of for a long time and replied that he was just on a walk and there was nothing to worry about. The girl got really angry. She grabbed him by the ear and asked if he could come up with a better excuse. Zero thought that this excuse was also suitable and begged him not to punish him. She sadly put her hand on his shoulder. The girl said that she saw on the news on TV a shootout at a landfill and if Zero was there, he could have been hurt. She managed to become attached to him and was very worried about him. thinking that something could happen to him. She thought that he had been dead for a long time and blamed herself for not stopping him then. Zero was surprised again. A complete stranger to him cared so much about him. He felt ashamed that he didn't even call her and tell her that everything was fine with him. The master also met the old man. He laughed it off, saying that he thought that they would never see him alive. But unfortunately he survived. The girl was angry with her old man. The girl did not leave a single step from Zero. She wants to buy him a phone so that they can always be in touch, and he can call her if anything happens. Zero reassured her by saying that he has a phone and this won't happen again in the future. She shouldn't worry so much about him. Nothing will happen to him. The old man listened carefully to his every word and clarified that the phone that Zero had, by chance, was not the one that was given to him in the 13th Division, and in fact, Zero had a phone to contact them. The old man grabbed him by the jacket and said that the 13th Division, if they wanted to follow Zero so directly, and would have told him about it, and that he could not escape from joining them, and he urgently needed to leave. Then the old man added, maybe Zero will want to stay here and not run away anywhere, because he is interested in his granddaughter. The girl looked at both of them almost crying. She was both pleased and unpleasant to hear this. Zero didn't know how to justify himself to the old master. He began to hesitatingly come up with excuses that he was misunderstood. He didn't even look at his granddaughter, not to mention anything more. The old man sighed heavily. He remembered himself as young and guessed that there could be something between them, or rather some kind of feelings starting with simple care and ending with love. The old man reassured Zero by saying that he understands the feelings of young people, but he would really like to babysit his great-grandchildren because he is so old, and who knows how many years he has left to live. Zero and the girl were left alone together. They just silently didn't even look at each other. For some reason they were ashamed of the old man's words. A heavy silence hung over and no one wanted to interrupt it first. Everything the old man had said before had inspired romantic feelings in them, but no one could express them. Zero stood behind and decided to be the first as a man to say at least something. He said, your grandfather was just joking. He just misunderstood me. I didn't think about anything like that at all. The girl looked at her neighbor, for whom she may have had some feelings deep down, but carefully hid them. Zero could not look her in the eyes and blushed and looked away. The girl was not happy with the words that her old man misunderstood everything. She was a little offended by Zero, and said, if you say so, then I'm leaving. She left, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He had only recently returned from the battle at the landfill, having still managed to visit the camp of the 13th Division and make weapons for them. How about new love problems? Zero could not even imagine that such a conversation awaited him upon his return. Maybe he would have been better off not returning here again after his long absence. He sat tired and thought about what had happened during all these days. But the conversation with the old man scared him most of all. Why did he want great-grandchildren so much? It even scared him a little. While he was thinking, he received a new notification from the game. He read it, and it said that he was successfully completing the task of dropping the embryo, already completed 1.6%. The embryo will improve his powers. Zero will need to take risks to get new drawings and improve his equipment. He is better off fighting them directly. Zero was able to make a new type of explosive bullets. This was enough for him for now. But the enemy was becoming stronger every day. Soon he would need even more powerful equipment. Inventions. Zero examined the new inventions. They were all entry-level, not the most powerful. But for a start this would be enough. While he was sitting in his favorite workshop, he heard the sound of an approaching car, which honked its horn, inviting him outside. Zero immediately recognized it. It was a car of the 13th Division. They again needed his help in the fight against the embryo, or they prepared something new for him. The same person familiar to Zero got out of the car and said that all the data that was provided to them had been checked and was completely confirmed. The 13th Division completely trusts the newcomer, and his superiors decided to accept Zero into the 13th Division in order to together resist the evil that the embryo carries throughout space. Everything went according to Zero's plan. He was sure that after everything he had done for the division, he would finally be included in their ranks, and he would be able to infiltrate them. The man said that he was accepted and sent to the Secret Operations Department, and later sent to a detachment to resist the embryo organization. This is a very responsible mission. Zero accepted the offer of cooperation and began to improve relations with the new Star Dragon faction so that he could directly attack the embryo and interfere with their plans. Shaking hands, the man said that if Zero has no questions, then he can start getting ready and soon they will leave to report to the division. It's time for new dangerous adventures. The girl mechanic sat alone and thought about her feelings for her new neighbor. She felt a little respect for him and not admiration. But if her old man was right and they had love. Zero approached her so silently that at first she didn't see him. But when she saw him in front of her, she was very scared. Zero told her that he wanted to talk about something. The girl was very scared and asked for forgiveness without knowing what and said that Zero was a very good person. What she was thinking at that moment was difficult to understand. She was overwhelmed with emotions. Zero could barely contain his laughter and said that the country wants him to serve it, and he cannot refuse it. Now he will become a civil servant. This is an honorable position. He also assured that, if possible, he will help with the workshop when he has free time, because he doesn't want such a business to suffer losses due to the loss of such a talented employee. The girl hugged the pillow tightly to her. She really didn't want to let go of Zero and looked at him with devoted eyes, trying to control herself, and asked him to be careful because she was worried. Zero was pleasantly surprised by her words. Deep down, maybe he understood that she had feelings for him that were more than friendship. But he felt so sorry for her at that moment he was ready to hug her. The girl liked that Zero would help her around the workshop in her free time. She would wait for him to appear every day and threatened if he did not show up, she would cut his salary. Zero thanked her for everything. He remembered how on the first day she cooked him a delicious dinner and gave him his grandfather's books. He promised that he would do everything he could and she shouldn't worry. In the logistics department everything was as usual. Agents were checking documents and inspecting new orders. A girl who admired the new exoskeletons entered the room and asked who Lu Xiang was here. Most engineers had never seen such a beautiful woman. They were pleased that she came into their department. One of the engineers timidly stood up and said that he was Lu Xiang and asked who was interested in him. The girl said her name. Her name was Li Yaling. She was an experienced Star Dragon agent. Lu Xiang asked if she had heard about the logistics department before she came down here. Li laughed and said that she had heard a little. Li wanted to know who made these mechanical exoskeletons that helped her squad in battle. The engineer thought that the mechanical arm had failed Li's squad. He believed that the invention was made by the simpleton Zero, and it was of little use. Li really liked the exoskeleton, and wanted to make a personal order for such a sample. Lu so hoped that she would criticize this damn invention of Zero, but alas, she liked it, and he admitted that he did not create it. The girl realized that the creator of her exoskeleton is not in this room, and she is simply wasting her time here. One of the engineers laughed at Lu. He felt that the agent had humiliated him in front of the entire department. Lu didn't like the giggles behind his back. He knew that soon Zero would be sent to them and then he could take care of him, or rather mock him. Zero arrived at the covert operations department today and was introduced to his new squad. The whole team was assembled. They were surprised that the director himself personally sent some newcomer to their team. Zero was wearing a mask and introduced himself as Han Shao Mechanic. Let them call him that. The hacker politely greeted Zero and said that his name was Ling Yao, who hacks computers and other systems. The second member of the team introduced himself as Lambert. He was a bit of a verbal sniper. He valued people for their actions and not for their words. The squad asked why Zero wears a mask. He has nothing to fear, but Zero replied that his identity is confidential. The girl wondered why a simple mechanic would hide his face under a mask. What else would be a confidential identity? She asked if he accidentally created that mechanical arm of the exoskeleton. Zero confirmed and asked how she realized that it was. She tapped him on the shoulder and asked him to make a personal order for her. Zero agreed, but it wouldn't be free. Li said that Zero is just a redneck because he doesn't want to make an iron hand for her for free. Zero replied that he was seeing her for the first time. What kind of free service can we talk about? The girl introduced herself. Her name was Li Yaling. She was the melee master of this team. Zero was surprised that there were only 4 people on the team. They answered that they had a captain who was a master of fist fighting, but he was still in the hospital. Zero was scared that their captain was seriously wounded. He asked if the mission was really that dangerous. The squad, blushing, answered him that their captain was in the hospital due to poisoning. He simply ate expired food. Before the team had time to disperse to the corners, a sound was heard from the laptop. It was a new task. The hacker immediately began to read it, and learned that they had a new task to find a black spider hiding in the western capital. Lee said that this was a famous bounty hunter the last time her agents failed to catch him. Zero saw that the reward for catching the spider was small, but it was better than nothing. The sniper asked when they would go in search of the spider. He was told that the intelligence department had already discovered it, and they would go at night to catch it. Quiet city at night. It was a western capital. The city was filled with garbage and homeless people. Zero was sitting in an armored vehicle, but the hacker asked him to collect information because he was their eyes and ears on this mission. Zero accepted the order. Apparently it was easy, but he still really wanted to kill a couple of mobs. The squad tracked the spider based on intelligence data and were ready to strike at it at any moment. The sniper had already looked through every window of the building in which the target could be hiding. They were about to attack. They thought that he was on about the third floor, and until he realized that they were hunting for him, they needed to be silent. Zero reassured them by saying that the spider already knows that they have come for him, and will be ready to repel the enemies. The girl was angry with the confidence with which Zero said this and asked jokingly, "Where did you know this, newbie?" Before the squad had time to strike, they were already being watched by a mysterious figure on the edge of the building. The squad succumbed to the attack. Bullets flew around them. They barely had time to dodge the shots. The girl was surprised. They really knew about their appearance, and discovered they urgently needed to come up with a new Spider fighters armed with machine guns were already running to surround the Zero squad. They were too prepared. The hacker panicked, shouting that the information was false. The spider turned out to be not alone. It was a trap. A close fight began on the street. The spider fighters attacked the squad from all sides. It was a planned ambush. Laughter was heard from the roof of the building, and a mysterious voice said that he was waiting for the dogs from the 13th Division to dare to raise their vile paws on him, and here they are. He was a muscular man with long white hair and a spider tattoo on his face, which is how he got his nickname. The spider waved his hand, signaling his soldiers to mercilessly attack a detachment from the 13th Division and leave no one alive. The squad was ready for battle. It was not for nothing that they were considered elite fighters. They had nothing to do with a bunch of simple mercenary bandits. While the spider soldiers tried to close the distance, the sniper shot them one by one. Li Yaling gave the rest of the team the opportunity to deal with ordinary soldiers. She called them pawns, but she herself decided to personally fight their boss. The girl pulled out her sharp blade. She was determined to deal with the spider once and for all. She began to gain momentum. She was not only dangerous in close combat, but she also moved quickly and was agile, which made her a very dangerous opponent. She was able to jump along the walls of the building, clinging to ledges and balconies, approaching the spider that was hiding in the distance. Li Yalan jumped from above in an attempt to unleash her fury on the stunned opponent, hoping to kill him with one blow. The spider saw her flying at him from above, but he was not confused. He was an experienced fighter and was ready for surprises like this. Li plunged her blade into the floor only as she watched the spider, which with a deft movement was able to dodge the attack by jumping. They stood opposite each other and looked into the eyes of the spider. He reloaded his machine gun. He said that he respects Li but would kill her quickly. The girl laughed at such self-confidence. The spider mercilessly began to shoot at the girl with a semi-automatic rifle. They were standing close to each other, and he took advantage of this chance. Li tried to dodge the bullets flying at her by jumping and somersaulting. Years of training were taking their toll. Thanks to her tricks, she was able to avoid death from execution and jumped straight to the spider's feet. He didn't expect that such a little girl could be so fast. He heard that she is very good in close and fist fights. It will not be easy for him to defeat her. He must be ready to take her blow right now. Li saw that the spider had opened and struck him with her blade. The spider barely managed to block the blow with his machine gun. He was now on the verge of death. Dexterous. His movements did not seem dexterous for Li. He was not a master of close combat, she thought. That means she shouldn't let him escape from. She swung her blade again. Now was a good time for another quick attack. She jumped at him, swinging at the final blow. The spider began to lean back. Apparently he managed to avoid the blow. But the girl's blade was not so simple. Its handle had a lever mechanism that Li managed to press before the spider completely dodged the blow. Her blade lengthened and touched the spider's neck. If not for the pressed lever, the spider would have been able to escape. The spider was on his knees and blood was flowing from his neck. He did not know that she was armed with such a specific weapon and cursed himself for underestimating the enemy. The spider held his neck with his hand, trying to stop the endlessly flowing blood. He laughed hard and said that this was not enough to kill him. He sank closer and closer to the ground, having difficulty repeating that he could not be killed so easily. Each time it became more and more difficult for him to say. The spider fell dead, pouring blood all around him. Lee was pleased. She quickly dealt with him and told Zero that the blade was just excellent. Zero, sitting in an armored vehicle, asked the girl not to let her guard down. The black spider was still alive and posed a threat. Lee did not take his words seriously. She looked at the body of the bloody spider again and said that the black spider was definitely dead. Zero still insisted that the spider was still alive. He was a Superman with unusual abilities. Zero asked her to remove the mask from one of the fighters. Lee jumped from the roof down onto the street to the rest of the squad, who also finished the battle with the soldiers. The spider fighters lay dead. Lee was tired of the persistence with which Zero insisted that the spider was alive. She killed him with her own hands and asked the newcomer to calm down. She thought that she understood the situation better and Zero just wants to prove himself. But he should be quieter. The sniper said that he would still test the theory that the spider was alive. He reached his hand to the head of one of the killed militants and began to remove the mask as Zero asked him to do. The soldier's face was completely disfigured. He had only one eye. It seemed that he was not even a person. A calm voice ordered Zero not to panic and to tear off the head of a dead creature to be on the safe side. The sniper decided to do even better and shot the creature with a sniper rifle at point-blank range mercilessly. Zero ordered to remove the masks from all the dead soldiers. The hacker was seriously scared. He knew that such a thing could even exist. The detachment began to remove the masks from each soldier, and all of them had no faces. It was not clear that they were clearly not people. Zero sat in an armored vehicle and controlled a flying reconnaissance drone with which he could monitor the area and warn others about the danger. Camera where Zero saw through the drone camera where the dead soldiers were who had not yet lost their heads. He noticed at 3 o'clock the corpse of which needed to be finally finished off. Zero, sitting in the control cabin, gave orders at 4 o'clock. Another enemy was also noticed, and another one clockwise. The flying drone easily tracked all ground targets. It was ideal for working in such terrain. Enemies were also spotted behind the squad and at 6 o'clock. The hacker was reloading the machine gun. He had already used up more than one magazine of ammunition. Zero commanded into his earpiece that there was another enemy on the right. The hacker shot another enemy head. There were dozens of them lying all over the battlefield. They hoped that they at least had enough ammunition. The team seemed to have dealt with all the dead. Only the missing head remained. Zero asked not to kill him. The dead man came to life and began to move towards the squad. He looked like a zombie. He shouldn't have been killed. You just had to break his arms and legs so that he wouldn't break free and pose a threat. The zombie had black empty eyes and there was a sign of a spider on his face. He mumbled in a creepy voice that it was impossible to kill him. It was better not to waste energy on him. It was a terrible picture. The sniper knocked the zombie to the ground. The rest of the squad surrounded him to be ready for new surprises. The dead man said that they don't even know about his strength. Zero realized what kind of power it was. Parasitic copying. At a certain time the spider could create copies without faces. This was his masked soldiers. Every single one of them. The clones could follow the spider, and in case of danger he could reincarnate into one of them. He scattered his clones all over the world to completely protect himself. Zero received a little experience for completing the task of catching the spider. But he was not glad that they gave him very little experience, and the task was not easy. Zero returned to the workshop where life was in full swing. But since he first appeared there, small changes have occurred. The workshop building began to expand. There was construction going on in the building. They were building a new room for the workshop. The girl was very happy about it, and grateful to Zero for his help. Zero was also pleased with the huge number of new orders from agents for the retractable blade. At this rate he will soon become rich. Meanwhile, in the Star Dragon Logistics Department of the 13th Division, fierce debates and arguments were taking place between the agents. On the one hand, they admired Zero's talents and his help, but there were also moments that annoyed them. Zero didn't give them his drawings and they couldn't come to terms with it. They were used to all their subordinates carrying out all their orders without discussion. The mustachioed council member was also present at this secret meeting. He asked if anyone thought that without drawings they could not do anything, then let one of the agents buy a retractable blade, and they themselves will be able to make a drawing from it. The person needs to go to the Secret Service Department and purchase a blade without arousing suspicion. One of the agents was sent to get the blade. He came to the Zero Squad and asked to give it to him and receive a large financial reward for his cooperation. Lee came forward and said that they wanted to buy the blade to simply copy it, and she would not agree to such a deal. This is not the way to treat people. Began to leave. The squad turned around and began to leave. They fundamentally did not want to sell the weapons created by Zero. Their new team member, the agent, timidly and awkwardly tried to stop. The whole team resolutely refused such a deal. They didn't want to participate in this business. They said that this couldn't be done since they couldn't do it themselves, so they decided to just steal from others. The upset agent was about to leave when one man called him and offered to buy a blade from him. The man asked for $30,000 and not $1 less. The rest of the guys sadly looked at him with contempt. The deal took place and the agents shook hands. The Zero blade was sold for $30,000. After receiving the blade, work was in full swing on analyzing its structure. The agents really wanted to understand how it works. The best minds and engineers of the 13th Division took up this matter. They wanted to carry out analyses and analysis before Zero and the rest became aware of it. The council member hurried the engineer. He didn't know if it would be possible to recreate the drawing using the blade. The engineer assured that there was no code on it, and he could easily recreate the drawing. If the engineer copes with the task, he will no longer have to serve in his department. He will be promoted to the Research and Development Department. The engineer was very interested in this. Zero, meanwhile, was in the workshop repairing mechanisms and helping with construction as much as he could. Over the phone, Lee Allen told him that all the agents had cancelled orders for weapons from him. Zero couldn't believe it. Money was very important to him now. Someone had set him up. Zero understood what was going on. They decided that they had fooled him. But he was ready for that knife in the back. He collected all the blades he had and put them in boxes. He had a plan for revenge on the 13th Division. Zero went to a new place to exact his revenge. He hoped for honest cooperation, but he was deceived and he knew what he would do next. It was the 8th district in which there was an illegal clandestine weapons company. He went there to make a new deal. Inside the building, he was already negotiating his product. They appreciated it and asked if he could supply it to them on an ongoing basis. But Zero had a better offer for them. Zero asked if they were interested in buying the blueprints. Then he could sell them thousands of retractable blades at $5,000 for each sample and $1 million for the blueprint. The man who negotiated with him was a little shocked at such a high price for all this, and he asked to give up the price at least a little. Zero refused. He insisted on his price and not $1 less. The man was forced to agree. He liked the product too much. Yesterday they confirmed the report from the Research and Development Department, and now the retractable blade belonged to them. The agent came to report to his superiors about his successes in these matters. The boss listened to him attentively. The boss tried to reassure the agent about his ambitions and asked him to wait for the time when everything would definitely work out. The agent said that there is no need to worry about Han Xiao. He does not intend to join the 13th Division. He will not do anything. The boss looked into the agent's eyes. He knew what secret he was keeping and slowly pulled out an envelope hidden under a mountain of papers and books. The agent realized that he could be figured out but tried not to show it. He said that he did not understand what was in this envelope. The boss's envelope contained information that the agent took advantage of his capabilities and resold the weapons to the division. He was very disappointed with his action. Hundreds of people worked in the same office building, going about their business after their lunch break. Two agents were talking. There were rumors that their boss was secretly resell weapons and an inspection came to him. The other agent did not believe in it. He believed that Zero had framed their boss. Perhaps someone from the top helped him with this. It's unlikely that he himself could pull this off. They noticed that Zero was there and fell silent. They noticed how Zero was politely led into the office. They didn't understand why there was so much attention to the person of a simple mechanic. Zero was taken into a meeting room where a serious conversation awaits him about rumors about the illegal sale of weapons and what his opinion is on this matter. At least he thought that they would talk about it. Zero opened his eyes wide when he saw who was waiting for him in this office. He did not expect to see this person. It was an old man whom he met on the first day of his appearance in the workshop playing board games and for whom he was making a prosthesis as a test. He asked if Zero was surprised to see him. But Zero pretended that he didn't know who he was, turned on his acting and asked in a timid voice who you were. The man said that there is no need to worry. He simply takes an active part in the life of the 13th Division and offered to sit at the table. The man smoked a cigarette and behaved confidently. He was not the last person here and asked Zero how they would solve the problem that had arisen. Zero stood opposite him and said that he would not tolerate such impudence, and demanded compensation. One of the agents looked straight at him and said that he sold the drawings and he himself was completely searched. Such compensation would be enough. Zero was tired of hearing the words of accusation addressed to him. He had something to say in response. He slammed his hand on the table and prepared to make a speech. He said if the agent had not stolen the drawing from him from the very beginning, then Zero would have earned much more from the orders of other agents from the very beginning. It was his job and this is still compensation. The agent began to make excuses and said if Zero had had the drawing from the very beginning, then maybe he would have sold the drawing to the division. Another man asked Zero to express his conditions for solving this problem. He responded by saying that he just wanted this to not happen again. Zero thought about it. He wanted to ask for another favor that was very important to him at that moment. Access. He asked to be given special access so he could look at the knowledge of advanced mechanical engineering. There was silence in the hall. Everyone just looked at each other. What Zero asked for was a very serious matter. Zero thought that this was his chance to gain access from the Sixth Nation and the embryo have different statements. This moment could determine his future success. If he fails now, he will have to take too long to gain clearance. The old man looked at him carefully without taking his eyes off. He realized that Zero was not bluffing. The old man agreed with Zero's proposal and gave permission for him to gain access. And he just grinned. Zero was very surprised that he was allowed to do this. He didn't even believe it at first, and thought it was a joke. One of the agents was simply annoyed by this. He said that advanced knowledge requires level 5 clearance, and this is against the rules. The old man said that Zero just wants to look. He can be allowed to just walk around there for 1 hour. The meeting was over. Zero got what he needed. He had permission in his pocket. He was assigned to the 13th Division's underground headquarters where he could gain knowledge of advanced mechanics and engineering. Old Man Zero and the agent entered there, but before getting there Zero must know about several rules. He was warned that surveillance was being carried out around the clock and if he tried to throw something away, the doors would automatically close in an hour. Zero was enough, and this time he will learn everything in less than a minute, and an hour is already too much. He went to the computer and began to look through secret classified information, drawings and structures. There he found advanced knowledge about weapons, and it turned out that the Star Dragon only had one advanced material, but it was of very high quality. He discovered a lot of interesting things there that will help him become even stronger in the future. For example, the synthesis of advanced material. He confirmed and the learning process began. The game screen asked not to turn off the computer and wait. The training was successful. He completed the mission and had to choose one of 3 options: a cannon master mechanic and a mechanical fighter. He chose a mechanic. It was written to him that he had successfully changed his class. He was a mechanic student with new characteristics, and he felt that his whole body was filled with energy. And the agent watched Zero closely and didn't like the fact that he was smiling. Zero was pleased that he succeeded, although it was hard to believe. But now he has become even stronger. But he shouldn't get too arrogant. He still has a long way to go. The rays of the sun are on the wing of the city, and the light even fell into the dark workshop building where Zero lived for some time. After leveling up, his aura began to emit magnetism, which is quite unusual for the mechanic class. Aura is the basis of the strength of super people. After studying techniques for pumping up the aura, his strength will begin to grow unusually quickly. He was sorry that training required experience and stamina points, and since he still needed to make weapons, he would be able to train twice a day. While he was calmly training in his room, his phone rang. It was an urgent call. There was a message from Lou. She said that the captain had been discharged from the hospital, and he was asking the whole team to come and gather. Meanwhile, a secret meeting was taking place in one of the offices of the Star Dragon Secret Service Department. One of the agents sarcastically asked if it was true that Han Shao would no longer sell his weapons. But they didn't care about that. He's just a pathetic mechanic, in their opinion. If necessary, they'll buy weapons from someone else. Suddenly the other agents suddenly fell silent and turned away from him, pretending to be doing their work. The evil agent did not understand what happened. Now, Zero entered the room, and the other agents did not want to spoil relations with him, especially so that he would notice that they were gossiping about him. What was supposed to happen in this room was for the sake of which Zero left his workshop and came to the meeting. The rest of the team was also assembled. They were waiting for their commander, and what information he wanted to present to them. Zero looked around carefully. He was a little worried because he didn't know how an experienced commander with whom he was not yet acquainted would react to him. The commander was a muscular tall man, he asked, looking at Zero. "Are you Han Shao?" And the sniper and the hacker and the girl had been waiting for Zero for a long time. Sitting in the office and talking with his commander, they introduced him to him. The hacker said that only the commander decides who will work in his squad, but the authorities stood up for Zero, so the captain can be a little strict with the newcomer. The captain decided to interrupt the conversation between his two soldiers with a cough and took a lying orange from the table. He apologized for not having time to introduce himself to the newcomer, and said that he was the captain of this squad and his name was Zhang. Zero made the captain's name laugh a little because in China it is very popular, and they often joke that if someone is called that, then his parents didn't care about him. The captain said that now there were 5 of them and Zero would deal with the rear and supply. The captain was not happy that he had no experience, and he did not have much faith in his abilities. The captain will remember all the newcomer's instructions, and if he does not meet his expectations while the captain was speaking, he continues to eat the orange. The captain continued and said that if someone messes up and the mission fails, the newcomer will be kicked out of the squad instantly. The captain angrily said that now in this division you can get anything for money, hinting at a newcomer, and you can even get into the Secret Service department through an acquaintance. The captain began to leave Zero. His words were very offended. He believed that he was perceived simply as a person with a bunch of connections. Before everyone had time to leave, the computer beeped. There was important news. The hacker began to read it. It turned out that there was an urgent mission. The authorities wanted them to leave immediately. Its execution. The captain clarified what was there. Ma Qingyan's squad was ambushed when they were preparing to surprise the embryo base, and they urgently need support as they got into trouble. The whole team packed their things and was ready to move onto the battlefield. The hacker will tell you about further details of the mission on the plane on the way. Lin Yao was ordered to take care of the rear and the newcomer, since he does not yet have any experience, learn his skills from him. The captain was not in the mood and said that the newcomer would not be able to easily get a place in his squad and he would have to fight to become useful to him. Zero was calm and did not react to provocations. He said that he understood them. He would do everything to be approved and he became an official member of the team. The girl was already ready to board the plane when Zero abruptly stopped her. Taking her by the shoulder, he wanted to tell her something. He handed her a box of special bullets, and told her to take it as a friendly gift from their newcomer. The girl was surprised and asked if these were new developments, but it was not worth actively using them yet. Zero received a new mission to assist the covert operations squad in pursuing enemies, and help the team complete the mission they set out for battle. Zero, a little upset after the captain's words, sat on a chair. A hacker approached him and asked him not to be offended by their commander. Everything will work out soon. Meanwhile, far in the desert there was a mess where the Zero squad was sent to help. Enemy vehicles were pursuing friendly transport. Powerful armored vehicles equipped with powerful machine guns had been pursuing the division's people for a long time. There were too many enemies and the threat of losing the mission was too close. They urgently needed help, which they had called not so long ago. Suddenly they heard the sound of a helicopter flying towards them. Help was exactly when needed. The Zero squad landed right on the battlefield. The sniper and the commander who wore an iron armored suit were ready for battle. The girl also jumped from a parachute to the ground. A helicopter in the air watched everything that happened from the sky at a safe distance. The commander reported on the radio that his squad had arrived on the battlefield. Help had arrived and now all that was left was to deal with the enemies. Enemy armored vehicles were approaching the Zero team, which had descended from parachutes to help, and the battle was about to begin. The commander also reported that they had arrived at the battlefield, and were ready to protect and escort a friendly vehicle. Ma Qingyan's detachment was 13 kilometers from the captain's team. There were 15 armored SUVs and another helicopter was also heading towards them. The hacker monitored everything through a camera in a remote room and radioed about the location of the enemies. He had already sent the coordinates to an ally. Zero stood behind the hacker. And then through the camera Zero noticed something that surprised him very much. He saw a prototype of an armored combat suit. This was the only copy in the first version of this game. And this armored suit was worn by their commander. He was clearly not only an experienced strategist, but also showed himself well in battle, which Zero will now see. The chase was gradually approaching an ambush organized by the Zero squad. They needed help repelling the enemy attack. The cars raced at great speed across the desert. Behind them a dense fog of sand and dust rose. The commander told all the soldiers to take aim and start firing at the enemies and to be careful, because they could hit their allies. An ambush of several dozen people began to fire powerfully from machine guns at enemy vehicles. Bullets were whistling everywhere, but it was not so easy to penetrate the armor of enemy vehicles. The commander took a huge machine gun, hid behind a stone and began to fire to suppress. Enemy vehicles were still able to continue the chase without much loss. The bullets, for the most part, bounced off the thick armor. The sniper also opened fire from his heavy rifle standing behind everyone. Thanks to his accuracy, he managed to shoot out the wheel of one of the enemy cars and there was a loud explosion from the tire. One of the damaged cars began to lose control and began to spin in different directions of the road. The driver lost control and crashed into another armored personnel carrier. 2 vehicles were eliminated thanks to a sniper shot. Even despite this, the chase still continued. The Allied car almost arrived at the meeting place with the commander's detachment. There were too many pursuers and they intended to capture the Allied vehicle no matter what. The driver of the car was very panicked seeing enemies in the rear view mirror of the car, but finally help was very close. Having arrived at the meeting place, the driver leaned out of the window and told Zhang Wei there are too many of them. We need to retreat urgently. The sound of a helicopter propeller was heard in the sky. It was the helicopter that the hacker had warned about. Hell herself was in it. Zhang Wei saw what a serious danger lay in wait for them now and ordered everyone to urgently run for cover and retreat. Act quickly. They did not have time to react quickly and red rays fell on them from the sky. It was Hell's attack. The captain managed to turn away from this attack, somersaulting backwards and hiding behind an armored vehicle. Well, not everyone was as dexterous as he. Turning around he saw that most of the fighters did not have time to escape and a terrible picture appeared before him. These rays were a psychological attack. They affected the mind and most of the soldiers fell under this attack. These rays were controlled by Hell. This was one of her superpowers. Now the 13th Division had serious problems. They already hoped that they could easily cope with their enemies. Zero and the hacker all this time were watching what was happening through the laptop screen. They were horrified by what they saw. They could never have expected it. Zero realized that the hacker was a little confused and decided to take the initiative. He took off his headphones and sat down at the observation point. He had to not only prove himself today but also save the lives of the soldiers. He warned that Hell was the combat commander of the embryo. Zero advised everyone to retreat immediately on the radio. The captain was shocked that the newcomer took control and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" But the captain decided to listen to his advice. He realized that the battle could be too unequal and they were all in great danger. The rest of the squad also heard this message and were ready to carry out the order and begin to retreat. Just as they were about to get into the car and leave, Hell jumped out of the sky towards them, determined to crush them and not let anyone alive leave here. Hell, filled with rage, jumped right under the feet of Li Yalan. Now a fierce battle will begin between them. Zero hasn't seen Hell for so long. He once felt sympathy for her, and now she came to kill him. His entire new squad. 2 girls looked at each other. Hell jumped and launched a powerful kick right at Li's head, but she managed to put her hands in front of her face and shield herself from the blow. Li was able to survive the first blow without damage. Now she swung her leg and wanted to hit back. She was surprised and a little happy that Hell went to fight her in close combat because the girl was a professional in fist fighting. Hell was able to dodge the kick and jumped back slightly. She was surprised by Li's abilities but was ready to demonstrate hers as well. Hell tried to quickly calculate where to strike next in order to end this battle as quickly as possible. She did not want to prolong the pleasure. She quickly got close to Li and delivered a powerful punch right to her face that she could not even expect and was not ready to block. After this, the first blood was shed. This battle promises to be life and death. Li, wiping the blood from her face, realized that even though she was a master of close combat, this would not give her a big advantage. She would lose in any case. The difference between her and Hell was too great. Throughout the battlefield, the sounds of blows between the girls could be heard, but it was quite difficult to see anything because of the raised dust and smoke. They, sparing neither themselves nor the enemy, tried to inflict fatal blows, either dodging and blocking them or jumping towards the enemy, trying to kill him. Hell has superpowers. She lit her hand with a bright red flame and swung it to deliver another blow straight to the target. Lee was unable to dodge him, and a powerful wave of energy knocked her onto her back straight to the ground. She was knocked down. Meanwhile, Zero and the hacker were watching all this. They saw that Lee urgently needed some help, otherwise she might die. Zero, through the headphones, recommended that Lee use the mechanical arm of the exoskeleton, and when the enemy opens for a short moment, Lambert will shoot at her with a sniper rifle. Lee heard the prompt and reached into her pocket for the exoskeleton. She was not ready to give up to Hell so easily. Mechanical parts began to envelop her hand. She managed to take advantage of the chance of calm. Now the second round begins. Most of the soldiers were incapacitated by the psychological attack. The commander and Lambert were able to survive and hide behind an armored vehicle. Lambert reloaded his rifle and pointed it directly at the enemy. He was ordered to wait for the right moment and shoot. He waited for this. He aimed his sight right at Hell's head, but she was constantly moving and it was difficult for him to shoot. If he missed, he would give away his location and could scare away the enemy. Lee, armed with a mechanical arm, made a swift dash straight towards Hell, preparing to crush her. The blow was so powerful and unexpected that Hell could not dodge it, and was hit right in the head. Lee tried to strike again, but Hell managed to block it, and, looking closer, saw a familiar exoskeleton. She immediately understood what was happening here, why she was furious, and asked if the girl knew Zero and what her relationship was with him. Lee, hearing this name, thought about it, because she knew Zero under a completely different name and did not understand who we were talking about. Taking advantage of the fight stopping and the dialogue between the girls, Lambert took advantage of the moment and pulled the trigger, and a shot rang out. Hell was so carried away by thoughts about Zero and the exoskeleton she knew that she did not have time to react. While she was standing, a powerful shot from a sniper rifle hit her right in the shoulder. She felt terrible pain. Retreat. She had no choice but to retreat, and she quickly did it as soon as she could, jumping away from the battle. Lee silently watched. Hell managed to escape and jumped quite far away. Now she is safe. She clutched her wound tightly, realizing that she would not be able to continue the fight. Watching all this on the laptop, Zero asked everyone to urgently run away and not linger while there was such an opportunity. Zhang Wei, having heard this, immediately began to carry out a rescue operation. They had to not waste a minute. He ran straight to the girl. Lee stood on the ground, already completely exhausted. The captain ran up to her, grabbed her shoulder and said, "Hold on, we will take you away from here." He took Lee on his shoulders and headed towards the cars until Hell or other enemies took advantage of the moment and struck him in the back. Everyone had one order to evacuate. They urgently needed to take seats in armored personnel carriers and leave. The soldiers began evacuating. They had already put Lee inside the car. Now the captain was getting in. He noticed that enemy cars were slower than them and super people were also hurt. They would not be able to pursue for long. Most of the enemy armored vehicles were overturned, and if the squad captain managed to get to the plane, they could safely escape. When he got into the armored vehicle, he took a breath and was calm that he managed to escape. They managed to survive in this terrible scrape. Before he had time to completely relax, Zero radioed him over the danger they were from above. Zero saw on the monitor screen that the enemies still had a helicopter, and it was hovering over the battlefield. The car in which the detachment was temporarily hiding was under the threat of total destruction. It was too early to relax. The helicopter was rapidly approaching the car in which the squad was located. It was trying to aim at them. The helicopter was able to take aim at them and struck them with several homing missiles that were capable of instantly destroying opponents. The missiles hit the armored vehicle directly. The impact was so strong that the blast wave almost overturned them, but the armor of the car was strong and no one was hurt. The commander could barely stay in his seat. He ordered the sniper to try to shoot them before they were completely finished off. Lambert examined his magazine and realized that he had run out of armored bullets, and he couldn't penetrate the thick armor of a helicopter with regular bullets. The armored vehicle continued to move. They were afraid that if the helicopter managed to make another such attack, then they would all die here. Zero tried to find a way out of this difficult situation and suddenly remembered and quickly told them on the radio whether they had forgotten about his gift that he gave them before leaving for this mission. Gift box. The squad hastily opened the gift box. There were red bullets that their rookie had previously given. These red bullets were so thick that they could penetrate the armor of any heavy equipment. It was Zero's new invention. Lambert could only load his sniper rifle with them, and not miss in any case. He leaned out of the back door of the armored vehicle and aimed his sights straight into the sky towards the helicopter. The lives of the entire team depended on his shot. He was able to take aim despite the fact that their car was in motion all the time. He was a professional in his field and pulled the trigger. The shot hit the target straight, punching a good hole in the helicopter's armor. Will this really be enough to get rid of the pursuers? A small explosion occurred. Apparently the bullet hit one of the weak points of the Iron Bird and it began to fly chaotically in different directions. The helicopter caught fire and began to urgently fly away in the opposite direction in order to escape. Another such bullet could simply shoot it down. All members of the squad were very surprised. Their joy had no end. They could not believe that the helicopter got scared and finally let them go. Lambert was very interested in where Zero got such bullets that could penetrate the armor of even an armored helicopter. The hacker advised them to hurry. The plane was already on the spot waiting for them. Zero was shown a game panel that informed him that his task had been completed. He helped the squad and received 8,000 experience, and plus 100 to the reputation of the Star Dragon. Hell watched the flying helicopter from a safe distance on the radio, and was informed that the embryo had finally gotten on the trail of their experimental escaped Zero. The squad managed to return alive back to the base where safety was already waiting for them. They managed to survive this unequal battle and save the Allied vehicle. The hacker and Zero were still sitting in their office from which they supported the operation through the computer monitor. The hacker still couldn't believe how cool their newcomer was. Their conversation was interrupted by the returning detachment. It was clear from their faces that they were very grateful to their savior. If not for them, the whole mission would have been failed and the detachment would have returned in coffins. The captain took all his courage into his hands and asked the newcomer for forgiveness for doubting him. Without his command and new equipment they simply would not have survived. The captain, although sometimes stern, was still a fair man. He extended his hand to Zero. He said that he would be glad to welcome a newcomer to his squad and it would be an honor for him to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Now he trusts him completely. Zero was pleased to hear this and hiding his smile under a mask, he said something for such trifles. There is no need to apologize, he understands everything. Zero gently shook the captain's hand and said that he is a generous man, so there is no need to thank him so much for the new equipment he provided. This may have sounded sarcastic, but the rookie and the captain now trusted and respected each other. The conflict was resolved. A friendly atmosphere finally reigned in the room, which was not there during the first meeting of Zero with their captain. When suddenly the door opened, someone smelled and asked, "Finally, are you all assembled?" The captain was very pleased that they managed to complete the mission and save their people who almost died in the chase. He asked the meeting of your squad that had just entered why you came here. It was a driver from the Allied detachment whom they saved today. He wanted to ask if those armored cartridges that saved their lives were still left. The captain was flattered by such attention from other squads to his newcomer. He asked Han Xiao in a whisper, "Do you think we'll sell them cartridges?" Zero managed not only to save people's lives but also the opportunity to earn a little extra money. He said there were still cartridges. "I'll sell them for $50 per bullet." A man from another squad was very grateful. He wanted to order 200 rounds of ammunition, some for a small caliber pistol, others for a submachine gun and a few for a sniper rifle. Tomorrow he will be able to pick up his order. Lee hit Zero on the back and said that she would attract new clients to him, but for this she asked for a discount of at least 20%. For selling shells in bulk, Zero could get a good amount of money. He had experience in making cartridges. While he had new customers, for a while he could forget about the need for money. By evening, without leaving his workplace, the engineer carried out his research secretly from the others. He studied the Red Zero bullets. The boss did not allow anyone to conduct research on them. But the engineer still did not listen to him. He believed that now they were afraid of Han Xiao. The engineer believed that the bullets for Zero were manufactured at a remote military plant in the western capital. He wanted to frame Zero and get him fired. He had been fiddling with these red cartridges all evening. Now he separated the head part and intended to look at its components. Thus, he wanted his superiors to fully appreciate all his merits and improve him. As soon as he made a small cut above the bullet, there was a click that scared him very much. There was a powerful explosion that almost destroyed the entire room. The bullet detonated. The wave from the explosion was felt even in the neighboring offices. The explosion caused a fire in the engineer's room. The flames engulfed everything that was there, including the engineer himself, his books and drawings. The fire alarm sounded, and it became known that the fire started in the workshop where the engineer was sitting. The agents who arrived to help with fire extinguishers to put out the fire had no idea what was happening here at all and that someone was here at that time. What they saw next left them in shock. The burned hand of an engineer stuck out from an office engulfed in flames and smoke. He was still alive. All in tears, he looked without glasses at the agents who entered and asked for their forgiveness. He tried to somehow justify his actions, but little came of it. The chief of agents saw that there were disassembled Red Zero cartridges lying on the table. They were flammable, which is why the explosion. The boss looked at one of the agents who was monitoring this room and asked to explain how someone outside could conduct some of their secret experiments here. The upset engineer was unable to say anything in his defense. Everyone understood that he was absolutely to blame for what happened, and there was no forgiveness for him. The boss looked at his charred face and said that he remembers him. He was from the logistics department. But this is his former place of work. He was fired and can get out of here with his things. Remnants of the red cartridges were still flying around the room, slightly exploding. The engineer's plan completely failed and he paid for it. Meanwhile, Lee was in the office where her squad usually gathered, but a knock on the door interrupted her loneliness. The agent who had previously sold the extending blade did not enter, which set Zero up and asked him to sell him some red cartridges. Lee replied that he is on Han Zhao's blacklist, so he won't receive any ammunition and an apology won't help either. The agent was not at a loss and tried to outbid these cartridges from other agents. He was ready to offer $200 for one bullet, but the rest did not want to cooperate with him. They remembered how he once delivered Zero and refused to resell bullets to him. Another agent laughed at the buyer and said that these bullets are not worth any money because who knows how many more cool mechanisms Zero can provide them with. They will not betray him. The evil agent was very upset. He thought that he would once again be able to bribe his colleagues and get what he wanted. But to his regret, everyone refused to let him see the bullets. After the fire, the engineer returned to the logistics department. He was packing his things and preparing to quit. He hated Han Xiao and blamed him for what happened. The rest of the engineers laughed at him and whispered behind his back that he was a loser. Now they wouldn't see him again, and he just shouldn't have minded his own business. The engineer was very upset and angry. He was so young and worked so hard for this position, and now in one day he lost everything. That same evening, after a difficult battle in the desert, a meeting took place at one of the embryo bases. They found out where the experimental Zero was and intended to get him. The embryo understood that since the Star Dragon agent had a mechanical exoskeleton arm like Zero, he clearly worked for them. Also, Zero was somehow able to find the location of embryo's secret hidden base. But how could he know about such information because he did not have access to it? The head of the embryo looked at the hologram of Zero who threatened the embryo with death. They all could not understand who he really was. Now an order has been given to recruit new recruits. They will need to be sent to the Star Dragon to watch over Zero. As soon as any clue about him is found, Nosa will be sent there to deal with him. After all these hard days, Zero was returned to his workshop where he had not been for a long time. It was a cool. One of the agents told Zero that Embryo's spies in the western capital began to look for him and apparently found out that he was working for the Star Dragon. Zero already began to guess that he was in dire danger, and he didn't know if he was ready for it now, if he had enough strength to fight his enemies. The agent, getting into the car, assured Zero that he shouldn't worry too much. There would be guards nearby in the workshop around the clock who would keep an eye on anything suspicious. Zero had one more request. He asked to help him get 2 Mad Eagle pistols from the Dragon's warehouse. The agent agreed to help. Zero waited a long time for the embryo to find his trail, and so they dropped him off. Now he needed to carefully prepare to fight back in case of invasion. It was early morning in the city and work was in full swing in the workshop all night. Zero was preparing for a possible invasion of the embryo. Zero continued to work on studying and creating new mechanisms that will help him in the fight. He needed to come up with something new. Now he was working on the production of an excellent platinum alloy, and received 3,000 experience points for this. He was pleased with his new invention. The alloy was of good quality, and they paid quite well for rare materials. He was happy with everything. He carried out his research further and tried to strengthen melee weapons, such as an elongating blade. Now this extending blade was made of higher quality material. It wore out less and sometimes could act as a shield. While working, he heard the sound of his phone ringing on it. He read a message that he had been approved for the issue of Mad Eagle pistols. They were waiting for him in the detachment office. Soon tests of his new blade from the updated version were already taking place in the training room. Lee ran around the training ground with a blade in her hands and struck at strong armored targets. The blade easily cut them in half. The girl was very pleased with the new weapon. She considered this blade sharp as a razor and much better than the previous version, although it had not yet been tested in real combat. Next to her, Zero practiced shooting at targets with his new Mad Eagle pistol. He thought it was an excellent weapon. Lee approached Zero and handed him a blade. She finished the training, said that she really didn't want to part with this bladed weapon, and asked him to bring it next time. Zero was completely tired after training, but now he had enough weapons to cope with Embryo's people. He sat exhausted when suddenly the game menu appeared and said that he had worked out on energy training techniques and received bonuses to strength. Zero was surprised that the process went so quickly, and now a small surprise awaits him for his efforts. Thanks to such intensive training, he was able to increase his level, and now he is becoming even stronger. All his characteristics improved, and he calculated that, given the dynamics of his development, by the time of open testing of the game he would surpass beginner players by a whole bunch of levels. This was what he needed. The development of his skills was in full swing. He studied the profession of a mechanic and gradually became stronger and stronger, approaching his goal. Zero opened the game menu and saw that there were 12 days left before the closed testing of the game. Apparently it would be carried out for a limited number of players a week before the open testing. 1 day in the real world was equal to 6 in the game, which means there are about 40 days left before testing. There are 34 days left before open testing in the real world. Zero tried to calculate how much time he would still have. Suddenly he wondered, is it possible that the game clock works differently while the service is disabled? Most likely it was so. With each version update, in reality it takes a couple of days, but in the Starry universe, the time span is calculated in years. If his calculations were correct, then with each update he will have much more time to develop than novice real players. He was also tormented by another question. Should he start worrying about his life expectancy? Could he grow old and die here? While he was troubled by heavy thoughts about his life in the Starry, he heard another familiar sound. A game panel appeared which informed him that his NPC functions were unlocked and the player forum was also unlocked. For a long time Zero could not understand what all these words meant. He could not remember what the NPC functions meant. But he decided that the forum might be useful. He opened the game menu and tried to register in it. But he was refused because accounts can only be created with a unique indicator of the loaded user's capsule. Apparently he won't be able to register. When the players appear he will need to find a way to gain read access. And now he was ready to go to bed. He was too tired these days. Night came and finally it was possible for our main character to rest a little and forget about his problems. He has been devoting all his time to training and creating new inventions. In the real world, in one of the densely populated cities in a tall office building, real players were already trying to access the game. One such office worker decided to immerse himself in virtual reality during his lunch break and play a little. This person created a character called Wild Sword and chose a random deposit. The process of immersion in the game began. A powerful beam began to lower the player into the village of the Big Horn, where he would begin his adventure in the virtual universe. It was a quiet forest edge where there were no players from there yet, and they started their start. Compared to them, Zero was not so lucky with his first location. The violent sword gradually began to open its eyes. The birth was taking place, he just needed to wait for the game to load. The portal gradually opened, launching him into the virtual world where he will begin his journey. The wild sword was fully loaded into the game. It was entry level and was equipped with standard armor for low levels. Gradually, the rest of the players loaded there. Closed beta testing was open. What Zero expected in the future was still unknown, and could pose a threat to him. This place was in the Star Dragon, together with the gathering of the village of the Big Horn, from where novice players started their long journey in the virtual world full of dangers and adventures. Most of them tried to get comfortable in the unknown world, examining the surroundings for dangers and also searching for merchant allies and new tasks. The newcomers realized that from this place their new chapter in this game begins. They tried to find something to do and if there was at least some hint where to start. Then they heard someone coming up behind them with a cane, shouting something at them, calling the newcomers strangers. It was some toothless old man who said that idlers are not needed here and newcomers should not stand idle if they want to eat, then first let them find a job. The Wild Sword examined the mysterious old man. You could bargain with him, talk or even kill, actions depended on your preferences. He was an NPC. The mysterious old man offered newcomers various types of work, from harvesting crops to work in the weapons workshop. Specialists were needed everywhere. They would be paid for this. The Wild Sword began to continue to inspect the surroundings. In ancient times there were few resources for newcomers and closed testing would not last forever. His plans were to get ahead of the enemies. He planned to explore as many places as possible and settle down more profitably. So while wandering through the forest, he came across a lying axe. He went to the nearest merchant in the shop and made a deal by selling this axe and receiving some gold for it. He continued his search for a better life. He developed a plan of action and intended to move away from this place so as not to stay too long with inexperienced players. He returned with a bag of gold to the mysterious old man. He needed it to purchase the card. The map showed the territories of the Star Dragon Empire. From it, he calculated that the closest city to him was the western capital. He was ready for adventure. The first starting point was set. Now he is going to the western capital to find out what is happening there. He took one last look at the village of newcomers. Even if the others were swarming there weren't enough resources for everyone anyway, and he went on a hike. Meanwhile, a whole crowd had gathered at the checkpoint of the western capital, which belonged to the Star Dragon. Zero was also there, sitting calmly on a chair and drinking soda. He could not foresee that what he would see next would turn him into shock. Suddenly he stopped from drinking a drink and noticed in the crowd of people an unfamiliar figure of a special person. Meanwhile, the Wild Sword continued his journey, holding a map above his character. His name and his second level were clearly illuminated. The newcomer stopped. It seemed as if someone was watching him. It was an unusual feeling. This was the first time he had experienced something here. Clearly something was wrong. Looking through the crowd, he saw Zero sitting at the table. Or, as the game menu showed, a mysterious stranger with him. You could also trade or kill. Having received detailed information, the newcomer learned that the stranger's name was Han Xiao and he was of an extremely dangerous difficulty level, even deadly. This greatly frightened the Violent Sword with the slightest wrong action, and he could simply be killed and his adventure would end without beginning. They passed each other. The newcomer was surprised why this city was so unsafe. He intended to leave here. It already seemed to him that he was an unpleasant stranger, when from behind he heard someone calling him. Zero saw that he was being examined and asked if the newcomer thought it was rude to examine the first person he met without even having met him. The Violent Sword was seriously scared. He moved slightly away from the stranger, and in a trembling voice asked what he wanted from him. He doesn't need trouble. Zero tried to calm him down by saying that he just needed help if the newbie had a little extra time. The Wild Sword was flattered by such attention to his person. He believed that he was the chosen one, and would be given some kind of secret task. He had no doubt about it, because he was too good in his opinion. To begin with, Zero decided to try something small. He asked for a piece of bread and could a newbie get it for him? The newcomer was very happy about the new task. Before he could enter the city, there was a chance to receive a secret task from a very strong NPC. He read that the game menu opened in which he read that he needed to give Han Xiao a piece of bread. But why does such a high-level NPC have such an easy task and a small reward? Violent Sword was slightly confused by this, but then it dawned on him what was happening, and why he was being given such an easy task. He thought that most likely this was a chain of tasks and after completing this mission another more difficult one would appear and so one after another here he would be able to level up well. The newcomer was an experienced player, and spent a lot of time in other games which helped him read the logic of the game creators. He accepted the task and immediately gave Zero a whole mountain of bread that he had with him. He completed the task and was now hoping to get something more difficult and worthwhile. But to his surprise, the next task was to hit 10 passers-by on the butt and get only $1 for it. He began his next mission, running around the city and slapping passers-by. The city residents already hated him, throwing stones at him and shouting at him, "Crazy." The next task for him was to pull down the pants of a patrolman and get $1 for it. He was ashamed to do it, but there was no choice in front of people. He undressed the poor guy. His next task was to dance in the central square. He could not understand what kind of task such a depraved NPC was. He was ready to give up and leave this city when suddenly the game menu opened and surprised him. Han Xiao offered to buy him some of his goods. There was a folding blade, red cartridges, pistols, rifles. These were all things that Zero himself invented. Mad Sword really liked all these things, but unfortunately they were too expensive. He thought that $100 for one bullet was too expensive. Also, for money, he was offered to improve the basics of weapons making. This was from the program of the mechanical faculty. The newcomer examined Zero again and decided that he was some kind of mysterious scientific director. He needed to take the chance and get closer to him. The newcomer thought that if he learned from such a high level of NPCs, he would soon be able to easily overtake all other players. Wild Sword decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Otherwise he might regret it for the rest of his life, and chose the mechanic class. Now he has mastered a new profession, his path was chosen further, the same experience and drawings awaited him as Zero. The newcomer was pleased with his choice, but before he had time to figure out the game menu, Zero had already begun to walk away from him. The newcomer tried to stop him. He ran after him and asked where he could find him. He needed help. Zero silently turned around and handed the newcomer a note, and so their first acquaintance took place. The note said where to find him. The address was indicated, 5th quarter, building 46, a repair shop. It was his workshop. Zero went on about his business and disappeared from the newcomer's field of view, leaving him alone with his thoughts. But he had a plan. He was pleased with the meeting with such a strong NPC and decided not to tell anyone about their acquaintance, and keep it secret from other players. Then, using his new connections, he will be able to overtake everyone else during closed testing and no one will be able to stop him. Zero walked further down the street about his business and thought about his new acquaintance. He realized that testing had begun and the players began to gradually fill the world. Now he has his own student. Perhaps he will be able to benefit from their new acquaintance. Perhaps even unite in an alliance. Zero was familiar with the nickname of this player. He remembered that Violent Sword was an interesting guy. They had already crossed paths once. Zero remembered that his new acquaintance was one of the 20 best martial artists who made it to the semi-finals in China, and now from martial arts he decided to become a mechanic. At first it may seem that this is not a very successful class. But if you set yourself a goal, then perhaps in the future he will say thank you again. Zero walked further down the street and discovered other players who were trying to increase their levels and gain some experience points by completing various tasks from local residents. Apparently most of the players had already completed the story missions of the newbie village, so they headed here. Here they tried to complete all the tasks that came their way, be it construction, finding food or helping a homeless old man. For the most part, they are obsessed with profit. And until the game itself, they have nothing to do with the whole city filled with new players. Some of them continued to help at the construction site. Zero decided that for money they would do whatever he asked them to do, and he had an idea. Perhaps he will even be able to use them in the fight against the Embryon organization, and they will become his main support in this battle. He could gather an entire army. Such thoughts calmed him down. He walked further down the street, watching how the newcomers were trying to please everyone, and he called out to a couple of them. He came up with a plan and said that he needed help and had special tasks for them. Newcomers immediately fell for this trick when they saw a high-level NPC and immediately agreed to complete any task. But there is a limit on the possible number of awards. Zero could not set the amount of points exceeding this limit. He will also not be able to independently determine the point limit. At the moment it was impossible to add a task to destroy the embryo organization. Zero was thinking about how to find a way to increase this limit. The other newcomers were impatient to get to work, and they asked him to finally voice what he wanted from them. Zero decided to continue handing out a task similar to the one he offered to the Wilds. The newcomers who asked him to hurry up saw a new task on the game panel. It surprised them. He had to give a piece of bread and get a $1 reward, but they decided that this building was too boring and abandoned it. In their opinion, it was better to carry bricks than to complete NPC tasks with such a high level. Zero was surprised that not all newcomers would be as willing to carry out his tasks, and he decided to punish them by worsening relations with those who refused. The newcomers were shocked to see that this refusal of the task had worsened their relationship with Zero. They said that this was a very stupid NPC. A couple of days later, work was in full swing in the workshop. Now there is another assistant who happily carries out any instructions. The girl in the workshop noticed that this guy comes here every day and talks with Zero. Maybe he's a good worker. Maybe we should give him a chance. Zero again gave him ridiculous tasks. This time he had to go outside and pretend to see seaweed swaying for 10 minutes. Wild Sword happily agreed to this too. Zero enjoyed watching his new student who, without hesitation, took on any new task, no matter how strange it may seem. While the newcomer stood near the workshop and pretended to be swaying seaweed, Zero noticed that he was simultaneously reading the player's forum. Zero took a closer look and saw a special advertisement there that interested him greatly. He had not noticed it before. He tensed up and decided to immediately open the game menu and read the latest news. Basically, the forum was filled with completely meaningless and stupid messages. Some asked to be taught how to turn into tentacles, others boasted about the local women. But one message surprised him. For the first time, Class B assignment appeared. As Zero remembered, before they appeared only after open testing, but it has already appeared. Apparently Zero's presence in the game changed its course. In the task they were asked to provide any information and receive a monetary reward for this, Zero's main goal. Now even other players can hunt him as long as they do not pose a particular threat to him. But vigilance will not hurt him because anyone can pose a danger. Zero decided to head to the workshop without delay. The girl didn't even have time to ask where he was leaving so quickly, because he had recently arrived. And she was slightly upset. Every day the same thing happened to her friend. She thought that he was a terrible workaholic. Zero was already sitting in the workshop and studying the details of the tasks. Messages on the forums. Perhaps he missed some new details and he is in danger right now. He looked through the new tasks one after another until he found nothing special. But suddenly a new mission appeared that immediately attracted his attention. It said that Zero provoked a sudden mission. It was a secret murder and the killer would soon come for him. He just needed to survive. The reward was unknown. Zero had already armed himself with a pistol, putting on a holster. The danger was close. The killer could be somewhere nearby. He will first need to deal with the killer before worrying about players joining the After the dangerous news about the killer Zero, he decided to immediately leave the workshop. Lu Qian stayed there, so in theory she would be safe. Zero walked further through the city, looking for the most convenient place for him if the killer tried to overtake him by surprise. Having walked further, Zero found a deserted nook. This was the best place for a fight. There will be not only unnecessary victims, but also unnecessary witnesses. Having walked a couple of meters, so in the dark corner of Zero it seemed as if someone was watching him, he heard steps behind him. Turning around, it seemed to him that someone's figure flashed behind him. He began to examine the perimeter, looking for traces of his pursuer. He was clearly not the only one on this street. Turning around he saw something black approaching him. It looked like a bird. He clearly did not expect such an attack. This bird was hostile, and so that it was not necessary to urgently react to it. But he didn't have time to do anything. A bunch of birds were circling around him, as if entangling his arms and legs with a rope. He couldn't even move. The rope had already begun to wrap around his neck, squeezing his breath. It turned out that the enemy was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. Zero could not free himself when he suddenly saw a bright shine in the shape of a cross coming straight towards him. It was as if he was glued to this cross. He couldn't help but look away and close them. He just watched how this ray of light seemed to penetrate into his brain. It began to seem to Zero that cold waves of red water began to wash over his body. They were just everywhere. He didn't understand what was happening. His hat and mask fell off. He was suspended by a rope and chained to a luminous cross. Crows hovered around him, and from the sky it was as if a huge eye was watching him. Zero had a theory that he was a victim of someone's powerful illusion, and it was the same level as Hell's. He tried to free his hands from the rope, but realized that the more he resisted, the more tied he was. Zero was completely at a loss. He didn't understand how he could get out of the power of this illusion. It seemed to him that this could be the end of him. He couldn't pull his arms or legs out into this trap. Not only his body but also his mind fell into this trap. He began to gradually lose hope when suddenly, the game menu showed him that he was under the influence of an illusion. But since his intelligence is above 50, he can resist its effect, and Zero managed to instantly break his shackles. He was free again. At some point it seemed to him that there was no way out. As soon as all the crows and the glowing cross disappeared, before Zero had time to come to his senses, he saw a revolver pointed at him, and the man. It was his secret assassin and the man who caused the illusion. He was determined to finish Zero right here, and the killer in the hat smiled and was ready to complete his task. He pulled the trigger. A powerful shot rang out, but Zero managed to sit down and the bullet passed right over his head. The killer could not understand how he was able to evade the shot at such a close distance. It was impossible in his opinion. Zero not only managed to quickly dodge the shot, but also took out his pistols and was ready for battle. He activated the superload and began to shower his opponent with a hail of bullets, counting on surprise. But his killer was not so simple. He managed to activate the red shield just like Hell's and the bullets disappeared when they hit him while he was invulnerable. Zero continued to shoot further, and his opponent pondered the information received earlier, which stated that the target was at the level of a special agent, but in reality it turned out to be much stronger. The information turned out to be inaccurate, and the only way out that the killer chose was to escape from the battlefield. Maybe he failed the task, but at least he will remain alive. The killer will begin to quickly retreat in order to wait somewhere for some time, think over a new plan and make a second attempt to attack. Zero began to pursue him. He understood that if the killer escaped, he could appear again at any moment and perhaps not alone. Now he knew what skills Zero had. But the man in the hat understands that he is unlikely to be able to escape, and decides to take on another fight and activate the illusion. The illusion worked last time, perhaps it will work, and only now the killer will be even faster and finish off his opponent before he has time to get out of it. Crows were flying around Zero again. He felt his arms and legs being gradually shackled and he couldn't move. Zero realized that the killer again played a trick with an illusion, but this time it didn't scare him. So his enemy decided not to retreat but to fight to the end. Once again Zero saw a sign changing the game, which said that he was under the influence of an illusion and could resist its effects, so he did, breaking the illusion again. The main character again managed to get out of control. The enemy did not have time to shoot him. Zero understood his enemy's abilities and immediately began reloading the pistol, filling the clip with flammable cartridges. The killer again did not expect that his target would so quickly escape the control of illusions, much less be able to resist, and decided to. As soon as Zero reloaded the pistol, he immediately shot at the enemy, not allowing him to escape since the killer was running along a narrow street. It was not difficult to hit him. The bullet hit the red shield again. Only this time Zero was ready for it, and the flammable bullet set the barrier on fire. Zero recognized the strength of his opponent. He was good, but using the same techniques twice was stupid. The killer burned alive on his knees. In the same alley after the battle, Zero stood and watched the smoking enemy. But no longer alone, a crowd of agents came to his aid. The agent who constantly brought him to the workshop got out of the car. He began to worry about Zero and apologized for being late. Although Zero was not irritated, fatigue made itself felt, and he pointed to the scratch on his left cheek. These were the consequences of the battle. The agent blamed himself for what happened because he promised that security would secretly follow around the workshop and Zero and prevent all attempts to attack him. They all stood over with a burning corpse. It turned out that the killer was an officer from Embryo and one of the best killers who always brought the job to the end. The agent looked at the corpse more carefully. Although it was difficult to identify the face, he recognized this man. It was no Sacrino. It was he, the elite killer Zero, who was tired after the battle and was crunching his back a lot after spending some time in the illusions created by the enemy. His arms and legs were numb. The agent ran up to him and asked, "Were you able to defeat him alone, despite the fact that he suddenly attacked you from behind? Are you really that strong? Zero grinned back at him. It was a very difficult battle. Perhaps Han Shao was hanging on the brink of death, but thanks to his skills and experience, and a little luck, he was able to defeat the enemy. Tired, Zero needed rest, and the agent asked him to get into the car and they would take him wherever he wanted. The game panel reported that the surprise assassination task had been completed and a character summon card had been received. It was a good gift from the embryo. The agent suggested first heading to the general staff and reporting what had happened to his superiors. Zero wearily agreed. Zero thought that Nosa had found him too quickly, which meant that the embryo organization was aware of his location. The agent said that it was impossible to be 100% sure of this. Hackers from intelligence and control the network and monitor any information regarding Zero. Zero looked at him. He clearly doubted that this could be true. Most likely something was being hidden from intelligence, and the embryo was using some kind of secret communication passages. The agent believed that the killer could not be alone and probably passed on the information to other spies in the capital via some closed network. Or he left the capital to personally report information to his superior. Zero realized that if everything really happened like that, he could have big problems now. He couldn't hesitate for a minute. He opened the car door on the driver's side. Zero pushed the agent out of the car and apologetically said that it was urgent to intercept all the spies, otherwise in the embryo. At this rate, they will soon find out where he is. Zero closed all the doors of the car and asked the authorities to block off the entire city. They had to catch the spies as soon as possible. The agent knocked on the car window from the outside and asked to open it for him. He said that it was unknown who the spy was. There was simply no one to catch even if the whole city was unhooked. There was little time and Zero simply no longer listened to what they were telling him. He knew where he needed to go next and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The car sped off further along the road. The confused agent remained overboard and sat on the asphalt, looking after him. Zero had a guess who could be a spy, so he decided to do it himself. The remaining agents would slow him down too much. Zero raced further in his car, leaving the city limits. He was lucky that there were few cars on the highway, and he was able to reach a fairly high speed. Zero called Lee and asked her to urgently go to the 8th district. The coordinates he had already given up. The girl was unhappy. Why should she go to some slums? What to do there? Zero asked not to ask any more questions. There was very little time, and he was driving and should not have been distracted. If they were in time, then everything would go according to his plan. He had almost arrived at his destination. There was just a little time left, so he did not slow down until the end of the journey. They headed to the slum 8th district, to an old huge abandoned church which was located far from the city. Then Zero arrived there. Lee was already waiting for him. She arrived faster in her golden sports car. She asked what was going on here and why she had to drop all her business for Zero's request. Why such a rush? He ordered her to quickly follow him. They continued on and opened the huge metal doors of the ancient church with a crash. If Zero was right, then the embryo messengers should have been here as soon as the doors opened. People and the monks who were in the church looked angrily at the guests. The priests did not like that their service was interrupted, but Zero did not pay attention to their anger. He carefully examined each visitor. He looked at all the monks and ordinary people who came to pray, but among them there was no one who he needed. He ran up to one of the clergy and asked where Ligorn had gone. But the priest said that he had not seen him and asked to let him. Zero decided that perhaps they knew who he was looking for under a different name, and he had an idea on how to describe his goal. He took out a pen and a piece of paper from his pocket, and hastily began to draw. The priest could not understand what was happening. The drawing came out very believable. Zero asked, the one I'm looking for and the one you know? He looks like the man in the picture. The man in the picture had far-set eyes, a crooked nose, a rather short haircut, a light beard and a couple of warts. He looked unfriendly. Zero asked the girl to contact all the posts and check whether the person in the picture had left the city. And he himself would go to the nearest post and check personally. Lee has already contacted the posts, but she was told that such a person did not leave city. Zero asked her to hold tight and buckle up. He drives the car very fast. The girl was offended by such words and she asked that you should not underestimate her. Because she is a warrior and is not afraid of speed, she generally has little. What is she afraid of? They got into the golden sports car that belonged to the girl, and Zero rushed as fast as he could. Smoke from the wheels was all over the street, even church visitors saw him. They were driving at high speed trying to catch up with the man in the picture. Perhaps they still have this opportunity. Zero believed that Lugorn could not have left before an hour ago, because he received information quite recently. Perhaps he was somewhere nearby. He believed that the enemy should have headed to the nearest post, most likely to the northwestern one. From there it would be easier for him to leave the city. They rushed at great speed and then headed towards that post. I hope to intercept the enemy before he has time to hide. If the mission is failed, the embryo will receive very dangerous information. They drove on without slowing down when a railway appeared in front of them. The road was blocked by barriers and a train was moving along it. Seeing this, the girl panicked and almost cried. I asked to stop, otherwise they would simply be crushed by the train. Zero understood that if they stopped theirs now and waited until each car of the train had passed, they would lose a whole lot of time. He decided to act. The speedometer was already going off scale. The needle on it was pointing to 170 kilometers per hour. They were able to overtake the railway and drove on. Lee held tightly to her seat and handrails and asked you that you were completely tired of living. You almost killed us. They tried to go as fast as possible. Now their path lay through a huge high-speed tunnel. After it they will go out of the city. They managed to easily drive through the tunnel, practically without slowing down. The girl's golden sports car knew its business, and it was designed for such drive. At a sharp turn, the car skidded slightly and it drifted slightly. They only had a little time to overcome the last residential quarter of the capital. They were already driving along the final road leading to the post, overtaking all the cars that they met along the way. Zero drove well. This golden car had no equal on the road. It easily maneuvered either in the left or in the right lane, leaving other cars behind. He was driving at such a speed that the other drivers didn't even realize what had just overtaken them. They only saw a splash of yellow and light smoke from the tires. There was very little left to the northwestern post. They were in a hurry in the hope of catching an enemy spy. I hope that he did not manage to cross the border. At this post there was a huge line of people. Most of them did not let them in. They were furious and asked why they couldn't leave the city. Some of them were with children. Some of them asked to be released urgently because they needed to do business in the crowd of these people. A man appeared in the crowd of these people, who was drawn in the picture. Zero surprised him why they blocked the bridge. Did Nosa really lose? Security at this formation was strengthened today. There were too many armed soldiers and they carefully checked everyone according to their documents. The suspect was trying to calmly cross the border without giving himself away, when suddenly one of the guards recognized his face and shouted it was him. I don't know what's happening at the Zero post. He rushed further along the road. They only had a few kilometers left. He was afraid that the soldiers might accidentally let the suspect pass. The yellow car has already passed the road sign that says that you are leaving the city. There is a checkpoint next on the road. They drove up to the post and were asked to present documents. Now a heightened security regime has been introduced. Zero introduced himself and said that he was a special agent of the 13th Division. One of the soldiers looked inside the car. There was Luz sitting there who almost vomited. She got very seasick on the trip. She handed over her ID. Unfortunately, Zero still vomited, although he felt sorry for her, but he asked jokingly. You said that you were a warrior, but some speed still made you vomit. Meanwhile, a couple of meters away Lugorn was identified by soldiers. They had already detained him and knocked him to the ground, ordering him to lie still. Zero was very happy that he arrived on time and the informant had already been detained. He took out his pistol and reloaded it. Lugorn was killed and received 3,500 experience points. It turned out that he had poison in his teeth and under his nails, and in any case the soldier would not have been able to prevent him from committing suicide. On the border of the Star Dragon and Haze there was a base of the embryo organization. It was called the Black Raven Valley, completely filled with military equipment and soldiers. New players were present there and tried to complete a task that could pose a threat to our main character. The hint for the task has now changed, which gives players a new chance. They examined the map on which the location of Zero was drawn, which was located in the Star Dragon of the Western Cap. One of the players was very happy because the search area had narrowed. He wanted the organization to send people there after open testing. they would surely find Zero. The reward for completing this task was huge, and it would allow newcomers to surpass players from other organizations and leave them far behind. Inside the bunker, meetings were still taking place to search and locate Zero. The head of the organization was beside himself with rage. This time Zero was able to stop the killer, an informant who belonged to the Embryon organization. He prevented their plans, and they were not going to leave this case just like that. The head of the organization was already tired of constant losses and was determined to take revenge on the enemy. Even if Zero had new defenders, he was not going to let him go. He was furious and his patience had run out. He decided to once and for all finally put an end to Zero. He ordered to find out about his exact location, even if he was hiding in the headquarters of the 13th Division. After its discovery, immediately send 200 SOVA agents there. 5 commanders are allowed to use short-range guided missiles and kill Zero at all costs. They will stop at nothing. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 13th Division of the Star Dragon, a calm work routine was taking place. No one yet suspected what danger they were facing. Zero sat calmly in his office and saw in the game menu that closed testing was finally completed. There were about 122 days left before open testing. He was right. The update real-time does not correspond to the game. When one of the agents saw that Zero was looking at something but he didn't see anything and asked why you were moving your finger in the air. He was not in the mood and asked to give him all the information about the embryo that Zero currently knows. Zero decided to think about his words before answering. But after thinking a little, he decided to lay all his cards on the table and tell him everything he knew. He replied that the organization knew where he was during their last battle. When Hell discovered his extendable blade and exoskeleton, they learned that he was connected with the division. Perhaps they did not know the specific location, but they are sure that he was somewhere in the western capital. Therefore, they will probably send even more killers for his head, and he really hopes that they will not get to those who are close to him. The agents, after consulting with each other a little, decided to find out what Zero would do next if he had a plan of action. Zero, taking off his mask, confidently said that he was no longer going to hide. He was tired of hiding and now he would oppose the embryo openly. The agents were horrified by his determination to fight. They forbade him to do so, saying that it was too dangerous. It was unlikely that he would win this fight if he acted like that. Zero reached for the remote control and pressed the power button. He wanted to show the agent on the big screen his next move. A map appeared on the monitor that was behind the agents. A base in the Black Crow Valley was marked on it. It was located next to Haixia. It was huge and unlike other bases. Zero's plan was for him to personally take part in its destruction. The agents did not like this idea. They said that the embryo would most likely want to take advantage of this. Zero grinned and turned off the monitor. He understood that fighting the embryo openly would be a big risk. But he has an idea on how to seize the initiative. He has discovered a new skill that will allow him to create one thing that can change his appearance. The embryo will clearly not expect that. The head of the agents was angry. They didn't know how many more secrets Zero was hiding, and now he won't listen to them again, and will go on a very dangerous mission. The agents did not give final consent to confirm this mission, but first asked to construct this object that changes appearance, and then they will discuss the plan of action. Zero headed to the workshop where he was producing new mechanisms. He understood that the majority of the Star Dragon control would agree to attack the base in the Black Raven Valley. This base was located quite close to the loading point for newcomers. Destroying it, the number of players who will join the embryo during open testing will be significantly reduced. Zero, thinking, began to walk around the house and found an open door to Old Man Lu's room. It turned out he was at home today and apparently a little drunk. It was just in time, and Zero had a small request to the old man. Perhaps this will help him, he called out to him, calling him uncle. He knocked on the door and entered the room politely. I apologize for the disturbance and asked to take some books on mechanics. He needs to read them. The old man, lounging on the sofa, was slightly drunk. He didn't answer anything, didn't even say hello. He asked the only question: why were his books needed? The old man continued to drink alcohol and somehow calmly look at the newcomer. They very rarely saw each other, and therefore talked little. Zero remembered that the old man did not like to share his things, and last time he most likely refused him, and this answer will be the same. He will have to come up with a worthy reason to get these books. The old man stood up from the sofa, slightly staggering, taking a bottle with him and pulled out a bunch of keys from his pocket. He asked to follow him. They entered a room on which there were empty bottles of alcohol on the table. Apparently they had been lying here for more than one day. It was the pantry of an old mechanic. The old man walked forward and covered the table with bottles with his body. He didn't want everyone to see it. He pointed his finger at one of the shelves where books lay. The old man gave permission for Zero to take the books. He can choose whichever he wants. But the main thing is not to spoil them and return them safe and sound. Zero was surprised by the kindness of the old man. Usually he was not like that. He was wondering why today he was so accommodating and thanked Uncle Lou as he called him. The old man went on with his business and asked Zero not to brag to his granddaughter about how he led the killers away from the workshop, but nevertheless thanked the hero. Having received so many new books, Zero quickly began to read them. They provided a colossal amount of experience and increased its levels in the principles of mechanics, mechanical engineering, weapons of biochemistry. Finally, he completed his training and folded the books safely and neatly. Now new abilities are available to him. All his mechanical skills increased in level. He became stronger, and if he was not mistaken, he received special knowledge that will now be useful to him for the next mission. Now it's time to create a new drawing. If it weren't for the old man's books, he would have had a hard time. On the game panel, he chose that he wanted to merge the abilities of basic biochemistry and optics, and a couple of others for a large amount of experience. Now he got a smart optical mask. It was definitely the best one at the moment, and all this is thanks to the basic knowledge that he has now acquired. The next day, a meeting was held in the secret department of the Star Dragon in the 13th Division. Since the morning, Zero's team has been working on new tasks. The hacker and the captain have been sending reports to the secret department. The atmosphere was quite friendly. They were discussing how they spent the weekend, when suddenly their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. The head of the agents came into their room. He immediately got down to business. He was interested in whether Zero had changed his mind about taking part in such a dangerous operation. It could endanger the entire squad. And he asked if it was possible to build that thing that can change its appearance. It was very important. Zero grinned at him. There was something to surprise him with. Zero asked to give him just 1 minute, and he would demonstrate his new mechanism. He walked away to the table and turned away. He put on the mask and began to configure it to change his appearance. He was ready to surprise the agent and everyone present. The mechanism worked and Zero, after waiting a little, turned around in the hope of seeing what funny faces the others would make, because not everyone believed that he would be able to do it. The rest were simply shocked by what they saw, and at first they did not believe their eyes. Could it be that a completely different person was standing in front of them? Even the hacker was surprised. He had never seen such a thing in his life because they all worked in the secrets departments. Zero looked completely different from himself. He had a different nose, different eyes, and even earrings appeared in his ears. He asked if he could now join the operation. The head of the agents examined him very carefully. He was surprised that the mechanism actually worked. He was completely different from his former self. The boss really liked this thing, and he modestly asked if Zero wanted to sell the blueprint for this mask for a good price. Zero awkwardly waved away this application and said that for such an ordinary mask, engineers do not need a drawing and will be able to construct it themselves without his help. He managed to get the boss of the agents through, and he was very pleased with it. He didn't want to sell any drawings. He didn't trust anyone anymore. As it turned out, this mask not only changes its appearance but also scans the faces of other people, keeping their features in memory. But it's better to remain silent about this function. One day it will help Grain. The boss really liked the new invention, and he approved Zero's presence in the secret operation. There's only half a month left before it starts. In the meantime, they all need to prepare properly. Then a girl came into the room and was simply shocked by the new look of Zero. She didn't recognize him at first and asked him to play with the new mechanism. Zero asked her to calm down a little and let him say something. He has an interesting proposal for the captain. He invited Wei to send him his armor prototype. He would slightly correct it and improve it. The captain clearly liked what he would do. The captain was very pleased. He had been wearing this armor for a long time and dreamed that someone could make it even stronger and more practical. Zero said that he would increase energy efficiency, adjust the power mode, Make it lighter so that it would be easier for the captain to move. He would become faster and more agile. Afterwards, he will check the tracking and fire control system so that the weapon becomes homing. If there is still time left, he will install a basic melee weapon. He did it. Wei was very pleased. He did it just great. He couldn't wait to test all this in action. Not only will his fighters have new devices, but he will also have. Zero said that if there are no more questions, then first you need to pay for the assembly. He did the calculations on his phone and showed the amount. The amount came out to 360,000. The captain was horrified at this price and asked why it was so expensive. After all, it was cheaper before. Zero realized that he would have to bargain. He asked if the captain's parents were alive. He saw that unfortunately they had died. Zero asked if he had any brothers or sisters. The captain was the only child in his family. Then Zero asked the last question, if the captain has a wife or maybe a girlfriend. The captain, almost crying, answered that no, he is completely alone. Zero was going to completely finish off the captain with his last question and convince him that this amount was not as big as it seemed to him at first glance. He asked, so why does the captain need to save money? This blow was right into the heart of Wei. He asked not to ask any more questions. He will pay for everything right now. Zero said great, and now he will go and prepare the necessary equipment. Lambert said that he will go and take a walk with the captain to cheer him up. And now no one should disturb Zero in the near future. He should completely immerse himself in work because there is not so little time left, and a combat sortie to the embryo base. After 10 days, work was in full swing in the workshop. Zero has not left this place for a long time. He worked day and night. His squad had not seen him for a long time and his phone was blowing up with messages and calls. But he had no time for that. Lee bombarded him with messages, persuading him to get in touch, asking if he was alive. And all the customers were waiting for their mechanisms that they had ordered earlier. Zero had a whole bunch of new inventions ranging from a grenade that explodes with a delay to a modified folding saber to a hang glider with improved compactness. Zero worked all these days and was fully prepared for the next mission. He was ready to surprise the embryo. But these were not the only new mechanisms that he invented. His new invention was beyond praise. He was able to improve his exoskeleton. Now the power arm has become lighter. A new shake function has been added, and the mechanism has become more durable. He also managed to strengthen the Eagle pistol, increasing its attack power and speed of fire. Now he can shoot over longer distances. He was also able to strengthen the metal armor. Such a weapon will scare the embryo. Now he was completely ready for battle. He was grateful that he was not distracted for so much time, and finally took the phone in his hands. He was fully strengthened and was now ready to move out, and informed the rest of the team that he would arrive soon. A couple of days later, agents were waiting for the Zero squad at the station of the western capital of the Star Dragon. Soon they all had to go on a mission. The agents had sat there for a long time and were tired of waiting. They asked Zhang on the radio why they weren't there yet. Then there was a loud noise and a huge transport truck drove onto the road and was driving at great speed. The agents were simply shocked. They had never seen such a cool car. They themselves would like to ride. At night, through the mountains and forests, a high-speed train rushed at great speed, carrying the Zero squad on a combat mission. They didn't know exactly what lay ahead of them, but they were very well prepared. Now new fighters have joined their squad. They have already discussed the plan of action together. They will have to learn to work as a team. On this mission they had a new boss. He was an experienced military man with glasses and a mustache. His name was Chi Baijia. He was in charge of the operation. Now they had to discuss all the details. His subordinates listened to him carefully. They didn't have much time left before the train arrived at the disembarkation station. Now they will all have to work together with the military intelligence department of Qihaixia. They were already on the border and were ready to move out at any time. Now they needed to penetrate into enemy territory. Haixiaoui sent the detachment a map of the Valley of the Black Crow. The terrain and mountains made it an impregnable base that covered the forest. But unfortunately it was not possible to establish the exact location of the base. Since the division was unable to find out the inaccurate coordinates, or the level of military power of the enemy, it will have to carry out a ground invasion and act according to the situation. No one knew what exactly awaited them next, and no one had any ideas on how to confront the enemy more effectively. A woman walked along the train carriage. She was drinking a cold soda and said that, judging by the data, their base is very well guarded. It was Special Agent of the 13th Division of the Star Dragon D'Susu. She believed that the forces of the Hyazia squad would not be enough. She replied that the soldiers who were already on the ground would not agree with her statement, and that they would cope. Lee didn't like these questions, and she asked her not to ask them anymore. If she has any ideas, then let her say them right away. Next to the length of the Black Raven there was a village in which many wanderers lived because it was located not far from the enemy base. There were many scouts from them you could find out information. She listened to the proposal and pasted 3 photographs of informants on the card who could help in this matter. One of them was a man with a sword, the main leader of Panquan. He mastered martial arts at a high level, used a blade with the name Soul of the Blade. The next photo was of Jijia's deputy. The young man most likely had little information and would not be that useful. The last photograph showed the head of the security, Du Meng, who is fluent in various types of small arms. He is a very well-trained special agent and posed a great threat. She continued and said that Haixia sent their special reconnaissance team, and they will join the main squad as soon as the train reaches its destination. Hearing this, the captain of the Zero squad was a little surprised. He had not heard of many cases when 2 squads of special agents would work together. He did not think that it would be effective. Lee also thought this was a bad idea. In her opinion, it was better to let them complete the mission themselves because the second squad would only interfere with them, and she did not want to be responsible for their lives. She was ready to talk for a very long time about how it was better to cope alone than with someone, when suddenly the train stopped abruptly, and she almost flew out of her seat. The stop was so abrupt that she almost vomited, panting heavily. She asked what happened. Had the train already arrived? When suddenly someone shouted, "We were attacked. We need to prepare for battle first." She didn't believe what she heard. But suddenly, in the train window, she noticed a huge figure of something incomprehensible. A huge black earthworm broke into the train window. It was a very scary creature with a bunch of eyes and fangs and a huge horn on its head. This worm was not alone. A bunch of such worms began to attack the train, trying to get inside. And they easily succeeded thanks to the very strong armor. It was a very difficult opponent. Zero was surprised why they met such a difficult monster. He didn't know if there were such worms in this area. But something had to be done, otherwise they would all be killed. One giant worm was already devouring a soldier. The poor fellow screamed loudly and asked for help, but he could no longer be saved. He became food. The soldiers quickly took the machine guns in their hands and began to fire at the enemy, trying not to fall into their clutches, otherwise it would be very difficult to get out of there. They shot as fast as they could, trying not to let people get too close. The bullets and shell casings covered the entire carriage. They didn't care about the bullets ricocheting off the strong armor of the black worms. It was like they were being tickled. They had to come up with some new plan. The soldiers were seriously scared. After all, they had become completely helpless against the new mutant enemies. The bullets simply could not penetrate them. Lee pushed the soldiers, taking a retractable blade in her hands, and jumped out the window. The rest of the soldiers were surprised by her courage. Or maybe madness. She can also easily become prey. If the girl's blade cannot penetrate the armor of the worms, then the chances of victory are too small. Until she thought about it and made the jump. The girl approached one of the giant worms, swinging her blade. Everyone who was on the train shouted at her to come back. It could be too dangerous. She took blow after blow to the worm's body, trying to somehow break through the monster's thick armor, and constantly trying to dodge its attacks. One of the worms was even able to climb onto the roof of the train. Having thoroughly crushed it, the girl jumped straight on it, trying to strike. After several hits, the worm growled. Lee said that in close combat the worm can be somehow penetrated. She needs to come up with something urgently. There are too many of them here and she can't handle it herself. Dee leaned out of the window and shouted that the worm was afraid of fire. They needed someone to set it on fire. This was the only option they had at the moment. They couldn't delay until the worms completely climbed into the train. Lambert knew what to do and reloaded his sniper rifle, but with loaded flammable cartridges that Zero kindly made for him. He knew what a powerful effect they had. Now all hope was in him. He said that he would try to hit one of them. The sniper leaned out of the window, took aim and pulled the trigger, firing a shot in the hope that he could help the team. The bullet hit the target, and the worm roared in pain throughout the entire valley. Apparently Dee's plan worked, and these creatures were really afraid of fire. The giant worm growled and was engulfed in flames. It jumped away from the train, trying to escape and not get another bullet at the worm. The sniper began to shoot at the worms and their bodies began to become covered with burns and, when they caught fire, they began to run away in animal fear. The monsters got off the train and began to burrow into the ground in the hope that the flames would go out there. If not for these bullets, the squad's journey could have ended right here. Lee sighed with relief. She said that it was just great that the sniper was traveling with them. She could have died in this close combat with the worms. Although there were losses, the majority of the detachment managed to survive and escape. The train was badly battered. Most of the cars had broken windows and in some places there wasn't even a roof. Finally the train reached the railway station in Heiss. It was completely shabby and could barely move, so this appearance surprised all the visitors to the station. In this area, the weather was hot, palm trees grew and the sun was hot. People happily spent their time walking along the beaches and hotels and led their calm, carefree life. The squad found it strange that here the girls wore bikinis, and the topless guys apparently had very relaxed morals here compared to the place they came from. They couldn't take their eyes off them. While they were looking at the local residents, a man in a Panama hat approached them and introduced himself as an agent from the Haixia Intelligence Department named Yi Fan. He also wore a mustache. He escorted the newly arrived squad to his base and asked them to follow him. They would need to report to the command center. This was a simple procedure. The squad went further up the stairs and they felt that they were being watched by a hacker, and Zero turned around and saw a strange picture. Local soldiers guarding the territory watched them very angrily. They seemed to be unhappy that people from the western capital had come to them. One of them even spat on the floor, clearly unfriendly. Perhaps they didn't like strangers very much here. Nevertheless, the detachment moved on and went into the office to give a report on their arrival and how the trip went. They introduced themselves and said that Star Dragon agents had arrived. The colonel was in the office. He didn't even look at them and ordered them to be taken to rest, and that no one should walk around the area. After such short negotiations, they were taken to the room where they would temporarily live. And it was cold and gray with bunk beds. They were also old and did not look very comfortable. The hacker sat on one of these beds and wondered if he was the only one who thought that the soldiers were unfriendly towards them, and the colonel was completely indifferent. He didn't even look at them. Everyone fell silent and tried to sit more comfortably on these metal beds. Then one of the agents decided to intervene in the conversation and asked the hacker, doesn't he know what was happening and why there is such an atmosphere here? He moved a chair closer to the hacker and Zero's beds and said that in the past the Star Dragon had graders with Haixia. Apparently they still didn't like them. Therefore, it's better to just not notice and get used to it. The hacker sighed heavily and said that apparently all that remained was to concentrate on the task, and suggested that for now they just take a break after such a difficult and dangerous train ride. Zero stood up and went to the door. He warned that he wanted to go have a smoke. It wouldn't take much time and he would be right back. The others agreed and said that they would wait here. After such a difficult trip, they clearly did not expect such a cold reception, but be that as it may, they will have to work together, as Lee predicted. It is difficult to imagine that the two squads will work together. Zero stood on the street leaning on a heavy truck and looked around the surroundings. He smoked a cigarette. There were armored vehicles, tanks and soldiers wearing shorts everywhere. Yes, the climate here was quite hot, but it was not worth waiting for anything else. They were at quite a distance from the western capital, when suddenly the game menu vilely signaled Zero. He was surprised. Was he being hunted again by some killer from the Embryon organization, or maybe one of the local soldiers wanted to harm him? He was ready for the worst. But this was a completely different game menu. It seemed that the group mission of the Black Raven Valley operation was now available to him. This task was one of a series of group missions. Zero was very happy. This was his first group task. It was a small military operation, and he, as a member of the 13th Division, was advised to pay attention to what he could accomplish. At the end of the task, a reward will be given based on individual statistics. Often very generous. Zero needed to prove himself well and receive the highest quality reward possible. He continued to stand calmly and look at the game menu. He was already dreaming about the rewards he would receive after this mission, when suddenly he heard steps approaching him. He thought that it was one of the soldiers passing by, but the steps suddenly died down. Apparently someone approached him. He looked at this stranger. It was a dark-skinned girl in short shorts. She had 2 huge knives behind her back. She stood right in front of Zero and asked he is from the Star Dragon. They stood opposite each other. Zero looked her up and down, and slowly replied that most likely she was right. He was from the western capital. She suddenly reached out with her hand to her knife. The knives were simply huge and looked very sharp. She pulled out one of them. The situation was heating up. She presented a knife directly to his throat. It was very fast and Zero simply froze and looked into her eyes without taking any action in self-defense. The girl looked at him and realized that he was not going to defend himself. This angered her a little. Is he really underestimating her? And she asked, "What are you worth? Why didn't you dodge my knife?" Zero stood also imperturbably, even though a knife was presented to his throat. He asked, "Why should I shy away? I don't think you want to harm me." The girl liked the attitude of the stranger from the Star Dragon. She asked, "Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to cut you, a newcomer from the squad?" Zero answered her, "You can try it if you want," and his neck, against which the cold blade was leaning little by little, began to be covered with metal armor. It would not be easy for an ordinary knife to penetrate it. The girl was surprised. She had not seen such mechanisms. She was extremely interested in this newcomer, and then she felt that something was pressing into her stomach. This frightened her greatly. Zero managed to get a pistol. He did it silently and pointed it straight at the stranger. Now the chances were equal. She could not intimidate him. The girl put the knife back behind her back and decided to take the conversation in a more friendly direction. She introduced herself. Her name was Vinna, Special Intelligence Agent. Zero also put the gun back and said that his name is Han Xiao. He is a mechanic from the Star Dragon of the 13th Division. The girl left and went on about her business. The conversation was over. She said that she would remember his name. Zero also stood still and looked after her. She watched their meeting from the window of one of the buildings. He closely followed Zero. Apparently his person interested him very much. He thought that Zero's meeting with Vinna and the way she suddenly took out a knife didn't frighten him at all and didn't even aggravate the relationship between them. Maybe he really is strong and will show himself well. Yifan was sitting in one of the armored personnel carriers and saw Winna passing by. He asked him how the test went. They tried to speak quietly so that no one would hear them. She answered him that this Han Xiao turned out to be a tough nut to crack and they should watch him more closely. Trucks and armored vehicles were moving along the road to their dangerous mission. They were well armed, but they had to fight the most dangerous and deadly organization in the world. Yifan said that as soon as all the cars arrive and we are assembled, we can begin the operation in the Raven Valley. They have a reliable stronghold. From this place they should start. Everyone was interested in the huge rear service vehicle. It had a powerful appearance. She said that the machine was really quite good, and they had a lot of them in the Star Dragon. The soldiers of the 13th Division watched their conversation, and they were amused by how their commander was showing off his merits in the fact that they had such a transport were not necessary to say thank you to the mechanic. They continued their journey further, driving along a long road, although here they were also surrounded by forests and mountains like the Star Dragon, but it was much hotter here. Lee was driving with Zero, who was smoking a cigarette, and I was surprised that today he was driving the car quite calmly and slowly. While he didn't want to rush, even though there were no cars ahead. Suddenly Agent D contacted him and asked why they were so far behind. Are they really lost, or maybe Han Xiao has forgotten how to drive? Let him catch up. Zero did not react to such jokes and continued to drive at the same pace. He did not want to waste gasoline on some kind of race. He smoked a cigarette. Another agent contacted them and asked Zhang to come as quickly as Heist's people were mocking the Star Dragon. The group commander decided that he should catch up with them. Lee was horrified by these words. She remembered the last time she and Zero drove the same car. She asked the captain not to do this. The captain didn't know what they had last time and asked, "Wow, what are you so afraid of?" The girl replied that you don't know better. You don't want to stay alive. Zero agreed to catch up with the rest of the convoy and said that just to speed up a little. These words scared the girls seriously. He asked everyone to fasten their seat belts and hold on tight. Now they will show Haixia how the guys from Star Dragon drive. The huge truck began to quickly pick up speed. It flew at full speed along the road. No one could have guessed that this big iron monster could reach such a huge speed. The Zero truck picked up enormous speed and little by little began to catch up with the armored vehicles that had previously surpassed it. The drivers of other cars watched in shock at the hefty black car. He managed not only to catch up with them but also to get ahead of them. He was already moving away from them a couple of tens of meters ahead, leaving behind a whole cloud of black smoke. One of the high-shop people leaned out of the window and his cap was almost blown away by a gust of wind from the truck. He was surprised how he could even reach such a speed. It was like a whirlwind rushed past us. We would never catch up with him. In tears, Lee was pressed into the seat and tears were flowing from his eyes. She remembered how they were driving the last time. But what was happening now? It was just horror. She screamed and asked to be dropped off right here. The hacker who was in the back seat didn't expect them to go so fast. He also shouted and asked Han Xiao to slow down and drive slower. They were already ahead of everyone. The huge truck quickly maneuvered between the rest of the armored vehicles driving along the road and was ahead of them all. They themselves wanted to provoke it, and now they were shocked. The truck was driving so fast that sometimes it was slightly thrown above the ground. Everyone in it screamed and asked to save them. Their screams were heard throughout the area. As soon as they arrived at the strong point in the Crow Forest, the truck immediately stopped abruptly. It seemed as if the tires were about to rub off on the ground. But this did not happen. They were very durable. They arrived first and the girl, like last time, vomited. Although she boasted that she loved driving fast, but she was not ready for this. She believed that it was better to die than to ride again. The entire squad quickly ran out of the truck, kissed the ground and could barely stand on their feet. Lee warned that they would regret it if they asked and drove faster. Zero said that they themselves ordered him to catch up with the others. The captain, kneeling and wiping his saliva, could barely speak and he asked, stuttering, "Have you ever introduced such bumper cars before?" Zero could hardly make out what the captain was saying to him and answered where the bumper cars were. Previously he drove mechs, or rather a mechanized controlled robot. Those were the days. Lambert, covered in sweat, tried to get up from the earth. He didn't like the trip at all. He wasn't afraid of a train ride or a helicopter ride. But if Zero touches the steering wheel again, the sniper will jump out of the car at whatever speed it is going. He no longer wants to repeat such experiments. Finally, they all arrived at their destination. And now another meeting was supposed to take place that would set their further priorities. Yes, perhaps the place of their new gathering did not look very attractive. And even poor, but there was no other option. They needed to discuss further actions. Yi Fan led everyone into the meeting room and suggested that they go to the instructor before the mission. This was very important since their enemies were carefully prepared. He pointed to the photographs hanging on the board and said that there were 2 tasks. The first was to disguise himself as wanderers, sneak into the village of Crow Forest, and find out information. And the second task in the vicinity of the Black Raven Valley is to find the sentries who were left alone and interrogate them. Vina said that they will deal with the sentries and Zero will take the first task. Zero realized that they were given the most difficult task. They were not familiar with the area or the inhabitants, so I did not risk not only returning having failed the task but also falling into the hands of the enemy. All the other members of the Star Dragon squad sat silently, and understood that catching the sentry was much easier and safer. They were silent. They were probably aware of the possible benefits and losses. Yi Fan asked if anyone has any objections, and if there are none, then we can proceed for support. It's better to leave 4 people from each squad at the base just in case. The meeting was over, the goals had been set, everyone was leaving the room. Some had difficult thoughts about the upcoming task, others were glad that they took advantage of the moment, and took on an easier task. The Zero squad set out on a combat mission. They had the second option, so they went to the Crow Forest, a village of wanderers where they did not know the area or who lived in this territory. The detachment immediately understood that they stood out among the local people and they would immediately pay attention to them. First, they should find a place where they could settle down, and, if something happened, wait there. And said that Zero stayed at the base and said that it is quite normal for wanderers to be interested in the surrounding state of affairs. And if the detachment deliberately hides, this will arouse suspicion. It's best to start acting tonight. The captain approved this proposal. But the next question was this. After all, the village of Bolsh is where to look for embryo scouts. Zero said that there is a casino in the south, there must be a bald man with him, and it is worth finding out information about the valley. That same evening the detachment, and headed there in the Crow Forest there was a Wanderers Casino. It was a huge expensive building where a wide variety of people came from the rich to mercenaries. In this establishment, a bunch of people were sitting at slot machines playing card games. They were placing bets, laughter could be heard, threats of reprisals against the winner, quite a dangerous place. There was a possibility that there really was a person who could give information hiding among the crowd of players. Now all that remained was to track him down. Suddenly Lee, looking around, saw a man who attracted her attention. Perhaps it was exactly the one whom Zero was describing. In the corner of the casino, a bald man was sitting on a sofa, surrounded by two women. He was drunk and tipsy. This was a great chance to grab him, and the girl decided to act instantly before anyone realized it. She quickly ran and jumped from the second floor to the first. She decided not to think about her actions for a long time and not wait for an order from above. She threw the bald man to the floor and twisted his arms behind his back, telling him not to move or resist. Casino visitors were terrified. Zero and the hacker watched all this through the screens of their monitors while being away from the coverage area at the base. They saw how a girl tied up a man. Sighed with relief. Apparently everything went well without incident. He yawned heavily and asked the hacker to replace him while he went to sleep. That same evening, the second task was carried out by the Haixia detachment. They needed to interrogate the sentinels who were left alone without cover in the forest. One of the patrolmen was already lying dead on the floor. A bullet was fired at him from a long distance, so he didn't even have time to raise the alarm. The second row was already approaching the camp. They came silently. Now they need to search everyone who is in these wooden houses. Vinna ordered the rest of the soldiers following her to quickly attack until the enemy realized the alarm and did not understand that the advantage was clearly on the side of the attackers. Under the night veil it was difficult to notice them. They knew this area well, so it was not difficult to kill the remaining scouts. Most of them were already lying dead. Yifan was already working on the computer and managed to hack into the Black Crow Valley system. Data was being copied. All resistance was suppressed. All that was left was to finish the matter with the computer and leave. This squad completed their mission and happily ran away. But they did not complete it quite quickly and were glad that their result would certainly surpass the results of the people from the Star Dragon with their difficult second task. Meanwhile, evil was being prepared at the embryo base in the Black Crow Valley. It was a very well-guarded and huge base. There was one of the informants about whom they had previously talked about on the train. He was reported that someone had invaded their network and stole data. The soldier said that most likely the coordinates of the base's location were stolen, its diagram, laboratory log, data on personnel and the number of armed equipment. As it turned out, the embryo was ready for this and this data was false. The Haixia squad swallowed the bait. Now all we have to do is wait for the fish to bite. As it turned out, everything was calculated by the enemies. But this was not the only surprise for the Star Dragon and Haixia Union. There was another man there with a photo from the train, a thug with a huge sword. They were discussing that their fake server had been hacked. Most likely they should expect an invasion soon. Although false data was stolen and the existence of the base was revealed, they decided to begin an evacuation and take all equipment and information from the base. But first they would wait for the enemy to invade and defeat him. They had an advantage because they knew that they would soon be invaded. The man with the sword was Pan Quan, the main executor of the embryo. He said that he was ready to enter the battle and would not leave a trace of the enemy troops. They would regret invading the base. The next morning at the new base, where Zero was still in full swing. The work could not be delayed, and they were waiting for the information that those who would return from missions would give them. The game menu notified Zero of a new message which stated that reconnaissance number 1 was completed, and he received 3,000 experience points. He was pleased with the completion of the task and moved forward until everything was going as he needed. He got up from bed and asked how everything went yesterday. The hacker told him that they managed to find out the specific location of the base in the valley, but those who were caught did not know any particularly secret information. This was all the result they got from yesterday's mission. They were a little upset since it wasn't that much. They would like to get a lot more information. Zero understood this. After all, if they had learned something important, then his task intelligence 2 would have already been completed and the game menu told him about it. He asked the agents to return, when suddenly the door to the room opened noisily and people from the Haishia detachment entered. They behaved impudently and were in a very good mood. Vinna held a flash drive with information in her hands and said that they had obtained top-secret data about the Valley base. The task was completed and they were ahead of the Zero squad. The new commander of the Star Dragon squad did not expect all this. How could they cope so quickly while his people were still on a mission? He asked if they managed to do it. Yifan replied that they took a prisoner and the task was completed. Everyone else can go back. We'll just collect all the remaining data. Zero felt that something was wrong here because the game panel did not tell him that Reconnaissance Task 2 had been completed. This means that there was something wrong with the information that had just been obtained. He asked if they could confirm the accuracy of the information obtained and tell about the progress of the operation in detail. She began to tell in great detail how they invaded the base of the spies, shot the enemies, hacked the system and carried away one of the informants under the cover of darkness. No one even noticed. Zero was confused that the mission went too smoothly. Maybe the data was unreliable. But Vanna replied that the enemy simply did not expect a surprise attack. The data was correct. She mocked Zero's suspicions and said that he was just jealous and didn't know how to lose since they were easily able to complete the task faster than his team. He said that his intuition felt the opposite and that he would insist that the data they obtained was not correct, and perhaps they wanted to lure them into a trap. Yifan insisted that the data was correct and that one should not envy their success. The investigation is completed and tomorrow at dawn they are leaving. Zero had no choice but to simply agree. He had no evidence that the information was incorrect. Even if they didn't believe him, he decided that, as always, he would have to deal with everything himself personally. Something was clearly wrong here. If this false information frames them, then innocent people could die. A little later, under the cover of darkness, not far from the temporary base of the Star Dragon, something restless was happening in the forest thicket. The grass was trampled, which means someone was here. Shots rang out and unsuspecting soldiers fell dead to the cold ground. Some of them tried to escape, but the bullets managed to overtake them. The noise of a sniper rifle was heard throughout the area. Someone shot not only accurately, but also reloaded the weapon very quickly. Today this forest glade will become someone's grave. One after another, the soldiers came under fire. It seemed to them that a whole army was fighting against them. But if this was the case, then where was it? All they could do was just wait until they were shot. It was Zero. He had already killed a lot of guards and completed the task of the forest killer. He believed that soon people would have to be sent from the base to check the situation. Since they will soon come for him, now he prepared to act quietly without using firearms. He had a new surprise for his enemies. It was a strong but very thin fishing line, or you can call it a long rope for silent killing. As Zero predicted, new squads of guards came past him. They tried to discover who was firing here, but in the darkness of the night nothing was visible. Every time the wind shook the bushes, it seemed that the enemy was hiding there, and every time there was no one there, even though the soldiers were tense. But little by little they lost their vigilance, when suddenly a real threat appeared behind them. Zero managed to sneak up silently from behind and throw a fishing line around the guard's neck. He was able to pull it and quickly deal with the enemy. The guard was defeated. The fishing line worked, and apparently it was the last one who was still alive in this forest clearing. Zero hastily turned him over on his back and began to examine him. He still had plans for this guard. He activated his mask to scan faces and conducted research on the body of the deceased guard. Walkie-talkie. Next to the corpse lay a walkie-talkie from which voices could be heard. They reported that in the west the enemy had not been discovered. Just as in the south and east no one could find the night. Now people called the number on the radio that belonged to the killed guard and asked why he didn't answer. Let him report on the situation. Zero quickly changed into the uniform of a dead guard, took the radio and reported that a dead guard had been discovered. He did not expect that the function of copying someone else's face would come in handy so soon. The rest of the fighters who were nearby and communicated on the radio asked whether traces of the enemy were found somewhere. Unfortunately, the night killer was not found. Since the enemy was nowhere to be found, they decided to get into their cars and return back to base to look for him in the night forest, which was quite difficult and possibly an impossible task. At the embryo base in the Valley of the Black Raven, There were already discussions about the fact that an attack had been made on their squad located in the forest. Is this really an invasion? It was reported about 13 killed sentries, although the Star Dragon received the necessary data. But they still tried to find out even more. They turned out to be not as stupid as the organization had hoped. But the embryo was ready, and for this they believed that no matter how vigilant the enemies were, they would not know which information was false and which information was true. They would still fall into a trap. As it turned out, the head of the organization was already preparing for evacuation, and reinforcements would arrive in 5 days. Then this base would be evacuated. And now prepare a huge surprise for Haixia. Let's see how smart they will be. They have already acted crazy since they decided to invade this Black Crow base. Meanwhile, Zero managed to get into an enemy armored personnel carrier and return with them to their base. He was disguised, so they did not recognize him. While examining the surrounding area, the game menu did not give him information that Reconnaissance 2 had been completed. There must have been a secret place at the base, which he had not yet discovered. Zero discovered that the soldiers remained on cover and the workers were collecting all the equipment. This surprised him because the Haixia people invaded yesterday. This time was enough to completely evacuate, but they still haven't done it. He heard how some workers were discussing that an evacuation order should be received and that contact with the scouts from the village of Raven Forest had been lost. Apparently it was heading towards an invasion. Zero stood calmly and listened to their conversation when suddenly one of the movers looked at him, smiled and asked, "Hey Taramond, did you just find something in the forest from patrol?" Zero's disguise worked, and the loader thought that he was one of the embryo's soldiers and mistook him for some Taramond. Apparently that was the name of the person with this face. He turned on his acting game and calmly said that there was no optimistic news yet. The enemy had killed all the sentries and perhaps soon they would attack. You need to be on guard. I realized that most likely the ordinary soldiers who are here do not have secret information about the base. It is worth focusing on the key figures of the authorities. Only they can know something valuable. They all stood and talked. Zero managed not to give himself away. One of the soldiers said that he was jealous of the civilian personnel because the civilians were evacuated from here first. When suddenly a man called out to them and asked them to stop talking and get down to business. It was the commandant of the base in the Black Crow Valley Dumeng. Zero recognized this man from a photograph on the train. If the base has a secret, then he most likely knows them. This is his only chance. Self-away. Zero tried not to give himself away and said that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. He would quickly return. The rest of the workers were unhappy with his behavior and said that he was shirking. Zero began to secretly follow Dumeng deeper into the base. If he was discovered, he could end up because there were too many enemies. He tried to follow him as if nothing had happened, and if he turned around he would say that he was just going about his business or looking for a toilet. Dumeng turned left along the corridor and entered some huge room. The iron doors closed behind him. After waiting a little time, Zero followed him. But what he saw next amazed him. He began to look around. His target was nowhere to be found. It was an ordinary warehouse or maybe even a storage room in which there were a mop, car tires and some boxes. Most likely there was a secret door somewhere here. Well, there was no way to find it. And there was very little time left to search for it, since at any moment someone could come here. But then Zero remembered one of his inventions. He didn't expect that these trinkets would help him. But as it turned out now they were. By the way, they were small mechanized scout spiders. He left the room and sat on the stairs, controlling the spiders through a computer device so he was safe and his little helpers were looking for the entrance to the secret room. The spiders dispersed to the sides and corners of the room, filming everything with cameras. Zero got a good view. He gradually began to lose hope that he would be able to find the entrance. Even the spiders could not cope with this task yet. But then he saw something. In one of the walls of that room, doors opened and 2 employees came out. In fact, there was a secret passage. The spiders were able to film it. He followed them. He believed that these 2 employees obviously knew something since they used secret doors. He pulled his cap tighter on his head and was ready to reveal the secrets that shrouded this damn base. 2 employees went out into the street where they were followed by Zero. There was military equipment everywhere and soldiers who were on alert. He still secretly pursued the 2 men, trying not to attract attention to himself. 2 employees began to leave the territory of the base. Zero followed them when suddenly he was stopped. One of the soldiers guarding the perimeter ordered him to stop because no one is allowed to leave the base without an assignment. Zero was able to cleverly come up with a way out of this situation and said that those two guys had lost their ID cards. He would return them to them and immediately return back. They let him through. The men walked so far that they had already gone deep into the forest. They were clearly discussing some secrets, when they suddenly heard that someone was following them from behind and trying to stop them. Zero ran up to them, apologized and said that they had dropped the access cards and he intended to return. The men were at a loss. They could not understand when they managed to drop them and thank the unfamiliar soldier. But they didn't know that this nice man who provided them such a service was a spy. Zero took out a knife. The agents looked in horror at the huge blade. They didn't know what awaited them next. Could they really be killed now? The noise of a struggle was heard throughout the forest. The employees had too little chance to defend themselves from the attacker. Zero tied them tightly and tied them to a tree with a knife to their throats. Even though the prisoners tried to scream for help, they were surrounded by mountains everywhere, and even if they screamed very loudly, no one would have heard them. Zero ordered them to lay out all the secret data that they know. One of the employees began to play a tricky game, and said that he was an ordinary worker and knew absolutely nothing and did not have secret information. Zero grinned. He knew how to figure them out and force them to answer his questions. They won't be able to lie for long. He pressed the knife harder to the throat of one of them and said that he knew about the secret door in the pantry. The employees couldn't believe it. How could he do it? Zero showed that if they do not give out information, he will kill them one by one, and it would be better for them to just surrender. The employees, in tears, told him everything they knew, and Zero opened the menu of the game that wanted to notify him. He completed his mission and now get ready for the next step by thinking about what to do next. The game menu notified him that the reconnaissance mission 2 was completed, and he received 8,000 experience points. The next morning at the Haixia base, people could not count one team member. They were looking for Zero. He wasn't in the office or in the car. They couldn't figure out where he had gone. The squad's plan was to stay and wait for him. Maybe he would return soon, and went away for a very short time on some important business. Some did not share the desire to wait for Han Xiao, but the captain said that he had the keys to the car and there was no way they could leave without him. The second squad was informed that one of the Star Dragon agents had disappeared and they wanted to wait for him. Yi Fan asked who exactly was missing. After all, they agreed to leave together. The soldier replied that the agent who wore the mask was missing. His name is Han Xiao. He hoped that he said his name correctly. Vinna was surprised by the fact that it was he who disappeared yesterday. He blocked the information they obtained for no reason, and now he has disappeared somewhere. This could be suspicious. She began to suspect that his disappearance was not accidental. Was he a spy and went to report to an enemy organization? Below underground was the Haixia Operations Center. It was well guarded and very difficult to get into. The head of the center was informed that one of the agents of the 13th Division disappeared all night and did not return. He also seemed suspicious and asked if they were sure that he was not somewhere at the base. Vinna informed the head that after they returned from the mission with the obtained data, he left without saying anything. This is extremely suspicious. The head said that he would deal with the missing person later, but now he asked to report to him everything that the agents found out. They told him that the informant had already been interrogated with a lie detector, and he did not lie. Now they were ordered to immediately attack the enemy until nothing changed, and he did not have time to regroup. This was their chance. Yi Fan was surprised by this order. It seemed to him that he had misunderstood it, and asked again if it was really worth attacking right now. After all, if they attack, the agents from the 13th Division remaining in the stronghold will be in serious danger, but the head didn't care about that. He laughed and said that to achieve the goal, it was quite possible to sacrifice a couple of people from the Star Dragon. He did not consider them one of his people, so they could be safely sacrificed to achieve the mission. The day had already come, birds were flying everywhere, and the sun was shining all the way. You could hear someone swearing very loudly from the forest. Zero dragged 2 prisoners to his base. They recognized him and said that he had escaped from the embryo organization. He asked them to shut up. Zero stopped and began setting up a small radio right on Earth through which he could contact the base. Through the telephone he said, reception Yangtze, this is the Yellow River, answer if you can hear me. At the other end of the line the captain was talking to him. He asked where you had disappeared all night. Everyone had already left, and we were left waiting for you at the strong point. Zero told them that he had sneaked into the valley's secret base and obtained secret data that was true. He quickly began to tell them everything that he managed to learn during this time. It turned out that the base is divided into internal and external. The inner sector was its core, located deep in the mountains. Most soldiers do not know about its existence. The communication route between sectors can be closed at any time. And in the internal sector there are many escape routes along which managers can escape unnoticed and cannot be taken by surprise. As soon as they heard all the information that Zero provided them, they immediately contacted Colonel Haisha. He slowly picked up the phone. He felt uncomfortable talking to people from Star Dragon and asked, "Why are you bothering me?" He was informed that one of the squad members had discovered important information that everyone should know about. It's better to talk to Zero personally. The colonel began to talk with Zero. He told him everything he had learned while secretly making his way to the secret base. The colonel did not believe him and said, "Where did you get such secret data from? I don't believe a single word you say." Zero replied that he had infiltrated the valley base and captured 2 employees of the internal headquarters, but in response he heard over the phone that he was a liar. Unfortunately for him, the Haisa people are sure that he would never have been able to penetrate the enemy military base alone. They didn't know that he could change his appearance, and copying facial features was his trump card, which should not be revealed yet. The commander of the 13th Division replied that they have evidence. These are 2 prisoners. They can confirm everything. The colonel asked to first bring them to him for interrogation, and then he would draw some conclusions. They no longer knew how to convince him. It was all useless. Zero was not trusted here. In the meantime, the order was given for the troops to advance and attack the target of the Black Crow Valley. As the previous information said, they will not expect an attack. The Star Dragon agents were simply in shock and sent the fighters to their deaths if Zero was right. Then an ambush awaits them there. The commander asked to stop this insane order because his people were still there, and now he was deliberately putting them in danger. Well, the colonel didn't care about these words, and he said that the only one who decides something here was him, and it's better for him to know what to do next. He hung up the phone and did not change his decision. Now the people from the 13th Division were in serious danger. Zero heard beeps on the phone. He realized that he could not convince anyone. The colonel craves immediate results, and does not want to wait until the new information obtained is confirmed. He had very little time left. The outcome of the next battle depended on his results. He quickly folded the radio, and decided to hurry. He pulled the ropes with his hostages and they went further to the base, determined to make it in time. After some time, Zero was waiting at the base. His squad decided not to move forward without his presence. Hacker and Lee stood near a huge truck. How then? From the forest located right next to the base, they heard the rustling of leaves and someone groaning heavily from fatigue. It was their partner. Zero, barely moving his legs, walked straight towards them. One of the enemy agents was so tired that the second Chagall had to carry him in his arms on his own. Zero asked Ling Yao and Lambert to take the agent's ID cards and penetrate the inner sector of the base. They need to find out more about Embryo's plans for evacuation. And Li Yalan will take them closer to the base. For them, he will make camouflage masks for them. The hacker said that he had no experience in espionage, and asked that another Zero go there instead. Zero reassured him and said that a hacker was needed in this match. There was not a minute to lose, and everyone, having received instructions, went to their places. Follow them. I hope that the data Zero obtained was important. Again we had to return to the embryo base in the Valley of the Black Raven and finish what we started. So far no one there suspected a hidden invasion. They managed to disguise themselves as enemy agents and get inside. Lambert reassured his partner and asked him not to be nervous, otherwise the chance of being discovered would increase. They walked up to the door and opened it with their electronic passes before anyone suspected them. They got inside the base so far without incident, but not everything can go so smoothly in the future. The main thing is that no one asked them unexpected questions. They entered a huge underground building. It was very secret and not every ordinary embryo soldier knew that it was located at the base. They looked at the room in shock, not believing that it was in the internal sector into which the secret passage led. All this actually existed. Before they had time to walk a couple of steps, the siren rang and the combat alarm was raised. Have they been spotted? The hacker panicked very much, but his partner calmed him down by saying that the alarm went off not because of them. When suddenly the door opened from behind and they didn't hear that several more people were entering this room. Jia entered the room with his assistant, and said that everyone should prepare for an enemy attack. He said that they had already sent an armed group to meet the enemies. They would be able to hold off the attackers for quite a long time while everyone prepared to evacuate the base. Hacker and Sniper took advantage of the moment, and immediately secretly reported on the radio that the embryo would fight the Haisha forces and everyone should better get out of there. Zero and the captain, meanwhile, were driving in the car. The captain was outraged that even though they managed to get true information, but no one listened to them and did not care about their safety. Zero's military truck ended up right next to the enemy base, and they could have gotten into the battle on purpose. They should quickly get there. They were ready to turn around when they suddenly heard a suspicious noise behind them, as if heavy armored vehicles were following them. They were blinded by the lights from enemy vehicles. They were discovered and they urgently needed to get out of there. They were in a completely disadvantageous position and could easily become prey. Enemy soldiers discovered them and decided to pursue the Zero squad at all costs and detain the entire crew of the truck. They started firing from heavy machine guns. They decided that it was better to kill everyone who was in the truck than to let him get away. The truck began to be showered with bullets from all sides, although most of them ricocheted off the thick armor, but some caused serious damage to the vehicle and would not last long. Team Zero decided not to engage them in battle but preferred to leave them. There were too many of them and they had too little chance to win this battle. Lee began to panic that they were being overtaken and this truck did not have enough power to break away from their pursuers. They were about to be shot from machine guns. Zero said that he had a little surprise for her. He installed new nitrogen accelerators on this truck. The girl was shocked how he managed to do it on a huge military truck. He reached out with his hand to the button that would give super acceleration to the transport. She wanted to stop him but didn't have time. They were in the mountains and the girl was afraid that they would simply get into an accident. As soon as Zero pressed the button, the truck instantly rushed away from his pursuers. He was simply driving at a tremendous speed unimaginable for this type of transport. Zero asked Captain Zhang Wei to urgently put on his armored suit and prepare for battle. He was already handing him a suitcase containing the armor. The truck gradually broke away from his pursuers, but on this steep and full of turn road it was difficult to drive too far away. They need someone to delay the rest of the armored vehicles that were chasing them, and only the captain in an armored suit could do this. He opened the back door and jumped out to meet the enemies. Now he had a huge machine gun in his arsenal and he happily used it, and began to fire at the cars of his pursuers. The machine gun was so powerful that it sometimes managed to pierce the armor of enemy vehicles and glass, shooting everyone inside. It was a very fast-firing weapon. The captain thanked Zero for the new armor and said that it had very good characteristics and was worth the money. He was very pleased. The enemy embryo fighters changed their strategy and decided to first deal with the armored soldiers who came out to them and ordered continuous fire from everything they had. The captain began to be showered with enemy bullets, but he had another new ability. He turned his hand into a huge strong shield that began to repel everything flying at him. After he took all the enemy fire upon himself, he again took out a machine gun and began to continuously fire at the enemies. The shots were so fast and powerful that some of the enemy vehicles began to explode. Although they managed to disable a couple of enemy vehicles, more and more armored vehicles came to their aid. It seemed to them there was no end and no end. Zero was surprised that they continued the pursuit despite everything. Even though they suffered serious losses, they needed to come up with a new plan. He opened the suitcase with his new development. It was time-bomb shells with a small propeller attached. He began to throw them out of the window, and they filled the entire space and the entire road along which the enemy cars were driving. The soldiers did not pay attention to them. It seemed to them that simple garbage was flying past them. However, a little later these bombs detonated. The explosions were so powerful that some of the armored vehicles were simply thrown into the sky and those soldiers who were inside flew out of the windows. Zero opened the game menu and was told that he had killed a whole bunch of enemy soldiers and destroyed a lot of enemy transport. He completed the direct conflict task and received 35,000 experience points. Despite the new losses from flying bombs, there were too many pursuers. However, Haisha troops arrived to help the Zero truck. They were shocked that one simple truck was able to kill a bunch of enemy vehicles. They did not believe that this was possible. Explosions and screams were heard everywhere all the way, or what was left of it was showered with bombs and bullets. Enemy armored vehicles were scattered into pieces, scattering parts and tires throughout the surroundings. The Haisha fighters were ordered to destroy everything they encountered on their way by any means. And despite any losses, they must kill everyone who is here. They had anti-aircraft guns at their disposal that could fire shells several hundred meters and hit the enemy before meeting him face to face. They took advantage of such installations and began to sprinkle missiles all over the road, not sparing whether their allies were there or not. Zero realized that these missiles could destroy them too, and they urgently needed to get out of here. They could come under friendly fire. He asked the girl to leave quickly, otherwise everyone would be killed by the missiles that flew over them very quickly. The truck was driving, and explosions were heard everywhere, blowing away trees and enemy transport. The Zero squad barely had time to leave without being hit by the blast wave. After the explosions, huge craters were left in which enemy equipment was lying in disarray and burned to the ground. The Zero truck continued to move so far unharmed. They were just lucky that none of the missiles could hit them too hard, otherwise they would have ended up among the mountains of corpses left behind after the explosions. Zero, all smeared with mud, was catching his breath, realizing that with just a little more, Haisha could have been blown up and they, too, now they are very lucky. They decided not to stay in this place for long and continued moving further until another missile struck near them. Their travels were observed by the rest of the agents from the 13th Star Dragon Division. They prayed that the truck would arrive safe and sound. The commander of the Zero squad said that the Haisha had crossed all boundaries. They could have killed his people and that for such insane actions they would be held accountable and punished. The colonel who spoke to them through the computer said that he was doing his job and did not need advice from people from the Star Dragon. He ordered everyone who was in the truck to be sent to the hospital. The truck, in a collapsed state, was able to reach the camp of the Haisha Logistics Detachment. The entire crew survived. They had to be placed here for now. Everyone who arrived received urgent medical care as ordered earlier. Zero was already sitting on a medical bed while doctors examined him. He wanted to go to his partner, but one of the soldiers stopped him and said that they should get medical help and they should not move yet. They seemed to be under surveillance. Zero said that he did not obey the orders of Colonel Haisha and would do whatever he wanted, but the soldier replied that the commander of the Star Dragon also ordered that everyone rest and not go anywhere. Zero, after thinking a little, decided that his commander wanted to take care of him and make sure that Zero no longer attempted to infiltrate the enemy base alone. He thanked Old Chi, who was so worried about him, but in the meantime he decided to contact the team that was at the enemy base and the secret penetrated under the guise of enemy agents. He was able to contact the hacker and the sniper and asked about their affairs. Were they still alive? He was worried about them. Ling Yao answered him that they were still at the enemy base. The meat grinder begins here and asked how the situation was outside. Around the base, endless shots from machine guns were heard. A massacre began. Allied soldiers stormed the embryo base, but Ta was well equipped and fought back. The outer sector fought off Haisha, and other employees retreated, and the exact evacuation route for the embryo commanders was not known. All we had to do was wait for something to become clearer. The hacker said that the information obtained by Haisha about the defense of the base was a fake and if they continued to attack, they could suffer huge losses. It was a trap. Zero asked if the hacker reported what he found out to Haisha intelligence, and asked not to tell them anything. While they were talking, Zero watched the soldiers preparing for the assault. The hacker asked why he shouldn't report new information to his superiors. Zero replied that Haisha tried to finish them off by firing missiles when they were running away from Embryo's people. Ling Yao simply did not believe what he heard, and Lambert said that if they do not spare the people of the Star Dragon, then they are not going to help them. Meanwhile, the assault continued. The soldiers fled to the prepared fortifications. Explosions from grenades and shells were heard everywhere. Bodies filled the entire base. Assault tanks went into battle. They fired from powerful cannons at the positions where the Embryon organized the most powerful defense. Thus the offensive advanced further. The tanks did their job and killed a huge number of enemy soldiers. Barrels of gasoline exploded. People ran in different directions to save their lives. But everyone came under fire. After the destruction of the first line of defense, the Haixia people attempted to break through further, despite the fact that they themselves suffered huge losses. They ran forward despite everything. They had high morale and could not be broken by the suppressive fire from the machine guns of the embryo soldiers. The Haixia fighters believed that their enemy was very weak and the defense was practically broken through. They were pleased that their agent managed to obtain such reliable information about the defense of the enemy base. The embryo soldiers were falling dead while the battle was clearly not in their favor, and they had no chance to resist the endless influx of enemy soldiers and armored vehicles. There was a loud explosion and pieces of stone scattered in different directions. The outer wall was blown up. Now the Haixia people continued to invade the inside of the base. They were so happy about their quick victory that they ran forward without looking at their feet. One of the soldiers stepped on something suspicious lying on the ground. He heard the sound of a working mechanism under his feet, and could not imagine what was about to happen. It was a mine laid next to the walls of the base. There were a whole bunch of them. Haixia soldiers began to explode on them en masse. The explosion threw them into the air. They were not in an advantageous position. The embryo fighters took advantage of the situation and decided to launch a counterattack, firing at the enemies from a safe long distance. Haixia soldiers, although they died in huge numbers, they still continued the assault. They were ordered under no circumstances not to retreat and to advance deeper and deeper. They did not expect that minefields would be prepared, but still they were not afraid and continued to fight. They were determined to capture the base and avenge their fallen comrades. Meanwhile, at the embryo command post, they watched what was happening outside, even though the ambush worked. But there were a lot of enemy soldiers. Most people had not yet managed to evacuate from the base. Pan Quan, who masterfully wielded the blade, said that he would delay the enemies and there was no need to worry. He was very self-confident. Meanwhile, the Haixia soldiers broke through the defense and continued the battle inside the building. There was still a very strong defense there. Despite the losses they suffered, they still managed to move on. They took the enemy in numbers. The soldiers saw that someone had jumped to them from the second floor. It was the main performer of the embryo Pan Quan. He deftly slid across the floor and took out his huge blade. The fighters slightly panicked when they saw such a strong enemy and grouped up to repel him, while they did not know what exactly he was capable of. They concentrated all the fire on the main performer. But they were unlucky that they were in a narrow room and Pan was quickly approaching them. He was able to dodge the bullet, and with quick sharp movements cut the bodies of the Haixia soldiers in half. Nothing could help them. He ran from one soldier to another cutting them down. He was agile and was able to dodge bullets, and sometimes even fight them off with his sharp blade. He was a very strong melee fighter. The whole room was strewn with the corpses of the attackers. They had no chance in the fight against such a strong enemy. Pan stopped the attack on this sector. Looking around, he saw that there was no longer a single living fighter. For him it was like a warm-up to himself. He thought, if they are all such weaklings, then they are finished. He left the completely bloody corridor. Now he needed to clean the sword. It was all stained with the blood of his enemies. He didn't want to stop there and decided to go out into the street and show resistance. And there he wanted to check, maybe at least someone could be worthy of his attention. Meanwhile, outside the battle did not subside. The tanks drove straight ahead, mercilessly firing at everything that came their way until they managed to advance further. The tanks were strong Haixia, and while the embryo organization was unable to stop them due to the very strong armor, Pan ran straight at them. With his sharp blade, he began to cut through all the infantry surrounding the armored vehicles, and here he had no equal. He was too fast for anyone to hit him. He had already killed dozens of soldiers and was not going to stop. He liked to use his blade. The entire battlefield was filled with smoke, so it was extremely difficult to detect him. Explosions and screams of soldiers were heard everywhere. They asked for help and for support. They said that someone was hiding in the fog and was killing them one by one. Pan was informed on the radio that all employees of the internal sector had been evacuated, and if he did not want to fight further, then he should leave the battlefield as soon as possible. He agreed to do his job. Now he did. One of the Haixia fighters was able to survive and get the radio unnoticed. He was able to contact another squad and began to report that they were defeated and encountered Pan Quan. He completely defeated them. Yi Fan and Vina couldn't believe his words when they heard them on the radio. How one person could kill a squad of 200 soldiers. They realized that it was a trap and the data on the location of the enemy's defenses was too different from what was actually happening. Yifan realized that the embryo was using his own people as bait, and they should have been more careful when they decided to attack. Perhaps the colonel was too radical. This information was also reported to Colonel Carl that the troops suffered heavy losses and the information received earlier by his soldiers turned out to be partially unreliable. Perhaps it was worth listening to Han Xiao. But the colonel believed that the result justified the losses and they achieved their goal and ordered a thorough check of the base wall. If the internal sector exists, then it must be destroyed immediately. His order was carried out, and the soldiers who were at the enemy base carefully examined the rooms to find the secret passage. They no longer believed that he really existed and believed that it was just a myth. They no longer had enough strength to continue the search. They had been examining it meter by meter for the second hour and believed that if the secret passage really existed, they would have found it long ago. The colonel was informed that the soldiers could not find a passage and already believed that it was useless, and they should take up a more useful mission. Carl was very angry when he heard this information and ordered Han Xiao to be brought to him so that he could personally talk to him. Maybe he knows something. The soldier began to tremble. He knew that the colonel would not like his next words and replied that the logistics squad reported that Han Xiao had wounded 2 guards and went missing. No one had seen him. Carl was simply furious and began to curse everyone. He believed that one must be a complete nonentity if so many soldiers missed one person and could not follow him. As it turned out, Zero left the base by stealing a Haixiao armored personnel carrier and disappeared into the forest at night. It was quite difficult to track him down, so he was safe. He watched on the tablet where Ling Yao and Lambert had gone. They had beacons installed and he watched as they, along with the rest of the embryo soldiers, left through a secret passage. Now he knew where they were. Now, the remaining embryo fighters who evacuated through the secret passage continued to move away from the battlefield. Their leaders also left in armored personnel carriers. Now they were safe and prepared a surprise for the Haixiao soldiers who were inspecting their base. This surprise was a bunch of planted bombs in the basements of the base. They detonated and destroyed the entire building with a huge powerful explosion. The colonel saw on his laptop monitor how the base was flying into pieces. No one could have expected such a trap. Carl could not say a word. In an instant there was nothing left from the base. All the buildings, cars and people who were there scattered into pieces, showering the forest that was nearby. The colonel took the radio and tried to contact his people who were there at that time. He asked Yifan, "Are you still alive? What happened there? Report." In response, he heard a wheeze in the voice of an unknown wounded soldier. He said that a lot of explosives were planted in the internal storage of the base, and they had just detonated. Everyone died. Carl could not believe it. All his soldiers were buried alive and suffered huge losses. His decision was not only wrong but also led to a huge number of victims. He broke out in a cold sweat. He leaned over the table. He lost his breath. As it turned out, at the very last moment the enemy made all Haixiao's losses simply meaningless. They could not get to the secret passage. These bases were also destroyed. The colonel commanded the operation and took full responsibility. Now everyone will blame him for the failure. It was necessary to urgently come up with a new plan of action. And he asked to connect him with the 13th Division of the Star Dragon. Perhaps they could somehow help. He was contacted by the captain and asked to report at least some available information. The colonel was told that 2 agents of the 13th Division had infiltrated an evacuated enemy detachment. The colonel understood that the damage from the operation was much greater than planned. It was necessary to obtain a result that would become more significant and could justify so many deaths. It was necessary to intercept the enemy. Only in this way could he atone for his guilt. He ordered the troops to be grouped and immediately go to the vicinity of the base and wait for orders. The fleeing embryo troops managed to travel quite a long distance, and were able to avoid the threat and capture, or so it seemed to them. Jijia mocked Hayes. They never doubted their rightness and strength. Their self-confidence blinded them, and they fell into his trap. Penn said that they should not let their guard down. Lambert and the hacker, disguised as enemy agents, were also present in one of the armored personnel carriers. They managed to deceive everyone and declassify the secret tunnel. On the tablet they saw that they were gradually approaching their final destination. but perhaps some kind of obstacle had appeared on the road. The communication line also suddenly stopped working and all the radios and headphones began to hiss loudly. Something is clearly wrong here. But all this was not just like that. They saw something ahead that scared them very much. They could not expect it. Haixia detachments left right on their way. There were a lot of them. They appeared from nowhere. The hacker and Lambert were very scared. Embryo agents tried to contact the base and report that they had been intercepted and attacked. They urgently needed help. The connection still did not work, and it was not possible to contact anyone. Apparently something was jamming it ahead. The battle began. Everyone started to panic and tried to launch a backup connection. Otherwise they would be in trouble. Haixia equipment began to fire at Embryo's vehicles and they began to explode and fly into pieces as they flew above the ground. It was impossible to survive from such shots. And everyone who was in the armored vehicles that were hit by a shell died immediately. Jijia could not understand where the enemy vehicles came from. Had someone surrendered them? A bloody battle had begun. Everything was engulfed in fire and smoke. Pan leaned out of the car window and began shooting at enemies from a machine gun. A terrible shootout began. Bullets were flying everywhere. Haixia fighters were launching short-range missiles. Now a real war was beginning. Embryo's people were not ready for this. They already thought that they had managed to escape. Pen realized that they urgently need to leave and get out of their cars, otherwise they will simply be torn apart by missiles. There is too little time left until their armored personnel carrier becomes the target of one of the missiles. Pen grabbed Jijia's hand and quickly jumped out of the car with him. As soon as they did this, a rocket hit the car, smashing it into pieces. If they want to survive, they urgently need to leave, otherwise they will be killed. The forces here were too unequal because the enemies were armed not only with equipment but also with missiles. Pen managed to cut the rocket flying at them in half with one swing of his blade and neutralize it. He was very strong. He understood that they began to be surrounded and soon the circle would close and it would be almost impossible for them to escape from there alive. Haixia, they were too outnumbered. More and more armored personnel carriers arrived at the battlefield. They seemed to be driving from all possible roads, leaving the forest and descending from the mountains. Pen grabbed Jijia by the hand and the only possible way out was to urgently run away from here and leave his fighters to die. They urgently began to run towards the forests. The evacuation plane had already been sent, but they had to go a considerable distance to get to it. While the soldiers were fighting each other, two high-ranking officials of the Embryo managed to hide in the forest. They had to hurry so that no one could catch up with them. At first it seemed to them that they had already moved to a safe distance when suddenly they heard the sound of a driving car. Perhaps someone had caught up with them. They were pursued by an armored personnel carrier. They failed to hide and escape unnoticed. Soon there will be a new battle. There was Zero in this armored personnel carrier. He had been watching them with binoculars during the battle with the Haixia troops. Now he was ready to go into battle. Penai realized that they had been caught up, but it was just one car and not a whole detachment. Perhaps it was a reconnaissance vehicle that had been following them for a long time. They decided to continue moving deep into the forest where the car would not be able to pass between the trees, and this is an excellent opportunity to hide from their pursuer. Zero suggested following them down a muddy clay road. Then the road ended. He urgently needed to catch up with them before they managed to escape so he could avenge the fallen people during the siege of the Embryo base. It was impossible to go further, and he decided to follow them on foot. But he still needed to find them because in this forest it was very easy to lose the trace of Pan and Jijia. Having opened the map, Zero saw that the only road passes right here, and in any case they will pass here. All he has to do is find them and wait. He had little time to prepare. He had something to surprise his enemies with. He took a metal suitcase from the car. It contained flying detonating bombs that had previously helped the Zero squad escape from Embryon's pursuers. Zero began preparing for the imminent arrival of the enemy by setting traps and burying bombs underground. Fortunately, he had a small shovel that helped him. The job was done and the entire nearby perimeter was mined. He shook the earth off his hands. Now we need to proceed to the next stage. He reloaded the rifle and adjusted the optical sight. It will also do its job if the enemy manages to bypass the minefield. Now he just has to wait for the prey. There is still time. He managed to get ahead of them. Zero hid between the trees and watched with binoculars. I hope that he will soon see enemies there. Not far from him there were footsteps and groans. Someone was approaching and they were about to collide with each other. Jia and Pan walked further through the forest. They no longer had enough strength and they walked stumblingly until the hangar, which would become their lifeline, was just a little away. Jia practically lost consciousness and refused to continue his journey. He was not ready for such a marathon through a wooded area. He asked either to abandon him or to carry him in his arms. While they were catching their breath, thinking that they were relatively safe, a shot from a sniper rifle was heard from the nearest forest edge. Pan managed to bend down. He was too experienced a warrior and a bullet flew over his head. He immediately drew his blade in preparation for battle. Pan couldn't believe that they were discovered so quickly and he was lucky that he managed to dodge the shot. But a groan was heard from behind him. The bullet flew further and hit Zai. He had no chance and apparently it was a lethal shot. Zero was happy with such a successful hit and received 4,000 experience points for the kill. It was a very accurate shot. Pan took Jia's corpse in his arms. The shot pierced his chest and left no chance of salvation. Now they were left alone with Zero. Pan, in a rage, began to quickly look around the entire area. He tried to understand who was shooting. He realized that the sound was coming from somewhere at the edge of the forest. He threw the dead Jia to the ground and began to run towards the shooter. Now the final battle is planned and he is ready to take revenge on the fallen embryo employee. He believed that since this shooter uses a sniper rifle, then perhaps he will not be so good in close combat, and this will be his excellent chance to deal with him. He ran very quickly, shouting that the shooter could not escape him and now he would brutally deal with him. He was full of confidence that he would easily defeat the enemy. He had already covered a huge distance, and was almost approaching Zero's location from his running speed. Leaves were flying from the trees. In a position, Zero had already taken a position and was ready for another shot. He noticed that the enemy was very fast and was almost approaching. The target was at gunpoint, and he fired another shot in the hope of hitting Pan dead. If he dodged before the first shot. It is possible not to dodge this. Pan ran quite quickly but again managed to dodge the bullet. It passed right next to his shoulder without having time to hit his body. Another shot rang out, but Pan also managed to dodge it by bending down, and the bullet flew right over his ear, and it was still impossible to hit him. The next shot flew straight into his chest, and it seemed that he would not be able to escape. But he put out his blade and a protective barrier appeared in front of him on which the bullet shattered into pieces. It was as if Snakeskin thought Zero, the enemy turned out to be not at all as simple as he thought. Apparently there is no point in shooting at him. Pan fought off the bullets with his sharp blade. He waved it so fast that he was able to protect himself from all the shots. Zero decided to change the strategy and threw the rifle on the floor. The enemy was about to overtake him, and it was simply useless to continue shooting at him. Pan got on the trail of Zero and began to pursue him. The chase began. Pan already felt the taste of the enemy's blood and was determined to chop the enemy into pieces with his blade. He came so close that he could already reach Zero with his hand. He said that he would not be able to escape from him, and it was better to stop doing this. In the best case, he would kill Zero quickly without suffering. Zero understood that Pan fell for his trick. All that was left was to complete the matter. His plan would work if he managed to run away from him a little. He jumped behind a huge boulder. Pan could not grab it. He had already prepared his sharp blade for the final blow. Hiding behind a giant stone, Zero pressed a button on the tablet. Now Pan is in for a surprise prepared in advance. The minefield detonated and Pan was thrown into the sky by the explosion. Bombs were planted everywhere, and he had no place to hide. He was not ready for this and could not avoid the explosions. Covered in wounds and bleeding, he fell to the ground. Zero turned on the game menu which notified him that his delayed action projectile had dealt 34 points of damage to Pan Quan, and the enemy had been slightly burned. Zero wanted to find out more information about his enemy, but unfortunately he was unable to do this. The difference between their levels was extremely large. Zero decided to spend 520,000 experience points and raise his level to 28. This will somehow even out the chances. His strength, armor, endurance, agility and intelligence also increased, although Pan Quan was 10 levels stronger than him. But now he was not in the best shape. There is a chance to kill him. The smoke from the mine explosions began to slowly dissipate, but the enemy was not there. He was already able to hide somewhere. Zero turned around and saw that the enemy was jumping out right in front of him. He was very badly wounded but was still on the move. Pen made a rapid dash. Pen jumped right over him, swinging his sharp blade. He was ready to take Zero's head off his shoulders and avenge the fallen Jijia. Zero was able to miraculously dodge this powerful sweeping attack and slid back along the ground a couple of meters until it was a safe distance. Pan was slightly disappointed. He realized that the enemy quickly and in an instant was able to dodge his quick attack, but he was determined to complete the job. Zero decided not to waste a second and reached into his jacket for a pistol and went to the second round of their battle. From close range he started to attack Pan Quan. From a pistol. I hope that the bullets will wound him, or at least exhaust him. Pan Quan again put his blade in front of him and a barrier appeared that reflected all the bullets in such a way that it could not be hit, and the cartridges were not endless. Zero realized that it would not be possible to kill him this way. His body was very stable and this barrier could not be broken through with ordinary weapons. He quickly reloaded the pistol's magazine, changing the cartridges to flammable ones. Pen, I've never encountered anything like this before. Pen grinned and said, do you really have the nerve to reload in front of me? This was your last mistake, prepare to die. Taking advantage of the moment, he jumped on Zero again high into the sky and prepared to make another blow with his blade. He hit so fast and hard that Zero couldn't dodge and the blade hit him right on the body. Was this blow fatal? Pen was already hoping that his enemy would fall dead to the ground and he would become the winner. But after taking a closer look he was horrified. Zero's body was covered with armor that appeared right during the strike with the blade, and the blade hit it, and was unable to hit the enemy's body. While Pan was thinking about how to hit such an opponent, Zero jumped back from him and prepared two pistols. In flight, Zero began to fire at the enemy from pistols loaded with flammable cartridges. Now the fun begins. Pan was already ready for the bullets flying at him, and put his blade in front of him, forming a protective barrier. He said that it was useless. How can you not understand this? The bullets began to hit the barrier and burn through it, making holes in it, and subsequent bullets flew inside. Pan Quan couldn't believe it, how they could break through his protective barrier from ordinary small arms. He had never encountered anything like this before. The bullets pierced the protective shield and hit Pan Quan directly on the body. Well, if I hurt him. His body was covered in flames and he felt terrible pain. He had an idea and he uttered a furious scream, igniting with energy. Zero pointed a gun at him and said that if you think that with the help of your energy you can shake this flame, then with your level it will not work. Pen realized that his ability did not work and the flames still continued to burn. He would have to come up with something new. He quickly threw off his suit, which was completely engulfed in flames. At least this way he reduces the damage received from the fire. He spent too much energy defending himself. He needs to finish off Zero as quickly as possible, and he made a dash straight at him. I'll try to finish everything with one blow. Pen, although he still continued to burn, he gathered all his strength, and, swinging his blade, jumped at the enemy. Zero was ready to shoot again. Zero pointed the gun at him and pulled the trigger. But the gun didn't fire. It turned out that the cartridges had run out. This could have led to death. Pan Quan delivered his crushing blow and knocked Zero to the ground. He did not have time to dodge this blow. Zero, bloodied, began to try to rise from the earth. It turned out that there was a malfunction in the mask and the strength of the electromagnetic armor was reduced. We need to come up with something new, otherwise Pan will beat him to death. He reached out with his hand to the retractable sword. Now the final battle awaits as the mask of disguise no longer worked. Zero's real face was no longer protected. Pen Kuan immediately recognized his organization. Embryo has been looking for him for a long time and all high-ranking officials know his face and signs. He was angry with himself that all this time he could not understand who he was dealing with and struck another powerful blow with his blade. Zero managed to put out his retractable sword and parry the attack. Zero and Pan were getting ready for the final battle. But only with swords, only one of them would leave here alive and everyone hoped that it would be him. Zero struck first, trying to pierce the enemy with his extending sword, but Pan was able to simply turn away from the blow. Pan mocked his opponent's abilities in close combat. He said that he had no equal in him and Zero was probably very upset that he still couldn't kill him. Zero took a deep breath in his head. He calculated that most likely the delayed action shells and flammable bullets had taken about half of the enemy's health. We need to continue to attack until we have an opportunity to finish him off. Zero began to approach his opponent closely, and grabbed his hand. He walked around Pan Quan from behind and used a choke hold. He wrapped his arms around his neck and tried to throw him to the ground. Pan Quan was amused by his opponent's pathetic attempts to fight him in close combat. He said that such weak hands could not defeat him. He activated the energy again thanks to a furious scream and threw Zero away from him a couple of meters. It was a very strong ability. The blow was so strong that Zero was dragged a couple of meters along the ground and crashed into a nearby tree. It was very difficult to fight such an opponent. Pan Quan was no longer on fire and was ready to crush his enemy. He felt that he was about to succeed. He again struck with his blade, but Zero put out his sword and blocked it, and the enemy was very strong. He continued to attack. Pan Quan dealt another blow from which Zero could not dodge, and the blade dug right into his hand, making a hole in the armor which shattered into pieces. If it weren't for the second-generation mechanical arm made of titanium alloy, he could have lost his own arm, and it was terribly painful. Zero shook his hand. In order to somehow drown out the pain, his enemy was very strong. He had already used up all his surprises, from bombs and a sniper rifle to armor. He decided that if he continued to just stand and fight back, then he would lose. He needed to urgently start attacking. From a jump he struck with his sword, but Pan Quan managed to block it. His legs began to tremble. Apparently he is no longer as good as before. Most likely he spent a lot of energy and weakened. Zero's attacks had an effect and the armor will help him hold out for some more time. He has at least a small chance, but he needs to continue fighting. Zero dealt blow after blow, but Pan Quan managed to dodge all of them, even though he did it slowly. But still it was impossible to hit him. Pan Quan, after a series of such attacks, he began to sweat heavily and take a breath. It seemed that he was about to suffocate. Zero realized that his enemy was tired. He needed to deliver the final blow before he attempted to escape. One could expect anything from him. Zero opened the game menu and selected the icon of the man in the hat who had previously chased him in the western capital, and was killed by flammable bullets. He launched the summoned card of Nose Crino. Now Pan Quan was waiting for the last surprise. It was time to crush him. Crows and a shining cross appeared before Pan Quan's eyes. This was the illusion that Nosa possessed. Pan Quan had a rope wrapped around his entire body and he became a hostage to the illusion. He couldn't believe it because Nosa was dead. How is it possible that his abilities were now in Zero's hands? Pan Quan froze, struck by the illusion. Zero calculated that most likely a martial artist of his level cannot have more than 50 intelligence points. It is unlikely that he will be able to get out. This was a great chance because the enemy cannot resist. We need to finish him off right now. Zero swung his metal hand. Zero launched a reboot, and his mechanical arm was ready for another powerful blow to the enemy. He hit Pan right in the face. Blood sprayed from his mouth. The blow was very powerful. The enemy was locked in an illusion, and could not react in any way. Pan Quan was thrown out of the illusion area and thrown back a couple of meters. He fell straight on his back. But this blow could not finish him off. In a rage, he began to gradually rise from his knees, completely embittered. Pan Quan was too tired and didn't have enough strength to get up and resist. He didn't know what to expect next. Zero decided to immediately take advantage of the moment, and dealt the final blow to Pan Quan, piercing him with a blade right through and pressing him to the earth. He only managed to let out a suffering scream. Pan Quan was killed and received 21,000 experience points, and a huge number of experience points for killing an enemy who was already 10 levels higher than him. This most difficult battle was finally completed. Zero could hardly catch his breath, realizing that he could have been killed if not for the secret abilities that he had saved for the end of the battle. He was already about to leave the forest because he was covered in blood and badly wounded when suddenly Pan Quan's walkie-talkie began to make sounds. It was the head of the embryo organization. He asked Pan Quan how the operation went. Did they manage to evacuate? The head of the organization was at his base and communicated with his wards from his office using a laptop. Zero grinned at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The head of the organization could not believe that Pan Quan and Jijia were dead. Now they communicated with each other through a walkie-talkie. The head of the organization could not understand where Zero could get secret information about the base located in the Black Raven Valley. Zero told him to try to guess how he managed to get this data. The head of the organization said that such methods would not harm his organization in any way. He was very self-confident, but Zero said that in a short time he had already managed to destroy as many as 4 bases of the Embryon organization, and this was just the beginning. The head of the organization was furious with what he heard. He said that he was going to crush Experimental Zero with his own hands. He has a whole bunch of executive directors. Zero managed to achieve his goal and infuriate the head of the organization. He understood that at this rate he could lose several more bases. He urgently needed to do something. He was blinded by his hatred and in a rage threw his laptop off the table with his hand. He had not been so angry for a long time. Star Dragon not only managed to kill a couple of his high-ranking people but also destroyed several bases. A soldier entered his office to receive a new order from the head of the organization. Something terrible was planned. The head of the organization ordered to increase the monetary reward for the capture of Zero to 5 million, hire the best killers and finally put an end to him. It was a very difficult battle. Now there was finally silence in the forest. No more sounds of blades striking or screams could be heard, but only the chirping of birds. Zero completed the task of destroying the base in the Valley of the Black Crow. He made a huge contribution to this battle, and he received his rating as excellent. In this battle, he could have died like never before, but he managed to survive. What he saw on the game menu panel next made him very happy. For an excellent rating he was given a huge reward. His characteristics were greatly enhanced. His strengthened body would increase his health points, and his enhanced spirit would be useful for magic or telekinesis, which he did not use. He smoked a cigarette and continued to read that he had received an award. Agility increases attack range and also speed of reaction. This is what he needed. He learned a new ability, fast pace. The main plot advanced slightly further. This was the beginning of the fall of the embryo. He needed to continue to fight, and then only in this way could he achieve his goal. No one knew who would be next. Although the plot did not advance very far, the base of the Black Crow Valley was an important supplier of new players for the embryo. By destroying it, it slowed down the pace of expansion of the organization. Meanwhile, after the battle with the retreating embryo soldiers, the Haisha vehicles were leaving for the base. The colonel reflected on the previous battle. He understood that many people had died under his leadership, and this would certainly affect his lower rating. He had a new evil plan. He decided to report that the people of the Star Dragon acted under his command, and thanks to him they managed to find the fleeing troops of the organization. Anyway, no one will know what he will write in the report, so he will at least somehow be able to improve his performance. They reported on the radio that ahead on the road along which the convoy was traveling, 2 corpses were found. No one knew who these dead people were. The cars drove up to the place where the dead soldiers lay, and everyone got out of the cars to see for themselves who it was. They hoped that it was not their soldiers. Colonel Carl also decided to personally see who they were, and what he saw simply shocked him. The dead people of the embryo were lying on the ground, shot by Ji Jie and pierced through with a blade by Pan Quan. Someone carefully laid them here on top of each other. The Star Dragon squad began to whisper to each other. They understood that most likely it was the work of Han Xiao. Only he could deal with them. It was in his style to fight one-on-one. The girl didn't understand why he left the corpses on the road. It was his personal feat, and so all the achievements will be assigned to the colonel and the Haisha soldiers. Carl was very happy about such a find on the road. He understood that Zero had killed them, but since he so generously left them here, the colonel would gladly accept such a gift. He ordered the soldiers to urgently load the dead into the car, and the soldiers began to carry out his instructions. A couple of soldiers approached the dead bodies and began to lift them from the ground. They were not very pleased to do such dirty work, but they had to follow the colonel's order. They began to lift the corpse of Ji Jia, which was lying on top, but when they turned over the corpse of Pan Quan, they were very scared. A mine was planted under Pan Quan's body. They just moved the corpse away and it could detonate at any moment. The soldiers started running away from there, and shouting for everyone to take cover while they could. No one knew how powerful the explosion could be. The colonel stopped one of the fleeing soldiers and ordered him to go and inspect the find. Maybe it wouldn't work. He himself was afraid to approach it. It was a classic mine that was slightly buried underground. With such a thing you need to be very careful if you don't want to fly up into the air. A good surprise was left for them by Zero. One of the soldiers, trembling and very carefully, began to approach the bodies under which the mine lay. He sat down and extended a very trembling hand to the pawn device, hoping that he would be lucky and not go to the next world. He very carefully began to lift the mine and pull it out of the ground. It could explode at any moment, and, at best, tear off the hand of the poor soldier. He almost managed to pull it out, and when he took it in both hands he realized that it was too light for a mine. He raised it above his head and began waving it around, showing everyone else. The colonel was so afraid of this that he hid behind one of the soldiers. The mine turned out to be empty, and could not detonate in any way. Yi Fan, with his hand wounded and wrapped in bandages, said that apparently someone decided to play a joke on them. Having learned that the mine did not pose a danger, he straightened his suit and looked serious. The Star Dragon squad laughed hard. The hacker almost died from laughter. Li said that there was no one to leave this surprise except Han Xiao. It was his doing. Carl looked menacing and said that this was a very stupid joke, and there was nothing to laugh about. He could have gotten hurt if the mine had been real. A little further from the place of current events in the forest, Zero was hiding. He had a plan for revenge. He reloaded his sniper rifle and was ready for the shot of justice, as he called it. Zero leaned his elbows on the lying huge stone of which this forest was full, took aim. He believed that he had not gotten even with another enemy. Now this moment had come. This rifle was firing at a very long distance, and he pulled the trigger. The bullet flew with lightning speed through the entire forest, rushing at great speed towards its target. Everyone who was near the corpses of Pan Quan and Ji Jie heard the shot, but Colonel Carl was the most worried. And his fears were not in vain. The bullet hit him right in the head. He only managed to scream in his death agony. Carl collapsed dead to the ground with a hole in his head. The shot was lethal. The Haixia soldiers watched in horror. Some even vomited. The deed was done, and Zero carried out his revenge. The shot was fired from such a great distance that it was difficult to track him, and he was safe in the forest. Zero lit a cigarette after his shot of justice, and was very pleased with the latest events. If Colonel Carl had stood in front of him, he would have told him what goes around comes around. Zero sat on one of the stones that on the last day became like partners for him. Through them he shot at the fighters of the embryo organization. The job was done. He hid in the Star Dragon from the pursuit of the embryo, and now has acquired their advanced technology. At first glance, they trusted him. He picked up his phone, which he had previously been given, and found a tracking bug there. He pulled the bug out of his mobile device. Now that the embryo was targeting the Star Dragon, he had no reason to go back there. Zero threw the bug to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Now it will be impossible to track it even to former allies. Zero opened the game menu, which indicated that there were only 94 days left before open testing. The task of the Star Dragon is a gold mine. You need to quickly advance in it and accumulate more funds. Zero reached out with his hand for his new invention. He took out his brand new hang glider. For now, the existing one is enough for him, and it's time to move on to new adventures. The world is huge and all roads were open to him. He stepped off the cliff and flew further. New allies and perhaps much stronger enemies were waiting for him, the strength of which was enormous and unknown. An important meeting was taking place in the Star Dragon conference room regarding recent events. The agents discussed Zero's recent act. He could have gotten himself into serious trouble by killing Colonel Carl. Fortunately, he did not leave behind any evidence, otherwise the Haixia people would not have agreed to make peace. A whole crowd of agents sat at a huge table. The agenda was the location of their Han Xiao. He was missing and must be found. The head of the agents was furious since no one could find out his location because they even installed a tracking beacon on his phone. One of the agents reported on the bug, saying that the signal with it was lost 24 hours ago, and now there are no clues where it could be located. This agent decided to call one of Zero's former partners, and find out if he might have some information about the whereabouts of his former friend. They called the hacker and said to Ling Yao, "Do you know anything about Han Zhao's whereabouts? Maybe he contacted them?" The hacker replied that he called this morning. The agent was surprised and ordered to immediately report the entire essence of the conversation. It turned out that the only thing Han Xiao said was that he was out of harm's way and not worth looking for. One agent with a mustache said that most likely he is afraid of punishment for the murder of Colonel Haixia and thinks that the Star Dragon will not be able to protect him. The other agent was thinking about what the hacker had just said. Sounds like a simple excuse to run away. Apparently he doesn't want to cooperate with them anymore. Another of the agents saw on the darknet that a huge reward had been announced for Zero's head. Now it was 5 times more than the one that was for his search. The Embryon organization took it very seriously. One of the agents was surprised by this figure. The embryo increased the reward. Obviously, this was connected with the destruction of the base in the Black Raven Valley. But how did they know about this? Perhaps there was an enemy spy among them. The head of the agents listened to the arguments between his subordinates for a long time and got tired of it. He ordered everyone to shut up. A new constructive plan is needed. He said that if the reason for his escape is that the embryo will come after him to settle scores, then this fear is justified. He is in danger for now. It is worth keeping his identity a secret and not giving information about him to anyone. And the next reasonable step would be to send a search team after Zero. Let them secretly find him and keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, in the city of Morrowind, located in Haixia, Zero was hiding. It was a beautiful port city. Yachts sailed and houses stood right on the shore. It was very sunny and hot. Local residents were already accustomed to the warm weather and enjoyed the beautiful views of their houses. Their windows looked directly onto the beautiful sea waves. Zero sat at the table of one of the restaurants. He changed his appearance and carefully thought about the many things he needed to do before the start of open testing in 3 months. First, he should get ahead of the players. This can be done by completing special tasks, for which they often give out rare skills and abilities. Fortunately, he has not yet forgotten how to complete them. He continued to enjoy the beautiful view and decided to refresh himself with a glass of wine. He liked what was happening around him and this beautiful city. After that, he will need to strengthen the supply channels with parts so that he can complete tasks while on the road, thereby automatically earning experience. And for selling a drawing of a folding sword, you can get a black and gold card. This was a map of the Fazilian group that would cover the material issue for a while in addition, and would find time to create chaos in the embryo. He liked this idea. Now the most important thing for him was to increase the reward limits for published tasks so that first open testing Zero could use players. This will become possible if he can improve his reputation. For now, his reputation is at 0. But if he correctly uses the rules for its accumulation, then in 3 months he will be able to increase it. He finished his last glass of wine and went to the center of the city of Morrowind to the Haixia department of the Fazilian group. Zero walked straight inside the building. It looked a little like a church, and approached the man who was greeting visitors. He handed him a piece of paper and asked him to prepare items from this list. A big deal was planned. Along with the piece of paper, he handed over a credit card to the Star Dragon. He managed to accumulate a lot of money. Now he's not worried about money. He had a lot of it. He was very pleased to be rich. The man told him that taking into account the discount of the black and gold card, the total cost would be $80,000. Soon his specialists would deliver the goods directly to the room. Zero said that he still has a desire to buy an entrance ticket to the Blood Pact Society of the Darknet. This was the underground world of intelligence relay maintaining neutrality. The man looked at him sternly. He didn't understand why some traveler needed such connections. But he didn't ask any more questions. He simply announced the price of 200,000, hoping that Zero would say that he couldn't afford it. But he replied that he agreed. Blood Pact Society is an organization engaged in hiring killers. If you provide documents, you can become a contractor. Previously, players called it a union of killers. So far, everything has gone according to plan. Zero has opened up a new reputation for the camp and gained access to the Blood Pact group, a preparatory level assassin. The easiest way to increase your reputation was to get to the top of some lists. Then Zero headed to the Morrowind Hotel Vitalia Hotel. For example, at the top of the list of killers of the Union, the servants met him at the hotel like a king. They were well dressed and greeted him. Zero slowly walked in there. Looking around, the rest of the visitors and residents of this place were beautifully dressed in ancient costumes. The Vitalia Hotel has branches in major cities in 6 countries. The Darknet organization behind it was just a gorgeous building. The old man at the reception told Zero that there were no vacancies and guests were no longer accepted, unfortunately. Zero knew that an ordinary person would never be allowed to rent a room here, but he had a plan for this case too. The man at the reception treated him extremely coldly, but now perhaps he will change his mind. Zero, unnoticed by other visitors, handed out the token and put it on the table and asked to check again if there were empty seats. The old man looked at the token and again at Zero. He realized that this was a serious person in front of him, and he should be more polite with him. He asked Zero to follow him. He will take him to a room where he will have all the amenities. He can relax calmly and enjoy the local views. They took the elevator to the second floor, where everything was just gorgeous and a very beautiful view. Now all I had to do was get to the room. The old man from the service staff asked to follow him. The new visitor needs to register. This is a quick procedure and will not take much time. You need a little patience. They approached the table together to finally register. After Zero showed his badge, they treated him very politely and decently. The old man handed him a piece of paper and told him to enter his data there. This is very important, and this form must be filled out very carefully. You also need to choose a code name. Zero picked up the form with documents handed to him and thought about the code name. He said that the code name would be Apostle Level Observer number 9527 of the Scarlet Empire in the Carlton Star Cluster. The old man was shocked by such a long name and asked him to shorten it. It was a joke from Zero, and he did not intend to call himself such a long code name, and asked to be called simply Black. The old man looked at the list and said that, unfortunately, such a name was already taken. Perhaps another option would be suitable. For example, Mr. Black. Zero agreed to this wording. The old man replied that now Zero is a preparatory level killer. If he completes the task, he will receive the Scorpion level. Private work is also allowed here, but in this case they will charge 5% of earnings. These are their rules and nothing can be done with them. The old man handed him a tablet where the tasks were displayed and said that before taking any task, you should first familiarize yourself with the conditions. Zero picked up the tablet. He didn't suspect anything of what would happen next, but what he saw next scared him greatly. There were hot proposals for searching and killing various people. One of them was Zero. They offered a huge reward for him. They even indicated his approximate location. He had no idea that now a real serious hunt was beginning for him. The embryo was still prowling around in the western capital, and it was in vain that he had not been there for a long time. The old man for a long time did not dare to interfere with Zero's plans, but still said that he had received a new task with a reward of 100,000. It was a very small amount. Apparently the one who hired the killers was not able to hire someone expensive, and decided to try his luck with a newcomer. Zero was almost ready to give it up, but decided that since the pay was low, the task should be simple. He said that he was taking on the task, but first he wanted to personally meet with the employer and discuss the terms of the deal with him. Now it was necessary to meet with the customer and discuss the details. Zero found a quiet corner for this meeting. Zero sat at the table and read the mission objectives. It was the target of Yuju, who is in Morrowind with him from 12 to 20 bodyguards. Payment is not enough. His client was Qingshan Shui. He asked to help him in any case. He just had very little money. If he had more, he would gladly pay. They drank a cup of tea and discussed all the details. Zero said that he was taking on this task and the man should expect him here. A game menu appeared that notified that a new level E task had been received. You need to kill Yuju. The reward is 25,000 experience points. Qingshan Shui was very grateful to Zero. He thanked him several times and asked him modestly how many days it would take to complete the task. Zero said that he would complete the mission quickly, and by the time the client finished his lunch, the task would already be completed and the target would already be dead. After these words, Zero left the building and went to complete his mission. He was sure that it would be easy and that in a couple of hours he would be back. The client looked after him and could not believe that at least someone took on this task at such a low cost. He was grateful to fate that he came across such a rookie killer. The client thought, wow, what a self-confident guy took on the task, and said that he would be back in a couple of hours and he should prepare money for payment. Can he be trusted? He didn't know yet. While the man was watching Zero leave him, someone put a hand on his shoulder and called Qingshan Shui hello. For a long time the man could not understand who was standing behind him, but when he turned around he was slightly scared. Behind him stood a huge guy with a cigarette in his mouth. He said that he had thought about everything again, and decided that he would take on his task since he had some free time. The client, after waiting a little, timidly replied that he had already given this building to another person. He was really sorry, but it happened that way. The mercenary left with a wave of his hand and said that if any more help is needed, he can help at any time. Now he is free. Before the mercenary had even taken a few steps away, his phone vibrated in his pocket. An important call was scheduled. He picked up the phone. It was his master Yu. He asked if the mercenary needed work. Since he had already rested, he could easily complete another task. Mr. Yu said that he sent information about the target to the mercenary. It was the man he had just talked to. Cheng Shui. The guy couldn't believe it. The mercenary thought that this could be some kind of stupid coincidence. Perhaps the task that Cheng wanted to entrust him with was to kill Mr. Yu. The mercenary began to follow him while talking on the phone. He was ready to complete the task right now since the target was right in front of him. He said that no one would have time to deal with him without any problems and that Cheng Shui would already be dead without blinking an eye. Mr. Yu, who is now talking to him on the phone, said that he would send payment in advance. His head was at gunpoint. Suddenly a shot was heard on the phone. The mercenary was slightly frightened and realized that something had happened to his master. Perhaps some kind of murder. Mr. Yu was lying dead, covered in blood, in his office. On the phone you could hear the mercenary calling him and asking what happened. Those who were in the same room with Mr. Yu were scared and asked someone to help. But a man was killed before their eyes. There were telephone beeps. The conversation was over. But I didn't understand that his master was dead. But who could kill him so quickly? He realized that someone had managed to get ahead of him. But Mr. Yu had many guards for the money that Cheng Shui offered. He most likely hired some newbie killer. It was a well-planned, masterful murder. Who could have been behind this? The mercenary still didn't understand. He was interested in seeing that inconspicuous killer who was able to pull off such a thing and eliminate Mr. Yu. There was already a crowd of police around the building where Mr. Yu was. They had cordoned off the entire perimeter and were ready to detain the killer. They asked people passing by to disperse and not take photographs. Nothing is being investigated here, and they should not be disturbed. They believed that the killer could not have hidden far in broad daylight. Most likely, he was still in the building and was about to be captured. Zero slipped through the crowd unnoticed. Thanks to his copy mask, he could sneak away unnoticed while the cops slowly figured out what happened. Zero returned to the building again where the client was waiting for him and was ready to tell him the good news. He calmly entered the room carrying with him a guitar case which actually contained the sniper rifle from which Mr. Yu was killed. They sat down at the table again and started talking. The goal was accomplished. The client was incredibly happy and didn't believe that everything happened so quickly. Apparently the newbie is really strong. Cheng was very grateful and handed over the suitcase, saying that this was payment. Perhaps Zero would want to count it, but everything is for sure. Zero calmly took the suitcase without counting the money and said that he urgently needed it on business, and wished a good day to the client. Zero felt as if someone was following him and watching him. He had to be on guard. There was clearly something wrong. His senses had not failed him yet. On his way out of the room, he noticed a man looking at him, hiding behind a newspaper. He did not take his eyes off him. It was very suspicious. Most likely this was that pursuer. Zero stopped and looked straight at the mercenary. He said menacingly, "Why are you staring at me? Are you following me?" The mercenary was shocked how they could reveal him so quickly. He just looked at Zero for a few seconds and couldn't answer anything. He was clearly scared. He thought, wow, what a newbie's energy. He's clearly dangerous. I'm lucky that he decided to leave me alone and didn't attack me. He might be a complete psycho. After such a quick mission, Zero returned to his new home in the hotel. He was wondering if something had happened here while he was gone. While he didn't encounter anything suspicious, he went inside the building where the old receptionist greeted him, and said, "Because you finished the task so quickly, now you have the Scorpio level. Great powers will be available to you. And from now on, in hotels around the world you will be treated as a very important person." The old man said that for the first time in his entire career he saw someone rise in level so quickly and would look forward to new achievements. Zero. Apparently he belongs among the killers. Zero was very pleased with himself but tried to remain calm. He asked the old man, "Where is he now in the ranking of Darknet killers?" He grinned and asked young people not to turn up their noses when they are in a hurry. Only killers of the highest rank are on the list so far. Zero is somewhere in the 1000th place. Zero remembered that now the first 10 places on the list should be occupied by killers at approximately level 40 with mediocre abilities. Only 3 of them are relatively serious opponents. These ratings are made up of completed tasks and other achievements. Zero became a little sad, and the old man thought that most likely his words hurt his self-confidence. The old man smiled benevolently and waved his hand, saying that there was no need to lose heart. Judging by the way Zero coped with the first task, he has a great bright future ahead of him. All roads are open to him. Zero understood that now he needed to complete as many tasks as possible in order to move up the list, and asked to provide him with all the available tasks. The old man smiled. He liked the bravery of the beginner, and he asked, "Do you want something more serious?" He handed Zero a tablet, and said that all the buildings here you can choose any to your taste. Zero quickly looked through all the available tasks. The old man said that beginners are encouraged to start with something simpler, and gradually move forward. Zero didn't want an easy mission. He said that he had chosen the task and handed the tablet back to the old man. The old man took the tablet with his eyes closed, not yet seeing what task the newcomer had chosen, and said, "Yes, this is what you." As soon as the old man saw what task the rookie killer had chosen, he was simply horrified and almost accidentally spat at the screen. It was a very difficult task during which a lot of assassins were killed. A huge reward was given for it. It was necessary to find the mercenary battle rose. The old man was simply furious, and said that Zero apparently did not understand what a simpler task meant. Many experienced killers were killed on this task. "Where can some newbie get involved?" Zero replied, wiping his face with his hand, that he would rather choke in the old man's saliva than be killed by the enemy. Now it's better to help him prepare, he'll do the rest himself. The old man at first thought that the newbie killer had simply gone crazy, but then looking at him again I realized that he was serious. He placed Zero's token on the special machine and began printing out the mission objectives and contract. As soon as the papers were ready, he put his seal there. Now the mission was approved. The old man did what he could. He wrapped the papers in a special container, and said that he warned if the newcomer was killed, it was not his fault. This container with tasks and a contract was lowered into a special tube that led underground. This pipe led directly to the central information control, from where one of her employees took out the container that had just arrived. The employee entered all the information into his computer, and said that the data had been entered and he could start working. Now information about the Battle Rose quest has been updated and a rookie assassin has begun completing it. The old man said that Zero was registered. He volunteered for a very dangerous and serious task. There are groups somewhere in the desert, and now Zero should go there and figure out what is happening there. Having carefully read the information about the new mission, Zero was scared. There was a huge reward for it, but most likely the task was not at all easy. An additional reward was even given for completing this mission, but he had never encountered anything like this and was ready to go on a very difficult mission.